Hi, everyone. Good morning. Hello.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Chatty House.
Chatty House with this West stuff is so funny. Russ Dog gets a bell. Congratulations, Russ Dog. It's good work.
Join us.
Warren, we are up in here. Hi, Weezy and Zabo and David. Hello. Casey Tucker, we're going to talk a lot about this today.
Yeah, things just changed.
What up, Primo J?
Dramatically.
Morning, Steven. Good morning, Microwave. Hi, Lance. Well, it's kind of uncanny how often this person changes their name to a thing and then that thing happens. Be in your Kyle gets $1 million era, please.
Why $1 million, Kyle?
Yeah,
Why not
dude.
$1 billion?
I'm trying to be realistic.
What about the insiders?
Also, I'm not going to say what I was going to say.
In my everybody gets paid era.
Nice. Yeah, there you go. What's up, Johnny G? Hello. What's up, Drew Down? What's up, Chester? David Jackson, hello. Yeah, that was crazy. What up, Katrina? Good morning. What's up, Leezy? Hey, what's up, Marcus? Hey, same. Me and David Jackson, same page, same page. Oh, Will Z, hello. Good morning. What's up, Bastone? Let's go.
We need like
Thank
some
you.
sage,
Thank
some
you.
candles,
Yeah.
rituals. Yeah.
No, So, okay. So the thing, if you saw me and Carmichael Dave going back and forth on Twitter, that's just us being silly. That's not a, that's not like a real thing. Dave and I are fine. What's up, Jason? What's up, Spencer? Hey, this guy gets it. What's up, Polo?
I've got fans. Shout out this guy.
Derek, it's impossible for you to be Joe Brazil's #1 fan because that's me. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. Joe Brazil behind the glass, and we are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you until noon. The Sacramento Kings played last night.
They did.
Sorta. They lost to the Boston Celtics, 113-95. And I want to start, we don't usually do this, but I want to start with some audio from Doug Christie because I think what Doug opened his post-game press conference with hits at the core of everything wrong with the Kings, because I don't want to spend a ton of time on the Kings losing to the Celtics specifically.
Okay.
Because the Celtics are the best team in the NBA. There's no starting lineup the Kings could have rolled out last night. There's no, like, the Kings are going to lose to the Celtics 7 times out of 10.
Maybe 8.
Like, that's just,
Yeah.
and that's not, there's a lot of teams in the NBA that goes for. So I don't necessarily want to spend a ton of time on last night's game specifically. We'll do some on it. But Doug, after the game, this is courtesy, of course, of James Ham at the Kings Beat, and the Insiders on ESPN 1320. Here's how he opened his press conference, and he almost says the quiet part out loud. He walks right up to it, but doesn't say it.
Really be good in is creating extra possessions over your offensive rebounds, turning them over. We're able to do that at a really high level, and you have to shoot threes at a real higher clip. Not necessarily, I mean, obviously you want to make them, but they attempt 52 and got up to 24. So points of emphasis. Unfortunate that one play. I don't see that too often, but yeah.
So points of emphasis, shooting threes, creating extra possessions via turning them over, offensive rebounds. The Kings don't shoot enough threes because their roster does not dictate that they're going to shoot a lot of threes. They don't have the players and the combination of personnel to get up 40 plus threes a game like Doug wants. And they don't turn the team, they didn't turn the Celtics over enough. I think they only turned them over like 10 times because they're not good enough defensively. They don't have the players to do what Doug wants to do. That's it. There's no little lineup tweak. There's no this guy plays more minutes, this guy plays more minutes, this guy plays less minutes. There's no version of this roster that's going to get to where Doug wants them to get on a nightly basis.
No, I agree 100%. And just to be honest with you, there's no combination of players or anything else that would do what Mike wanted them to do either.
Correct.
Like just like straight up.
Yes.
Like this team is flawed. And if your goal is to shoot 53s, like very specifically, and Doug went on to say, in that conversation that Keegan Murray took 5 and he has to take 10. He's like, my number for Keegan is 10. And Zach LaVine took 5, and my number for Zach LaVine is 10.
Yep.
He said that's straight up like those are the numbers. They are supposed to be closer to 10.
Yep.
So right there, that's 10. And the other problem is that you had somebody take 24 shots last night, and only 4 of his shots were 3-point attempts. So not only did he not hit the prerequisite of 10 or 8 or whatever it is for DeMar DeRozan, but when he takes 24 shots, it's nearly impossible for you to get those other 5 shots for Keegan Murray and for Zach LaVine.
Yep.
So, like, structurally, there is something completely flawed with this roster.
Yep.
And there is no easy way to fix it when you have a player who takes 28% of your shots in a given night. 28% of your shots, and only 4 of those are 3-point shots. Now, look, we keep hearing about the game plan. The game plan is to shoot as close to 53s as possible.
Yep.
And you go out there and you shoot 24 threes?
Yeah, 24. They went 8 for 24 in a basketball game in 2025.
24. There's no way to compete when you get outscored 57-24 at the 3-point line. There is no way to compete, Kyle.
They had 4 dudes, Derek White, Jason Tatum, Peyton Pritchard, and Baylor Shireman.
Baylor Shireman was awesome. I want Baylor Shireman on the Sacramento Kings.
Those 4 players alone went 16 of 36. Those 4 players alone shot 12 more threes than the Kings and doubled their makes.
Yes.
4 guys.
Okay, so let's just rewind to the game before, right?
Sure.
Where was it the game before that or the game before that where Keegan and one other player came out and Devin Carter. So it was 2 games ago. They came out and said, we follow the game plan. 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 It was like, hey, look, they follow the game plan, and that's why they won. When your game plan is to shoot 53s and you shoot 24, that means that somebody or a handful of people didn't follow the simple game plan. It's not difficult. There's a game plan in place. Follow the game plan. That's how, if you want to win a game and your coach is laying out a plan to win the game, you cannot deviate from that and freelance and decide to do what you want to do instead of what the coaching staff wants you to do. And so there is a massive deviation from what they're supposed to be doing and what they're actually doing on the court.
Yeah, and that's where I don't want to get in. I don't want to fall down the DeMar DeRozan rabbit hole again.
No, it's like we do it every couple of days.
But he is the, what's the word? He is the person taking up the most oxygen on offense, and that's fine. But this is where the flaw comes in. I don't want to. DeMar DeRozan is who DeMar DeRozan is. He's going to do the things he's going to do on the basketball court. Where the Kings erred was not acquiring DeMar DeRozan necessarily. It was how they surrounded him. They did not surround him with the right pieces. If you're going to have DeMar DeRozan, okay, cool. We're committing to this. Let's surround him with 3-point shooters so he can do his one-on-one stuff. Let's make sure we're getting good screens for him so he can get going downhill. And let's make sure that there's shooters around him so when he needs to kick it out, we can knock down a shot. And then those shooters need to be playing great defense on the other end because it's going to be just kind of a little bit of a rock fight night in and night out. And you don't want to be in a spot where you're trading 2 for 3 because the math doesn't work there. And the Kings too often get into these spots where they're trading 2 for 3 and they don't have the personnel to turn it into that type of game. And this is just what we're seeing. Can they win on some nights? Yeah, but they're going to lose more nights than they're going to win, hence the 35-36 record. This is just where they are. And when Doug comes out and says points of emphasis, we need to get more threes up, we need to do this, we need to do that. It's like the coaching staff can only do so much. You can only, how many times did Mike Brown sit up at the podium and say, we are going to coach it this way, and I'm not going to coach it differently until I see them do it and I see that it doesn't work?
Yes. So many times.
So the impetus now on the coaching staff over the next, 11 games? 11 games.
Yeah.
Like, you have to figure out, all right, is there a combination of players where we can make this work? What style of game can we play to crank out enough wins to make sure we're staying in the play-in and then have a shot in the play-in? And I'm afraid that they're going to keep going, just got to get up something closer to 53s. Like, all right, well, then you're not going to.
I get that, but at the same time, like, the only way to compete against a team like Boston is to shoot, number one, shoot a ton of threes, but also shoot the hell out of the ball.
Right, because you are not good enough to shut them down defensively, and not a lot of teams are. Again, I don't want to make this necessarand about the Celtics specifically.
No, I mean, the
This is
Celtics are an outlier.
Yeah, this is just a volume thing.
Yeah.
If the Celtics were the Suns,
Mhm.
and you're playing, and they're getting you're not good enough defensively to make them ineffective enough from 3 to trade your 2s for 3s.
Yeah. So what I'm seeing right now is exactly what you're talking about. The Celtics would come down, they'd hit a 3. The Kings would come down and take the lowest percentage shot in the league, which is a mid-range jump shot. Again and again and again. So let's just do the basic math again. A corner 3 is 40% in the league.
Yep.
So that's worth 1.2 points per possession, right? Because it's worth 3 points if you hit it. So on average, you hit 40% of them. 0.4 times 3 is 1.2. 1.2 points per possession. A mid-range jump shot in the NBA is roughly hit around 40% of the time. Same as a corner 3.
Yep.
The difference is it's only worth 2.
Right.
So now 0.4 times 2 is 0.8. So if every single time down the court you're giving up 1.2 and you're coming back on the other end and scoring 0.8, you're falling behind by 0.4 points every single time down the court.
Yep.
5 times down the court, you're down 2 points. 10 times down the court, you're down 4 points. It's just basic mathematics.
Yep.
That's what the Kings do every time. They go it's okay to get, a mid-range jump shot every once in a while. But also, if you go to the basket where, you score at the rim, that's a 60% shot. 0.6 times 2 is 1.2. That's how you stay close. It's not by missing a bunch of mid-range jump shots, taking a bunch of mid-range jump shots, and hoping that you're going to stay in the game. And I don't understand. Like, at some point, as a coach, as a teammate, as whatever, you have to say, hey, what are we doing here? We're losing because of the style of play.
Yep.
And the style of play is not what we were asked to do tonight.
Nope.
So there has to be a rein-in moment, and there hasn't been. And again, it's going to be on everybody. What's happening here is on everybody. It's not one person. Like, it doesn't matter how many times I bring up DeMar DeRozan's name. I mean, the dude had 10 assists last night, which felt like he gave him carte blanche to do whatever the heck he wanted to do on the offensive end. But still, he at least set up his teammates for 10 assists, right? He only turned the ball over 1 time versus the 5 times for Zach LaVine or the 4 times for Keon Ellis, who made some crazy passes that had no chance of ever reaching their target.
And that's where like I said, I want to get away from the DeMar DeRozan thing specifically.
Yeah.
Because, like, they're just not good enough elsewhere. Like, Zach LaVine has not been good enough.
No.
You acquired Zach LaVine. We said, because neither you nor I were big fans of that acquisition. But when you go, okay, if we're doing a pros and cons list, the pros are man, you know what? This is an offensive upgrade from De'Aaron Fox.
Short term,
Yes.
fit wise,
Yes.
you thought it might work.
Yes. And he hasn't done that. And then you get the Domas injury. He came back, looked great last night. You get the Malik Monk injury where you go, okay, cool. Somebody who doesn't need the ball in their hands as much. Maybe now you see Zach LaVine open up a little more, and he just doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
And then you start going down the roster, and you're just not getting enough from Keegan Murray.
Nope.
And you really haven't all year. 3 of 5 from 3 is great. 6 of 10 would have looked a lot better.
5 of 10, 6 of 10,
4 of 10.
Yeah.
It just would look better than 3 for 5. I mean, and then you've got Jake LaRavia, who, again, when he has a big night, it's like, awesome. That's bonus. That's found money.
Mm-hmm.
If he has a huge game. But more nights than not, you're going to get 2 points, 2 boards, and assists, and a couple steals from him.
Yeah.
And that's just, and so you start going down the roster and you realize, man, they're not getting enough, or they can't get enough of what they need out of these dudes. And that's why they are where they are.
Very much so.
And I wish there was more to that. I hope that there's some button Doug Christie and the coaching staff can push here in the next 11 games where they go 7-4, and then they go into the play-in playing good basketball. They win a couple of games, and then they're interesting in the first round. Like, that would be awesome. But it's really, really difficult to watch this team night in and night out. Even against the Cavs, they shot 36 threes against the Cavs.
Mm-hmm.
They just happened to make 16 of them. Well, the Cavs, I think, went 14 of 34. So cool, you won the 3-point line in that game. That was an awesome performance, but still 36 threes is not going to be enough on a nightly basis.
No, not in the modern NBA.
At least not if you have a bunch of dudes who are just knocking them down and you're regularly going 18 of 36. All right. But you're not going to get that. You're not going to shoot 50% from 3 as a team.
No, and the thing is, the league has changed, and you have to change with the league.
Yep.
And the Kings have not done a good enough job of building the team around the players that they have. Even like I keep hearing like the Zach LaVine issue, right? Part of the Zach LaVine issue, first of all, this team is at full strength, might not be good enough to compete with the Celtics, the Oklahoma City Thunder on any given night if they're at full strength. You take away Malik Monk, you take away Devin Carter, and then this team really has trouble, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of the bigger problems with Zach LaVine, straight up, is that Zach LaVine is playing alongside another shooting guard.
Mm-hmm. And
that Domantas Sabonis has missed a bunch of time, and he's your point guard. So it's just a really, really awkward build. And, like at the end of the day, there's going to be massive changes this summer, whether it's roster changes, front office changes, coaching changes, all of the above. Like, there's going to be a lot of changes that come this way. And it's because this team is not good enough to compete for a playoff spot, let alone a play-in spot, which is at this point becoming very, very precarious.
Yeah. The Kings now just a half game up on both the Suns and the Mavericks after Dallas and Phoenix won their games last night. How close are they to falling out? We'll take a deep dive into those team schedules. What does the Kings schedule look like? And then I want to introduce the Calamity meter.
Oh,
how bad could things get if various things happen to the Kings down the stretch of this season? We'll dive into that next. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. Joe Brazil is on the ones and twos. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're the insiders here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. I am printing rundowns, and then I'll be right back.
Cool. What's going on, everybody?
Whoops.
What?
Didn't get to Wes.
No. We can open the next part. Oh, nice job, Leezy. You just met Mark Dagnall. Sacktown Tony, Wes leaving is a good thing. No. Look, I don't know what's going to happen with that front office. I just know that over the last 2 years, the inactivity has not worked out. We're going to discuss it here in a few minutes. But yeah, there's a lot to go over there. It's not just like cut and dry. We didn't even mention in our rundown the Mike Bibby situation.
Oh yeah.
That's been the worst kept secret in Sacramento, just so everyone knows. You're right over there.
I told Andy from 94.7. It was pretty late. It was like 4:30 or 5 o'clock when that news broke. And I was like, Andy, did you hear that Mike Bibby is going to be the new coach? He goes, oh, are you breaking news to me right now? Are you doing the thing? I'm like, no, dude. I read it on Twitter, but I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
That's funny.
Shout out Andy, man. We've been talking conspiracy theories a lot lately.
Oh no.
Yeah. Statue of Liberty is the new one.
Oh no.
I think even that's where I draw the line.
Joe is going down weird rabbit holes.
The Statue of the Liberty, yeah, that's where I draw the line.
I have never heard this conspiracy, and I might not ever hear it.
Honestly, there's really not much on it. I don't even know how he found out about this. I was Googling it yesterday, and there's like one podcast from like 7 years ago about it.
Wow. Yeah, we're gonna get into there's a lot to get into today. Let me see what else do we got here in the chat. So wait, Jonathan, I'm confused. You went to the Bulls game. On the way home, your wife sounded exactly like Ham and Kyle. It was horrible for me. Well,
so she was probably saying things like DeRozan needs to stop dribbling the air out of the ball, right? Et cetera, et cetera. And she was probably right.
Yeah.
So shout out to her.
tell your wife she's a smart woman. Leezy, I don't know if last night was DeRozan's worst game. I mean, he put up 20 and 10, but
Not his worst game.
no. Hey, mute the mic for a sec. All right.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
This is Sacramento-related basketball news in the college realm. Sacramento State is hiring Mike Bibby as its new men's basketball coach. Congratulations to Mike Bibby, who's been doing some stuff with NBC. But a Sacramento fixture, now going to be the head coach of Sacramento State men's basketball as they continue trying to transition that program and move it upwards.
Yeah, talk about the worst kept secret in Sacramento. Everyone kind of knew this was.
know.
Oh, you didn't know? My bad.
Thanks, man. No,
yeah,
that's
this
cool. That's
this is
cool.
one of those things that around the arena has been going on for probably a month and a half, 2 months, maybe a little bit longer than that. So I think it's a good thing, especially if you're trying to raise money and you're trying to do all that kind of stuff. It sounds like it's a 4-year deal. Our friend Sean Cunningham had some of the details yesterday, but it's good for Sac State. They're trying to hit the button and move up in conferences and become a bigger program and get a stadium built and all that stuff and an arena built. So hopefully this works out for them and hopefully Mike finds some success here.
On the Kings side, according to Pete Thamel, college football writer for ESPN, the University of Utah is targeting Wes Wilcox to be the school's men's basketball general manager. So there's some interesting wording here. Thamel's report, I'm going to quote it directly.
Yeah.
University of Utah is targeting veteran NBA executive Wes Wilcox to be the school's men's basketball general manager. He goes on to say, Wilcox is the assistant GM in Sacramento, and his move marks the highest ranking sitting NBA front office member to take a college front office job. So that first sentence makes it sound like, hey, they've identified Wes Wilcox, they're going to try and hire him. The second sentence sounds like this is done and he's out of here.
Yeah, it's a really, really interesting way to word two sentences because the two sentences do not make a lot of sense when you combine them.
No.
So I'm going to guess that Wes Wilcox is on the move. We don't have confirmation yet from anyone else. We're going to have to wait and see what exactly happens here with Wes. But I think that there are changes coming to the Sacramento Kings front office no matter what. Mm-hmm. Whether Wes Wilcox is going to be back or not, there's a lot of things that are going to be happening in this front office with the coaching staff. And I say with the coaching staff, I don't know if Doug Christie's going to get the job or not, but I will tell you that he's down 2 assistants right now, 2 front of the bench assistants, and he's been running on a skeleton crew for most of the last, since he took over the job in December, and it's gotten worse since Luke Laux left. And then he also had a stretch where Leandro Barbosa was away from the team dealing with a personal issue. So he's really been down coaches. So there's changes coming there. And then the roster, there has to be changes. I mean, I think we can all see that this thing is not working out the way that you thought it was going to, and you're going to have to make some drastic moves here in the next couple of months.
I've changed my mind on the Doug Christie thing. My initial thought was take the interim tag off. It's really clear the guys are playing for him and this and that. I think the correct move, even if Doug is the front runner and is going to be the guy that the team has pegged as the dude. I think the proper way to do this is to bring in a new GM, and you have to conduct a real coaching search. And you have to conduct a real GM search too. That's going to be assuming they move on from the current front office. That just you have to start taking these kind of steps because you don't want to wind up passing somebody over because you just go, okay, well this guy's in the building. We saw him win some games, so yeah, he's going to be the next guy. And we're just going to kind of try and push this thing forward as best as possible. I don't think that's the right move anymore.
Okay, so I think that there's a ton of possibilities here, right? Number one, you can keep the same front office, and these guys return all of them, right? Number two, you can fire all of them. Number three, one of them can leave, and you can bring in somebody else who brings some of the tools that person brings. So you have 2 different front office people here that we're dealing with. You've got Wes Wilcox and you've got Monty McNair. Monty McNair, very specifically, is an analytics guy. He was the analytics guy for the Houston Rockets. He was a bridge between the analytics department and the coaching staff. He's a very, very smart individual that deals with a lot of numbers. Wes Wilcox is more of a conventional general manager who makes phone calls to other teams, who runs the media relations staff and the basketball staff. Wes has a lot of control over what's happening inside the building on a day-to-day basis. Who's going to be the new head of training of the training staff or the head of the medical staff, all that stuff. It appears from what I can tell that Wes Wilcox has all of that stuff under his umbrella, and that Monty's umbrella is the analytics staff and, some of the scouts and all that stuff. Right. So if you're going to lose one of them, it's possible the other one stays and that you go to try to find another person out there that can kind of fit the bill for that other job. And, again, I think over the next couple of months, we're going to hear names that are pie in the sky. Could the Kings go get Bob Myers and just run, overtake the entire thing? That's been floated out there in some circles that I've heard. I don't know if Bob Myers is going to ever take a Sacramento Kings job or step down off of TV. But there's also, you hear murmurs of a guy like Scott Perry, Scott Perry is a guy who joined the Sacramento Kings
Mhm.
during the 2017 build up to the draft.
Mhm.
He was the assistant GM alongside with underneath Vlade, but alongside Peja Stojakovic. So they had a dual assistant GM role. Scott was one of these guys that has connections all over the league, making phone calls, trying to, figure out who's going to go where in the draft and all this stuff, because they had a very important draft with, 2 first-round picks. It became 3 first-round picks, all this stuff, right? Scott worked for the Kings for about 3 months, left to take the New York Knicks general manager job. So he didn't know that job was going to come available, but it was his dream job. They offered it to him. He went back to the Knicks, where he had worked previously, I believe, and ended up being their general manager for a handful of years. And so I think that there's a possibility of somebody like that who, again, might fit alongside a guy like Monty McNair, might give McNair the support he needs. It's just a different style, but same type of role that Wes Wilcox currently has.
I think you got to wipe it all clean.
I don't disagree.
Slate just needs to be, because they don't, I think the Kings issues that we keep talking about and have talked about for the better part of the year and a half that this program has been on the air, I think the problems stem from just a philosophical issue in the front office, and the front office not identifying the right things that they need to be doing. And when you're on year 3 of this, it's like, okay, you've gotten your chances. This has gone backwards in each of the last 3 years. We're redoing this. I don't think you can have any vestiges of the previous front office left.
No, you're probably right. That's probably the best move, is to start over, especially if like one of them is potentially going to the University of Utah, who's being targeted, but also appears to have taken the job.
He's being targeted, but is also the first acting front office member in the NBA to take a job.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. So like the wording is strange. But again, you do have this other sort of elephant in the room, and it's the connection between the front office, or the connection between ownership and Doug Christie. And keeping a guy like Monty McNair might actually facilitate that, the Doug Christie hire in a different way. Now, whoever takes a job, they've got to go out there and get Doug some players. If Doug is going to be the head coach, whoever takes a job, they've got to go and get whoever the next coach is some players, because this team like has a whole lot of, they've got to like mix things up. This thing is a mess at this point.
Yeah. I would be interested to know like what, and this is probably a conversation better saved for the offseason, but I would love to know if they're doing GM interviews. You sit down and go, hey, what are the flaws on this roster? And how would you go about fixing it? Like, just in a theoretical world where you can do any moves, like what would you do to fix it?
Okay.
And I would love to know the answer to that, because I don't know that if you asked Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox, like, what are the flaws on this roster? I don't know that they'd identify the things I would feel comfortable with them identifying and having them move forward, because we've been 2 years now of size, athleticism. This is a problem. And then they draft Devin Carter.
Yeah, but I think there's also like, we're so far removed from the actual draft pick, right? At this point.
That was just a stand-in move.
Well, no, but like, I think there is something here to that. What if I told you that maybe the Devin Carter move was intentional, and maybe they already knew they were going to trade De'Aaron Fox, and they were looking for the next point guard, and he ends up being more of a combo guard, more of a shooting guard who's got a shoulder issue, but your intentions were to backfill a position of need the entire time, because that's very possible.
Like, all right, well, that doesn't help.
Well, no, I mean, like, in fairness to Devin Carter, I mean, we have to see what Devin Carter looks like after an offseason without shoulder surgery and all that stuff.
I'm sorry. That was not a shot at Devin Carter.
Yeah.
That was a shot at, they were trying to backfill a position. Okay, I'll buy that. You're backfilling it with a guy who's not going to play basketball for 9 months?
Yeah.
And then you're just going to throw him in January and be like, here, help. That doesn't make sense. And again, that's not a Devin Carter problem. That's a process problem.
I totally agree.
That I don't.
Yeah. I don't know. It's complicated, man.
Boy, is it. And I'm sure we'll talk about this a lot moving forward. He's James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's behind the glass. the big talking point after the Kings lost last night was where they now sit in the standings, because the Kings lost and now the Mavericks won their game and the Suns won their game, leaving Dallas and Phoenix both a half game back of the Kings for the number 9 seed in the Western Conference. So we are perilously close to the Kings not even hosting the first play-in game and having to travel to Phoenix or Dallas, or missing the play-in entirely, which felt 2 weeks ago like, okay, well, they're locked into the 9 seed. They're not going to lose enough. They can, the Suns and the Mavericks aren't going to win enough. All of a sudden, the Suns have won 4 in a row and 5 of their last 6. The Mavs have lost 9 of their last 12, but they've won 2 in a row, and they got Anthony Davis back last night. PJ Washington's back. Looks like they might get Derek Lively and Daniel Gafford back at some point here down the stretch. Where all of a sudden, the idea of those teams making enough of a run feels more on the table than it did a couple of weeks ago when they were both really struggling.
Yeah, I think we all just assumed that Dallas was cashing in the season.
Yeah, looked like it.
But I also think that we have to look at that team as, a general manager that made a huge, not only a huge gaffe, but a huge transaction to change the direction of the franchise. But with the promises that they were still going to be competitive. And then they weren't. And if they can get their players back, they intend on being competitive. And Anthony Davis has told them very specifically, I have no intentions of shutting it down. Which I think that there was a point where they're like, hey, let's just play for draft picks. Let's just try to play this thing out and we'll be all right. And we'll start over this summer. And now all of a sudden it's like, hey, we're not doing that. We're not ready to cash in the season. And Dallas's schedule is not that difficult. That's been the problem the whole time. Dallas was like almost a shoo-in until they got hurt.
Right.
Like we weren't looking at the Suns. We were looking at Dallas and whether they could hold off the Suns,
right?
But Dallas started losing all their players, and we're like, first thing you do, oh, okay, well that team is shot.
Yeah.
Well, they're not shot because they don't want to end the season. Just like if anyone watched the Sacramento Kings game last night, if there's one player that you should never question his motivations, Domantas Sabonis showed you exactly who he was last night. He is a dude who wants to win in the worst way and is doing everything in his power to get back on the court to play. You saw it the second he stepped on the court. Well, that's what Dallas is dealing with now too. They're dealing with Anthony Davis who wants to play. They're dealing with other players that are coming back, and they don't want to miss the playoffs either. So Kings are in some trouble here.
I have a silver lining or a reason for optimism about falling out of the play-in entirely. I want you to load up the Kings strength of schedule here in a second, because it gets a lot easier after tonight.
It does.
Here's what Dallas is dealing with. Dallas is at the Knicks, at the Magic, at Chicago. Then they're home against Brooklyn and Atlanta. They've got 2 against the Clippers in LA.
Okay.
On back-to-back nights. Then they play the Lakers at home, Toronto at home, and then they finish up with Memphis. So not a super tough schedule, but some tough games, some easy games in there. The Suns, they have this is the Suns' remaining schedule. Boston at Minnesota, Houston at Milwaukee, at Boston, at the Knicks, Warriors, Thunder, Spurs, at Sacramento.
That's ridiculous.
It's a really, really tough schedule for a team that has struggled for most of the season. Yeah, they've won 4 in a row, and they've looked a lot better lately. They've won 5 out of 6. But it would not shock me at all if the Suns over their next 5 games lose 4 of them.
Well, yeah, I mean, they've got 10 games left, and their win percentage against is 621. 621.
Jeez Louise, man.
They've got, again, you said OKC, Boston twice, the Rockets, the Knicks, the Warriors, the Bucks. Their easiest opponents are the Spurs and the Kings.
Man.
I mean, that's reckless. But again, the schedule always evens out.
Yeah.
The Kings have a win percentage of .530. They're all the way down to the 8th most difficult schedule. After tonight's game, where they play the best team in basketball, that schedule is going to get decidedly easier in the final 10 games of the season. And so what they have left is, again, they have, after tonight, They'll have a game against the Cavs and the
Mhm.
Nuggets. They've got the Pacers. They've got the Clippers. They've got the Pistons. So those
Mhm.
5. But then they have easy games against Charlotte, Washington, the Blazers, who are playing better, but they're still considered like one of the easier games
Mhm.
on anyone's schedule. The Orlando Magic, who are still well under
They're
500.
weird. They're a weird team.
Yeah, and then of course the Phoenix Suns, who are right where the Kings are, under 500.
Mhm.
And again, the Kings just dropped under 500 for the first time since February 6th.
Yep.
Like, but this is exactly what I thought this homestand, that there was a point where they were going to drop under 500. It's just how far.
Yeah.
And to be honest, they did a really nice job of winning those first 2 games. They still have a chance to go. I don't think they really have a chance to go 4-3 on the homestand, but they still have a chance to go 3-4 on the homestand. And it was kind of murderer's row. You know, the one huge game that you couldn't afford to lose was the Chicago Bulls game.
I'm unmoved by 3-4 because you were 2-0.
Yeah.
If it 2-0, we looked and gone, hey, would you take 3-4? You'd be like, hell no.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely not. So that's where, like, in the full scope, like, hey, 3-4 on this homestand, like, yeah, cool. But when you beat the Grizzlies and then you beat the Cavs, you're thinking, okay, 5-2. Can you swing that?
Yeah.
I mean, 4-3 is on the table for sure. So to wind up going 3-4 would feel really disappointing, especially if it means, okay, cool, you beat Oklahoma City tonight. Wow, awesome win. And then you turn around and lose to the Blazers. But then if you lose to Oklahoma City tonight and you go 2 games under 500, cool, you beat the Blazers to get back to 1 game under. It just doesn't hit the same for me. I think you would have taken it before the homestand started. But when you got to 2-0, 3-4 went off the table as an okay outcome.
Well, when you got to 2-0, you thought there was a good chance it could go 4-2. I mean, 4-3.
You got to 2-0, and we're up 19 on the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah.
And then you were up 13 on the Milwaukee Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
And you wind up 0-2. Like, it feels like last night. It feels like the Bulls were a jab, the Bucks were a jab. Last night felt like the knockout blow. Just for any kind of good vibes.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about the vibes because we had conflicting reports from Kings players on the vibe in the locker room after last night's game. We'll talk about that. And then I still want to introduce the Calamity meter. How bad could all this get? How good could all this get? We'll talk about that next. Joe Brazil's behind the glass. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. Jiffy Lube sponsors the program. We're back in a second here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. And some other news, I'm going to Disneyland on Sunday. Fired up for that.
What? We're going to go in early May.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
You say you're going Sunday?
Yeah.
Cool. I remember we had this conversation like a couple months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I was saying, I need you to take me and show me like how to do it properly, you know, because I like Disneyland. I love what they have to offer. I just I've only had like one good experience there.
Bro, yes. All right. Yes. That's bet.
Yeah.
There is a method to it. Everybody's method is a little bit different.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is just me and my wife. We're just doing a little anniversary trip.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't gone on a vacation, just her and I, in super long.
Oh, okay.
Well,
now it's going to be even longer because I'm coming along.
Yeah, I'm hyped, fired up.
But yeah, no, definitely. Maybe even just like a little checklist. Like you don't even need.
When you are going to go, if you wind up going, we will sit down and there's a little process to it because you got to figure out what you want to prioritize.
Yeah.
There's certain things you want to do.
Yeah.
And then you got to kind of maneuver from there. The Magic keys have gotten so expensive and we don't have the time to get down there often enough that we decided to punt
on the
Magic key.
What does that mean?
The annual pass.
Oh, the annual
because
pass.
It used to be the annual pass was such that if you went, well, there were like the blackout dates were very few, and we had to go like 3 times to make it pay for itself. You had to go like 3 times over like basically 6 days in the parks So we'd go 3 trips,
Yeah.
2 days each trip. And then we could make it pay for itself. But now with the Magic Key prices, we can only get down there once, maybe twice a year. And it just doesn't.
Yeah, it used to be like I remember when we had passes years ago, and it was like $350 for a season pass.
Yeah.
And now it's just astronomical, right?
Yeah. And if you can go a lot,
Yeah.
I see the value in it. If you live down there, or if you have a lot of family down there, you go see a lot, and you can go 5, 6, 7, 8 times in a year, then yeah, man, go for it. But we'd like to. It just doesn't make sense for us.
Yeah, I haven't got to see all the new Star Wars stuff. I haven't been. The family has been quite a few times over the last maybe 5 years.
Oh, okay. So
but
you haven't seen Galaxy's Edge yet?
no, because
Oh, dude, you're gonna love it.
they always
I actually got to see that though. Yeah.
they either go during October break or spring break, and I'm in the
Mm.
middle of my season.
Yeah.
I was very impressed
It's
with that
so
one.
sick.
I was very impressed.
Have you been, so you've been inside, or you've just seen photos?
No, I went to Disneyland. I think it was 2020 or 2021. When did they open that one?
Late 2020.
Okay, so it must have been 2021 because I got to go on the new one where it's
Mhm.
like they have the stormtroopers and it's like a
Oh,
whole,
Rise of the Resistance?
oh, it's something different.
No, it's called Rise of the Resistance.
Yes. Oh, you're talking about the whole area.
Yeah.
Yeah. I went in there. It was awesome.
Yeah.
That was my favorite spot because
You're gonna love it, dude.
I love Star Wars.
Maybe this summer. I'll get my wife in here and we can.
That would actually be
Do a
really
whole
like
thing.
I would enjoy that.
My wife's one of those people that's very like organized. I'm not. For me, I'm gonna walk in there and I have like little things I want to do, and then I'm just vibing.
Yeah.
With her, that's much more not regimented, but like here's an idea of what we're gonna like the way we lay out a show.
Yeah.
Like, we have an idea, but we're not necessarily gonna stick exactly to
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it. Whereas for me, I'm just like, yeah, we can walk around, see where the day takes
Dude,
me.
I'd start chasing a butterfly. I get lost. I'm like,
dude,
I got a
that's-
call, you know? No, I feel that though.
I completely disagree, bro. It is one of my favorite attractions I've ever been
I
on.
thought it was awesome. Yeah, I had never experienced anything like that before.
It was way cooler pre-pandemic when they would no, I'm sorry. 2020 it opened late 2019. Galaxy's Edge did. So 2021 was probably right. Okay, yeah. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, unbelievable.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James is over there. I'm Kyle. Joe's over there.
Brought to you by Jiffy Lube.
Yeah, we are brought to you by Jiffy Lube.
Oh, we have a code word.
Yeah, we do. You want to give stuff away right now?
Yeah, let's do that.
Go for it.
Okay. If you're sitting near your computer, log on, go to ESPN1320.com. Click on the banner that says Jiffy Lube contest page. Every Kings game, we give away a $50 gift certificate to Jiffy Lube and a exclusive Insiders hoodie. If you go there right now, you have a chance to enter to win with the code word trouble. Because the Kings are in trouble.
Boy, are they.
They're in trouble, Kyle.
All right. I want to run through this with you. Because I just want to get a grip on what this all looks like. So I'm introducing the Calamity meter.
Okay.
This is how big of a calamity is it if these certain things happen? 1 is like no movement, doesn't move the needle for me. 10 is like fire everyone, burn it all down.
Okay.
Okay. The Kings miss the play-in entirely. And I have a goal here with this, so don't overthink it.
Okay.
Kings miss the play-in entirely. We're burning it all down.
Oof.
I can't fathom a world where the Kings do not make the play-in tournament this year and anybody is back. Maybe Doug, but
That's where I
front-
would go. I would say
front
it's
office,
possible Doug, but front office is gone.
you've got players asking out.
Yes.
It is a code red absolute disaster, right?
Mhm.
So that's a 10?
It's a 10 for me
Okay,
if they miss
okay.
the play-in. What if they lose in the first play-in game? They make the play-in but lose in the first play-in game.
Oof.
It's a 9.9 for me.
That might be worse. Yeah, I don't.
You think it's worse?
Maybe
Ooh.
9.9. I like that.
I'm gonna say that's probably like a 7. Like at least a couple of people are getting fired. But you're also gonna like go specific. Like at least you made the play-in. You were gonna hear that. At least you got a one game. Although the chances are it wouldn't be at home.
If you get that one game and you lose to either Phoenix or Dallas, I do not think there's any sentiment of like, yeah, at least we were there.
Oh, absolutely not.
No, that's true. That's true.
Absolutely.
I can't get there. Like last year, there I think was a little bit of that. Okay, you beat the Warriors, you knocked off Golden State, you go, all right, yeah, man, you ran into the Pelicans, 0-6 sucked, but all right, hey, just get back on the horse this year. Took a little step back, now you take a big step forward.
Mm-hmm.
And to miss the play-in altogether or to not win a play-in game, that cements that you have gone backwards in each of the last 3 years, not even just record-wise, but from a season finale standpoint. You went from first round exit to second play-in exit to first play-in exit.
Yeah, like, look, I still think the order of losing, it's going to go 48, 46, and like maybe 41, maybe 42, maybe 40. I don't think you're going to finish higher. Well, I don't know. Like, they're going to get 40 wins. It's just, what are they going to get above that? Yeah,
Are
I mean,
you
just like
certain about that?
Just looking at their
That
schedule,
they're going to go at least 5 and 6?
Yeah, I think so. Just the games that they have on the schedule. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Having a feel for this team is very difficult.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
I'm not buying into there are no games on their schedule where I'm like, they're definitely winning that game.
Yeah.
It should be like Washington and Charlotte, the Kings they should be favored in those games. But if you told me they tricked one of those, like, sure, man. Like, why not? Told me they lose in Orlando and Orlando just played their asses off. Sure, man. Portland comes in here chasing a 10 seed, playing super hard, super athletic, young team. Doesn't know they're not supposed to be here. Sure.
That's true.
If you told me the Kings went 3-8 over their last 11, I would not be like, what? No, that's disrespectful. Because they've not given me any reason to give them the benefit of the doubt.
No, you're right.
The urgency has been at an all-time high for days, weeks even. And you have the loss to the Knicks, the loss to the Warriors, loss to the Suns, come back, beat Memphis and Cleveland. Cool. And now you've lost your next 3.
Yeah.
In a spot where you're going, man, you can beat Chicago, you can hang with the Bucks, you can beat the Bucks. It big leads in those games. I can't tell me they win 42. Wow. All right, cool. They turned it on. But
it's crazy for me too, because when we were watching the game last night, like the sense of urgency from Domantas Sabonis was there.
It stood out starkly.
He like grabbed a rebound and started busting up the court. And you're like, that dude is playing on a very, very bad wheel. Like I even talked to some people around the team. I'm like, hey, how did you get this guy back on the court in 6-7 days after that ankle roll? They said, nobody wants to be back on the court more than Domantas Sabonis. They said, it is absolutely insane. He worked 24 hours a day on that ankle. What is it that I can do to get back faster? Is there anything else I can do?
Drugs.
Like ice. Like, you know, again, like a TENS machine, like whatever it is, massage. Like, what is it that I can do to get back on the court? And that they're like, okay, well, we can do this, this, and this. And, okay, it's like, and then what else? Like, what else can I do in addition to what you're already giving me?
Right.
What else can I do? Because I will be back as soon as possible. I mean, the dude just came back in like six days.
Yeah, he was supposed to be reevaluated in 10.
Yeah.
He was out less than a week.
Yeah, it's just absolutely ridiculous. And then to have him show up on the court and not just play, but play phenomenal basketball.
I don't know how you're a Kings player and there's not some level of, dang, I need to match that urgency.
Yes.
And I don't want to last night was not, I don't think it was about necessarily the urgency or whatever, because I think Boston just kind of beat them. It was just a methodical churn and they pulled away at the end.
Well, yeah. And I think we feel the same way again tonight with OKC.
Probably.
OKC's just flat out, they're a better team than you are.
But if every player on the Kings attacked every game the way, attacked 48 minutes the way Domas did last night, they're not losing to Chicago.
Nope.
They close out the Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just it was so stark. It's like, hey, does everyone understand? Like, your center should not be pulling down the rebound and then be the first one across the timeline.
Yeah,
that should not be a thing that's happening. Why is that happening? That doesn't. I don't know.
It to me, it was just like so wild to watch one person stand out so much that cared so much.
Yeah,
and you're like, I get
and
it.
He wound up taking what, 11 shots?
Yeah, I mean, what did he ended up taking? 6 of 10. 6 of 10, but he had 16 points and 17 rebounds.
Yeah, no, he was great. He should have taken 15 or 20 shots.
Yeah.
But he just, I don't know.
Even the assist numbers, I think he had 1 assist in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Just guys didn't hit shots, but they need to run the ball through him the entire time. That's when they look good. That's when they were competitive.
Mm-hmm.
When they ran the ball through him, they get to the second half, they just stop doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are you doing? Why are you not doing this?
Yeah.
So, I mean, the guy played 32 minutes, had no minutes restriction, despite being out with a moderate ankle sprain for 5-6 days.
Mm-hmm.
And then he fully expects to play tonight. He said, I got to go do my treatment. I'm going to get ready for tomorrow. Got another game. Yeah, just like, and that's where, I see people in the chat, like Domas, like there's a chance he could say, hey, like, what are we doing here? And I don't want to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Because of that, where you show up and other guys don't,
mm-hmm.
and you're looking around like, is that winning basketball? Is what we're doing winning basketball?
And are they committing to doing the things that maximize what he does well on the court?
Yeah.
And right now they don't.
Nope.
It's not in my opinion. Let's get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320, and we'll get to our guy, Daniel, out in Sacramento. What's up, Daniel?
Hey, fellas. Hey, exactly what you're talking about. Watching the game last night, and you see Domas playing compared to everybody else. I would put Keon with Domas. I know he didn't have the greatest game, but I think he tries. He wants to win. If you're looking at it with a keen eye, not as a Kings fan, you should be worried about that, because Domas has already said that he wants to go into the summertime and he wants to talk to the front office. He wants to see what direction they're going in. I take that as, if I were Domas, I would want out. I don't want to be on this franchise. Why would you want to be here? You're wasting your career here.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Daniel.
I think it's an honest assessment, but I also look at this in a different light. Like, there are ways to fix what's happening. There are ways to move forward, but it's got to be like very precise and very quickly. You have to attack this thing the right way, right away. Again, if the Kings fall out of the play-in, just so people know, they'll drop to the number 12 seed in the NBA draft. Their pick is top 12 protected. They'll have their first round pick this year, as long as someone 13 or 14 doesn't somehow jump into the top 4. They'll have their pick this year. And so you'll at least have that asset. It won't do anything to clear up the rest of it. If you do have to go a different direction and just like say, okay, like, look, Domas is gone, everybody's gone, we're just going to start over and we're going to be bad for, you're actually, it's pretty easy to do, especially with that Atlanta pick. If it's top 10 protected next year, if you decide to be bad next year, you'll be okay. You'll get to keep your pick and they'll get 2 seconds and you'll have the rest of your picks and you just move on. And somebody else starts and builds this thing up a different way. But I also think there is a way in which you can save this thing and you can piece together a team that makes sense, and you can bring Domas back and bring back some of the other guys and have this thing be successful.
Mm-hmm. For sure. We'll continue going through potential end of season scenarios for the Kings and what each of them means. I see very little difference between missing the play-in entirely and losing in the first playing game. That's the very, very close to the same for me.
This thing is already heading down that a dark path.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm with you.
That's
like
it.
this is not a successful Sacramento Kings season. Just straight up. It's not.
I want to explore that.
Under any metrics, it's not.
I want to explore that with you next. I'm Kyle. That's James. Joe Brazil's with us. We're here till noon on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Theater.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Like this, I don't like. I keep pointing to this. Like, it's really, really difficult for Zach LaVine to be Zach LaVine, and it, with, you know, I think we'll get into this discussion next. Like, there are things that are happening right now where multiple players are not allowed to be who they should be as players, because whether it's the system, whether it's other individuals that are on the roster, whatever it is, they're not being able to live up to their potential. And, you know, again, I'd say this. I talked about this when they traded for Zach LaVine. Like, there's not a lot you're going to do to make Zach LaVine better on defense. I'm sorry. Like, I don't care what anybody else wants to argue. You have 11 years worth of data. You understand that Zach LaVine is not a plus defender. And that's okay. You can get away with not having a plus defender at one or two positions. You can't have three of them in your starting lineup. I've also said that. But when I talk about Zach LaVine, I also say, like, we have 11 years of data of saying that he's an absolutely tremendous offensive player. What's happening right now with Zach LaVine doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't, because we have too many years, too many games played of data to say that that's not who he is. So you have to start looking at, why is he playing this way? What is influencing him? And it's complicated, but there are reasons why he's not. I'm not trying to make excuses for Zach LaVine at all. I mean, there in no world should Zach LaVine go out in an NBA game against a great team and, you know, like the Celtics, and go 6 of 16 from the field. He needed to take another 4 shots, another 5 shots. But that's just like, he took 16 in this one. Where I'm really looking at is a game where he took 6, a game where he took 9, multiple games where he took 9, where he's averaging 9.8 shot attempts over 5 games. There's a reason why that's happening. And part of it is on Zach, but part of it is on other, you know, whether it's coaching staff, whether it's players that he's playing with, whether it's the chemistry on the court, whether it's like ingredients that are happening that don't work for him. That's a problem. So I don't think it's just as cut and dry as, hey, just bench Zach LaVine and everything will be okay. That doesn't make any sense to me, because Zach LaVine is, right now, he's your future. Like, you've made it so he is your future, because
Facts.
Nobody's trading for that 40, 46 and $49 million contract. Yeah, securing the 12th pick. We did talk about Wes Wilcox. You missed it.
Man, I bought this cold brew concentrate for a separate thing we needed for a recipe, and now I'm just drinking it. And you're supposed to add water to it because it's cold brew concentrate. And I don't think I added enough water. I'm just wired. Yeah. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the 1s and 2s. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And we're rocking with you until noon. We're on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Then we will hand it off to D'Lo and KC. and D'Lo and KC will take you up to 4 o'clock, where we have Golden State Warriors basketball against the Miami Heat right here on ESPN 1320. Also have Lakers Pacers for you tomorrow at 4. And then Thursday at 4, our coverage of the Sweet 16 begins.
Ooh.
Yeah, NCAA men's basketball. Hey, speaking of NCAA basketball, that Juju Watkins injury last night was brutal.
Oh, man. It's
Just
bummer.
brutal, bro.
Yeah.
Like one of those superstar player hitting that ascent of everybody who follows women's basketball, even a small amount. I don't follow it nearly as close as Damian and Trysta Krick and even Kenny do, but I follow it closely enough to know who the hell Juju Watkins is. And watching a person who is about to ascend into that stratosphere of like household name, watching them go down with a season-ending injury that's going to require surgery. USC did not say specifically what the injury was, but it was
we're hearing this morning is an ACL tear.
Oh, did that come out?
Yeah.
Okay, because last night their announcement said season-ending injury, going to require surgery. That just sucks, man. I don't think we need to belabor the point that injuries are ass.
Yeah, injuries suck.
But seeing it for her was just, man, hated it.
And she has like really big ties to DeMar DeRozan. They're close. So like it's a bummer to see something like this happen. And like, look, I've been in the building for some catastrophic, massive injuries, like the Kevin Durant Achilles tear, Rudy Gay Achilles tear, like some like multiple bad injuries. It just always sucks, man. Like even last night watching Jason Tatum get hurt.
Oh,
that was just like such a bummer to watch happen. Because again, Domantas Sabonis, there was no ill will there. Like he didn't intentionally go hurt Jason Tatum. His closeout, was it reckless? Yeah, it was
a flagrant for sure.
Yeah, it was a flagrant without any question. But like even after the game, like he apologized and like just very much heartfelt. Like he's just gone through all these injuries himself. And it's like, hey, it's part of the sport, but it still sucks every time.
No doubt. So hoping for the best for Juju Watkins, and hopefully she's back on the court dominating sooner rather than later, because women's college basketball is even better for it. You said there's no scenario where this season's a success for the Kings, because I wanted to push back on it, and then I was thinking about it at the break. And yeah, if they win the championship, it'll be a successful year. But in the scope of realistic outcomes, where the ceiling is a first-round exit, right?
Maybe the ceiling's a first-round exit. I mean, like,
no, I think
okay. So I'm trying not to be a pessimist.
No,
I'm trying to be realistic here.
Right. So that's right. And so that's why I'm saying the pessimist is being like, they're not even going to make the play-in, so why does it matter? But I think their ceiling, because if you told me, yeah, they made the play-in and they won a couple of games, sure. This team is capable, we've seen, of beating Phoenix or Dallas and then going and beating the Timberwolves or the Warriors or the Clippers or whoever they would see in that second play. They are capable enough of putting back-to-back games together where they play well to go win those games. I don't think they're capable of winning 4 out of 7 against Oklahoma City.
No, not at all. I would say, like, when I say that I don't think that there is a way in which we could deem this season successful, is because you were on a path. You had 48 wins. You dropped to 46. But again, there was an easy way in which you could have, hit free throws in this game, or like had like one bounce of the ball go a different way. And that team could have been a 50-win team without any question last year. Right. And then you had the injuries at the end of the season that like really they did hurt this team. Right. So we get to this year, and there should, like, not to use his words against him again and again, but maintain and improve. Right. That is Monty McNair. We need to maintain and improve. You haven't maintained. There's no way to improve when you don't at least hit the first benchmark, which is maintain. There's no way to improve. And not only that, you signed a 35-year-old and got older. You traded a 27-year-old for a 30-year-old and got older. Like, you continuously got older. You draft old players. You signed older players. There's no one on this roster that's under 24. There's no one on this roster.
Man.
Like that's 24 and below. Like
Devin Carter?
Oh, okay. So Devin Carter's 23.
Yeah.
My bad. So you got one player that's under, but you don't have a player that's under 23. Like most teams have a 20-year-old or a 19-year-old or a 21-year-old. Like they don't even have like a 22-year-old guy that's got a year or two experience. And so what you've done is you've shrunk like your age arc of the team. And on top of that, you don't have a way to show like a path forward. What is your path forward? Your path forward, like, and this is not a dig on DeMar DeRozan. Your path forward cannot be that your team is handed over to a 35-year-old with a year left on his contract and who's closer to retirement than he is to anything else.
And let's remove, let me just I'll remove DeMar DeRozan for you here.
Mm-hmm.
If the Kings got Kevin Durant right now, it would be the exact same conversation.
Of course. You know,
this is not about DeMar DeRozan. It's about pick 35-year-old player with 1 full year left on their contract. That's just not somebody you're building around.
Well, no, and I'll go back to what the Kings did in 2017, where they brought in 4 draft picks, and then they were able to get Bogdan to join the team, and then they already had 4 rookies from the year before.
Mm-hmm.
So 9 players. Add Willie Cauley-Stein from the year before. You had 10 players that were first, second, and third year. You go out, you sign George Hill, you sign Vince Carter, and you sign Zach Randolph. That is when it's if you're going to have a 35-year-old, 36-year-old Zebo, like keeping your team from getting blown out every single night, that's one thing.
Sure.
But it's also not what you're building around. What you're building around is the 19, 20, 21-year-olds that you expect some of them to develop into star-level players.
But Detroit did.
Yeah.
Detroit has gathered these pieces, let them play, let Cade Cunningham figure it out, let Jaden Ivey kind of figure it out. Let Jalen Duren kind of figure it out. Isaiah Stewart, you're starting to piece Asor Thompson. And then you reach a point where you go, okay, we're going to add some veterans around these guys and try and push the culture forward. Try and push this group forward. They've done as much as they can with themselves. Let's bring in Tobias Harris. Let's bring in Tim Hardaway Jr. Let's bring in guys who know what they're doing.
Yep.
And we're going to try and take this to that next step. There was a path there. And if you were bringing in DeMar DeRozan because and you were going to bring him off the bench because you have a bunch of young guys that you feel good about in your starting lineup, that's one thing. But you're not going into next year going, all right, hey, what are the foundational building blocks for the next 3 years of Kings basketball? It's not the 35-year-old.
No. And again, what you did with this move is you went to a more limited player. Like there are a lot of people out there who don't believe that Harrison Barnes is a valuable player.
Mm-hmm.
They're wrong. Harrison Barnes can play 35 minutes a game and hold up his end on the defensive end most nights.
Mm-hmm.
There's some games where he's going to get beat up on, but so does everybody else. Like, we can talk about how good Keegan Murray has become as a defender.
Mm-hmm.
He's so good as a defender, and Jason Tatum would have had a 30-point triple-double last night.
Yeah.
And the night before, Giannis Antetokounmpo did have a 30-point triple-double or really close to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the reality of the league. There's no way to stop certain players, right? So I'm not saying that Keegan's done anything wrong, but at the same time, like, there is value in what Harrison Barnes brought to your team. It would be a lot easier right now to get to 53 pointers a game if you had Harrison Barnes instead of DeMar DeRozan. And if that's the style of play that you want to do, that you want to play, like, and that's the style of play that Mike wanted as well. He wanted 40 plus threes a game. There's just no way to do it. Like, so again, like, you can't go out there and just sign somebody because they're going to be a Hall of Famer and it's good PR. That's not the way you build a team. And so, like, there are just some missteps that have happened here. And I'm not saying, hey, that DeMar DeRozan is a very, very good basketball player.
No doubt.
20 and 10 last night. Like, there are very few people that can walk in to an NBA game and put up 20 points and 10 assists and put up 20 points in like 50 plus games a season.
Yep. Yeah. He is one of the very best players to ever put the ball in the basket.
Yeah.
That's the Kings are not the team that are going to be maximized by having DeMar DeRozan on the court.
Yes, both things can be real.
And again, I hate to harp on the DeMar thing because of what you just said. Like he's really good. This is a Kings roster problem.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings don't have the right players to support DeMar DeRozan, and DeMar DeRozan is not the guy to support the players the Kings have. So it's not a fit. It's not a match.
Exactly. And we can go back to the start of the season. DeMar DeRozan was never going to be the player to not just maximize Keegan Murray.
Mm-hmm.
He was never going to be the right player to maximize De'Aaron Fox.
Well, right. And there was some hope that he was going to take this kind of back seat. And then when they needed a bucket, he would go get it. And nope, he's just the same guy he's always been. That just doesn't work.
Yeah, and you can't fault him for being the same guy he's always been, because that's why you pay him the money, because he's that guy.
Right. They have to identify moving forward, what kind of team do we want to be? If they're going to hire Doug Christie, if they hire Doug Christie and say, you know what, Doug's the guy, we love what he did, we're going to hire the GM around that. You need to be hiring a GM that sits down with Doug and they agree, they see eye to eye on basketball. Because it was really clear that Mike Brown, because De'Aaron Fox said as much when he first talked to the media in San Antonio.
Mm-hmm.
Love what they can do defensively, love the size, love the length, love the athleticism. You need defense to win championships. That's something Mike talked about a lot, and I think we can do that here. Because it wasn't the focus for the Kings. It wasn't what, philosophically, they don't view the game that way. And I think Doug views the game very similar to the way Mike Brown sees it. Coaches it differently, might do some things differently, but for the most part, he talks about needing defense, creating extra possessions with rebounds and turning them the other team over.
Pushing the tempo,
and 45 to 53s a night. If your GM choice, if it's not this current regime, whoever you wind up with, if they do not view basketball that way, if they do not say you need a bunch of switchable dudes who are 6'6" and taller, and a bunch of dudes that can knock down threes, and we're going to shoot 53s a night, 40 to 53s a night. If that's not your philosophy, then move on to someone else. If you're going to move forward with Doug Christie. And then you need to make sure that you're maximizing your roster to do those things, because I don't think the Kings maximize their roster to do anything. It feels like, after watching this team play, that their goal this season, the whether ownership, the front office, whoever, it was just like, hey, just get back to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Last year was a disaster. Missed the playoffs entirely. What do we have to do to get back to the playoffs? Cool. DeMar DeRozan, 20-point-a-night guy. Cool. Throw him in there. That'll be good enough to get to the postseason. And it hasn't been.
Well, and at some point, somebody has to be held accountable for the team that was put together.
That's
for this season that's happened. Somebody has to be held accountable. And if that's Wes Wilcox, who may or may not be leaving to go
University of Utah legend, Wes Wilcox.
Yeah, go to University of Utah and be the general manager there. Like, whatever it is, like, there has to be some accountability for the mistakes that were made this season, the mistakes that were made the season before, to not improve the roster on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
There just has to be, like, basic accountability.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that, I guarantee you, it's not just the general manager. It's not just the assistant general manager that has to be, like, there has to be some repercussions for what's happened here.
Mm-hmm.
And, at the end of the day, does that mean, like, losing? Does it, whatever? Like, this is going to be an interesting summer to see how they try to fix the problem that the mess that they've got themselves into.
Yeah.
I hope they do. I do.
Same, man. Last year, 2 years ago was way more fun.
Oh, it was
last
a blast.
year was better than this.
Yeah.
And this is just, I hate that with like 15 games to go, it was just, we kind of just know what this is.
Yeah, man.
That's a bummer.
Kyle, it's like, again, they peaked at year one.
Yeah.
How did you even peak at year one?
And even then, they peaked at year one with a record that would have been the 7 seed last year.
Yeah, it's a different season for sure.
But no, seriously, if you go back to 2 years ago, they win 48 games and they're the 8 seed. It looks a lot different.
No, I agree, but each season is different.
No doubt.
The win totals are different.
You're right.
So
you're right. All right. The Kings play tonight.
They do.
Want to talk about it?
Okay.
All right. See, we're going to talk about it. Kings Thunder. Also, a former NFL GM is working for ESPN, and he did a mock draft that perfectly highlighted why he's a former GM. We'll talk about that as well. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's on the ones and twos. Jiffy Lube, they sponsor the show, and we're on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. I got to stretch.
I probably should get out of my chair. Oh,
Stephen Brown's had an interesting thing I wanted to talk about. Hey, Bryce, this is so opulent. This is such a crazy thing to say. Yeah, the problem here with this, Stephen, is I don't necessarily like totally disagree, but the James Harden small ball Rockets, the small ball was like Eric Gordon and James Harden, and then a bunch of dudes who were switchable and could shoot threes.
Trevor Ariza.
Yeah,
like
Luke Mbamute.
Yeah, 6'8" dudes with wingspans and were athletic.
Yes.
I don't know. Is
And
that length and athleticism like what we've been talking about?
Yeah, literally.
Same.
Like they gave the Warriors hell because Chris Paul was on that team, obviously, but at that point, still a good defender. They gave that team, the Warriors, hell because they could just switch everything. And so the motion offense was just really, really tough to execute. And this is not, they've not done that same thing. That's why I was so optimistic about Monty. Was like, man, you got 48 wins out of a team that he's not even really gotten to put his stamp on yet.
Yeah.
And I thought they were going to bring in a bunch of dudes who were Keegan Murray types. And then they just didn't.
Just weird.
Yeah,
and
really
not only that, but
strange.
I think one of the biggest bummers about this season is that you wasted a year of development with Keegan.
Yeah, PJ Tucker. Yes, facts.
You know, like this season, even right now, the final 12 games of the season, 11 games of the season, it should be about getting Keegan Murray right and not worrying about his contract status for the summer and trying to get him on the right path. Yeah. Oh.
I don't know if he definitely was worse last year offensively than he was. I think if they had rookie year Keegan right now, I don't think they're better. Like he's just so much better.
He's incredible.
He's so much better defensively than he
Yeah.
was as a rookie.
Yeah, I think they'd be worse even possibly because
Yeah.
we don't need more offense right
I was
now.
so
We need
yeah,
defense
dude.
really bad.
I was so worried because I liked Keegan a lot. I was all in on Keegan as the fourth pick. I did not want to see Jaden Ivey in Sacramento.
Yeah.
I was all about Keegan.
Same.
But that playoff series, watching him look like he was playing in mud, I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
He may just not have the skill set to be as good defensively as I think he could. And then he just came back next year and was like, hey, look, I'm good at defense now.
Well,
Like,
even when he came into the
all right,
league,
cool, man.
you thought league average defender, maybe a little bit above league average. What he did in that first off season was incredible. Like what him and the training staff did to create the type of player he was going to be, like really impressive.
I think, yeah, I don't think he's like an all defense guy. But I think it really stands out on this roster that doesn't have a ton of really good defenders. Keegan is probably their best defender, and he's definitely their most versatile defender.
And actually, I would make this claim, Russell. He is an incredible plus defender in the NBA. The problem is that from one night to the next, he has to defend the most difficult person on each individual team that he plays. And it's because the Kings lack depth and they have no other defenders that can do what he does at all. So one night he's defending Steph Curry. One night he's defending Giannis. One night he's defending Jason Tatum. You're always going to give up tons of points to those guys. Look at their shooting percentages. Look at what he does to limit them. And that's where you're going to get like a true read on the value of Keegan. So like, man, that dude has to defend everybody.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, we sure are. We're here till noon. The Kings have another game tonight. They play Oklahoma City. I did not go into last night's game. I don't think I would have bet on the Kings, but we talked about it. I was winning by 10 was as on the table as losing by 30.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel that way tonight. Because like I said earlier, last night felt like a knockout blow type of game. You had the jab from the Bulls, you got a jab from the Bucks, and then the right hook to the jaw from the Celtics.
I agree with you.
You have Zach LaVine after the game being like, vibes are bad. Or no, vibes are not good right now. And then Keon Ellis comes out after the game and says, let's see, where is this? Quote, this is via Tristy Rodriguez at NBC Sports. I think the vibes in the locker room are great, actually. I just think on the court, we have to figure out how to come together a little more.
Yeah, we discussed this
what?
before, like when we were talking before the show started. And like for me, it is very possible for the vibes to be good for one person and vibes bad for another person.
Yeah, Keon's doing his job. He's starting. Feels great.
Well, that and you know, like we all can work, you know, you all have a lot of people out there have jobs, right? And when you're at your job, you can love your job, and the person next to you doing the same exact job can hate it and resent it and feel horrible about what they're doing with their job. And that's just the reality of work life culture type stuff. And for me, I was in the locker room in pregame, and like we were having a good conversation. It was light. Zach LaVine was in the locker room. I actually, Jake LaRavia had not heard the song that they play for him now, which I don't know if you've heard yet, but they play Van Halen's Panama every time he scores. But to LaRavia, boom, boom.
They recorded it?
Yes, with LaRavia instead of Panama. So he doesn't know Panama the song at all.
Yeah, of course he doesn't.
No, because it's from the 80s. But
that was a Scott Moak choice for sure.
It wasn't. Well, I know the guys that do this. Shout out. I think it's still they're searching for theme songs for everybody, right?
Goofing.
Yeah, and so it actually that we were laughing about it, and then Zach LaVine said they need to use the Jake moment from Training Day.
Oh, that's a great one.
Yes. And then he's joking around and saying words that I'm not going to say on the air.
Sure.
Like, I don't think they can get away with that part of it.
Yeah.
But this part of it, you know, the Jake.
Yeah.
Come on, Jake. Like that. He's like, I that's what I would do for you. He's like, but I did hear your theme music, and it kind of makes sense because, you know,
not the locker room of a team that feels like it's broken,
that hates each other.
Right.
Not at all. Like it was lively. It was like, okay, we're having a good discussion. You know, Jonas Valanciunas walks in and like, he's just a giant and like says hello to everybody. Like the locker room doesn't feel like it's shattered. And that's why I always tell people like losing the locker room or whatever. It's just totally different than what anyone thinks. It's not like people are sitting there staring at each other across the room. Now I have been in that locker room.
Sure.
Like that has happened, right? Where people are, you know, where there are fights, where people do not like each other. Like DeMarcus Cousins and Jason Thompson did not like each other at all. Like there was a very huge riff, and Dante Green was on one side and other players were on there have been locker rooms where they don't. That's not what we're seeing here. We're seeing here is a player who probably, when they said vibes, what about vibes? Like Zach LaVine's assessment is because they just lost, and he's very upset that they lost and frustrated that, again, he didn't play up to the level that he knows he's capable of, and that it's going to be talked about ad nauseum the next day.
I think the fact that it's Zach LaVine coming out after the game and saying the vibe is bad right now, or the vibe is not good right now, your point on this is the biggest issue for me. Because you can't have Zach LaVine, who was brought here to be your offensive one, After how many games with the team? After a month with the team? Month and a half now?
Yeah.
It's been like a month and a half now. After a month and a half with the team going, don't like it. Vibes bad. Vibes are down.
Played 21 games with the Kings.
Played 21 games. He's already like, don't like the vibe. That doesn't bode well for me. The fact that their loss last night turned Zach LaVine, should be your number 1 or number 2 offensive player on this roster. Should be number 1. Is going, the vibes are bad. The vibe is not good right now. I don't know. There's no saving that. If he's just out, and again, I don't want to put this entirely, I don't know what he has going on in his life.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe he's really going through it, which would, cool. I hope everything's okay. But from a basketball standpoint, that to me, if LaVine had gone to the podium and said what Keon Ellis said, yeah, vibe's okay. We just need to figure some things out on the court. We'll be good. But the vibe isn't good right now. To me, says Zach LaVine is looking around and going, this is what this is. There's no improving this.
It's almost like he's been here before.
Sorta.
Yeah. I mean, that's where, like, I think one of the things we talked about before, it's a weird situation. And I think that when DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine were together in Chicago, they were perfectly fine. But they also didn't win. They had one season when they were really good for a short amount of time, and then whatever happens, right? But this kind of feels like, again, like, we talked like different analogies here, but almost like you're dating some girl and then you break up, but she moves away, and then your parents go, "Hey, we're gonna move this summer," and you move to a new school, and there's the girl that you dated that broke up with you, and it's like, oh. All right.
Great. Got to relive this.
Great. You're here. And the one person that I'm going to know from school is the one person that I really don't,
want to be around.
Yeah. And so it's just kind of a weird vibe. And like, look, there's clearly an epic battle going on for who's going to have the most amount of shots, who's going to score the most points. And that's not conducive to team basketball.
Right.
It's just not. Like it should not be, we've talked about this so many times about how Kawhi Leonard is supposed to shoot the ball because that's what makes a team better. Like, there is no consideration for what's making the team better at all right now. That's what it feels like. It's about getting your buckets.
Yep. And Zach LaVine is not right now, which is why the vibes are bad, apparently.
Well, and Zach LaVine isn't like putting his foot down and demanding that he gets the buckets. And so a lot of fans are upset about that. And it's, you have to figure out personalities and everything else. But this is a weird situation. I haven't been through a season where the expectations were so high and they've gone to this low, and things have happened during a season that were this bad. Typically when things have gone bad, it's because, let's be honest, they were always going to go bad. Yep. That's just a reality.
Yeah. Unless these two dominant offensive players who have played together before completely changed the way they played basketball.
Yep.
This was destined to kind of turn into this.
Figure out a way to complement each other.
Get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line before we get back to Kings Thunder. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you'd like to join the show. Javier in Vacaville called. He's back. Okay, let's get to Javier in Vacaville. What's up, Jav?
Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, we got you. What's going on?
How you doing, Mr. Madsen, Mr. Ham? I just wanted to appreciate, for one, you guys being honest and forthright about things that have taken place, because, I talked to, other people in the, media network and landscape, and I just said, I just don't understand. Like, this should be a documentary of how the darlings of the NBA 2 years ago, with all this young up-and-coming talent, have now become the window essentially is closed. And they say, they told me, other networks, success, Javier, is not linear. They compared the Nuggets and the Celtics runs of how they won one of the first round loss, and the first round the next year, semifinals, conference finals, loss, win, etc. I said, but we're not talking about a team like the Kings, who they had the silver platter handed to them of just following the guidelines and the track and the timeline of how you assemble a roster. And it's just, how are you going to sit there and tell me, like, Carmichael Day said a very good thing. He said,
all right, that's it. He's out. Come on, man. I'm trying here. Can't be bringing up host from the rival radio station. It's all good.
I was giving him grace.
We'll try again.
Okay.
Like, look, and I get what he's saying too. Like, we're not going to sugarcoat what's happening. That's like, it's about being like intellectually honest with you. Like, we're not going to feed you like some crazy line about how things are just one tick away. That's not where we're at. And it is disappointing that the team was up here and now here.
Yep.
Like, how many times do we have to hear about Annapurna and climbing the mountain together? Like, man, you guys are falling down the other side. You've tumbled down the other side.
Yeah. This is not a success isn't linear moment.
No, this is
you've derailed entirely.
This is that video where you see the guy trying to ski and all of a sudden there's an avalanche and he's on one ski and the avalanche is about to consume him and he's going as fast as he can down the hill. That's what's happening right now.
The train is off the tracks.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to push the train while it's laying on its side on the dirt, the move is, hey, let's get a new train rolling through here. That's got to be the move. Joe in Elk Grove. Is that right? Is that the right name?
Yes, sir.
I'm working on a solution for this, by the way. You're going to have a screen where you can type the names in and then I will see them. Yeah. It's going to be big time.
Yeah.
It's going to be big time. Joe in Elk Grove, he's been holding for 24 hours. What's up, Joe?
Hey, how's it going, Kyle? You ready for the baseball season? Ready to make a lot of cash?
Oh, dude, you have no idea.
I'm ready to roll. Let's go. I'm making some big money come Thursday. First of all, my call is for Mr. Ham. I think Zach LaVine's got to go, and I say, from what I'm hearing, Memphis does not want to pay John Morant the big cash he's due this coming summer. How about sending LaVine? What would it take to get John Morant to Sacramento for LaVine? Could that work out, or would we have to throw some more stuff in there? And I'll take it off the air. Good day, Mr. Ham, to you.
Thanks, Joe. Hey, San Antonio Spurs guy, tweet it out. Send it out.
Okay,
Zach LaVine for John Morant.
Like, look, I think the Jaw thing is going to surface again. Jaw is an extremely talented player. He would fit the roster better than Zach LaVine. But even if you brought in Zach LaVine, if you brought in John Morant for Zach LaVine, you're still not going to have the continuity and everything else that you need here. It's going to take more changes than that. And like, look, I think John Morant would be really, really interesting with Domantas Sabonis. I do. But like, you got to figure some things out. And like, maybe that's a possibility. It would take more than Zach LaVine straight up for John Morant. I believe it would take
several ones.
It would take probably Zach LaVine and 2 first-round picks.
At least.
Yeah.
Because you have to go to the world where John Morant's on the open market.
Yeah, I think John Morant, too, is under contract for a long time. And, hey, that dude's got his own baggage. Not only the off-the-court stuff and, like, the knucklehead stuff, but on top of that, he's had a ton of injuries.
And they're all different. It's not, he has, like, this year, he's had, like, a wrist and a back. He's got a hamstring.
Yeah, he plays out of control, which I think you love, and I think fans would love him in Sacramento. But there's a lot of like question marks.
Yeah.
Question marks.
Who else? TC still there? TC, you're on the Elk Grove Kia talk line. What's up?
Hey, I'm still here. Hey, I'm Kyle. What's up, man?
What's up, buddy?
Chilling, bro.
No, just being honest, bro. So
Thank you.
It has to happen, bro. Like, we can't do both these dudes, bro. DeRozan has to leave, bro. Either one of them, or if not both, dog, to move on forward. Like, well, what we got going on, period, point blank. That's where we at right now. I don't want to keep beating the dead horse with DeRozan, bro. But my eyes are telling me something totally different. What everybody want to keep saying, bro. I'm looking at their body language. I'm looking at the game last night. And I'm like, bro, this dude is defiant, and the team is not feeling that. They're like, bro, why aren't you playing within? Even Zach, his boy, is angry. They ain't gonna come out and tell him like, hey, man, you gotta stop. But at the same time, they're irritated, bro, with how he's playing. I'm telling you, bro, it's not mission. DeRozan has to leave this team on the offseason, whether he wants to ask for a trade or we got to move him. It has to happen, dog.
Thanks, TC.
Yeah.
That's kind of the page everybody's landing on. I would be floored if the Kings won tonight.
absolutely floored if the Kings win tonight.
Be great. Hope they do. But I wouldn't have been floored if they beat the Celtics last night. But given how last night went, and given everything we've talked about today, I would be shocked if they won this game tonight.
We still don't have an injury report that I know of that would tell us who's going to play for the Kings tonight. But I'm going to guess Domas is playing. I have no idea with Malik. Malik is sick for sure. And I don't know what Malik has, but
it's not good.
But we also live in a world where there are plenty of things that last more than 3 or 4 days. And so like I think that there's a hope that Malik can play, but questionable.
Yeah.
That's what he was yesterday and wasn't able to go. This is a big game. This is a big game for the Kings. Every game from here on out. I mean, there's only 11 games left. That's the crazy thing. There's only 11 games left in the season. After tonight, I think there's 4 more home games.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just wild. The season has gone away so fast, and it feels like it's been 5 seasons in one. This is it.
So if the Kings lose tonight, let me make sure I have this right. The Kings lose tonight, and the Mavericks beat the Knicks in New York. The Kings are the 11 seed? Because they'd fall behind the Suns. They'd be tied with the Suns.
Yes.
But the Suns have the tiebreaker.
Yeah. That's where you'd be. 35 and 36, 35 and 37, 35 and 37. That's the 3 teams that are locked in within a half game of each other for the 9, 10, and 11 spot.
I expected the Kings to be in this mix for the 4, 5, 6, 7 range.
Yeah,
And
even
here they
like
are
3
battling with the
weeks
Suns
ago,
and the
2
Mavs.
weeks ago, we thought they might be in that 6, 7, 8 range,
Yeah.
like battling. No.
Crazy how fast it just all kind of derailed. All right, we got the handoff coming up. It's Jesse Tapia today. Going to jump in with us for the handoff. I'm going to have a winning lineup for you on Underdog coming up. And we'll try and sort out the wreckage of whatever's left of this Kings season. That's James, Joe Brazil's Pushing Buttons. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. No, it's good. I just wanted to, just real quick, just to peel back the curtain. Yeah, go ahead. Somebody in here said this. If you're the better show, let people say that was an excuse because Javier's call was going on way too long. He was not getting to his point. So I just talked about Dave on today's show.
I said, it's okay.
Yeah, no, he's fine. You know what I need? I'll tell you, I don't want to put him on blast now. I will talk to you about that after the show.
I got you coming through the
Man,
laptop over
crazy.
here. Give me 1 second.
Oh, okay. Maybe depending on the team. I have no idea what DeMar DeRozan's trade value would be. Yeah, dude. Just can't stand one another. Yeah, so I'm trying to be a better person. We chopped it up. I'm trying to do better.
What's up, Chatty House?
It's Jesse.
That's right.
Jesse said, I kicked out D'Lo and KC. Celtics won. I need to get on the handoff today.
That's exactly what happened. Damien did not text me when I was on the way here and be like, hey, I can't make it. Can you join it, please? Not what happened. Put my foot down. What's up, Drew Down? Aldrin, it's all good. Seems like he'll be back sooner than later. Do not hate Domantas Sabonis. It's a moment of frustration. I put a call out to the league, but we don't hate him.
I was telling Kyle I had to literally report people last night for making threats to both
Twitter sucks.
Sabonis
It's-
and
dude,
myself.
that's
The
facts.
Twitter sucks.
Yeah.
The Celtics people are going they suck. My uncle really calls me this sometimes.
What's that?
Stephen Brown says I look like a Mexican Wolverine. My uncle calls me Wolverine sometimes.
It's funny.
Dude, I get Timu Jesse and Kevin Herter, and you get Wolverine.
You gotta
Awesome.
work. You gotta
Kevin
work. John.
Herter? I don't see it.
I get Kev. I hear them say it.
That's
I
crazy.
got Duncan Robinson. I got
What?
Kevin Herter.
Duncan Robinson. I don't see that. At
That's
all.
crazy
Yeah,
work,
I get
dude.
Kevin Herter. There was one more. I can't.
Are we
I
just
don't know.
naming white guys?
It
No,
could be worse,
well,
Joe. They
yes.
could ask you if you're Kevin Herter's dad.
Great
That is
question.
a very good
That was one of the
point.
better ones.
Yeah, I have got. I see Kevin Herter in here every once in a while. And then I used to hear every once in a while Duncan Robinson. But
I don't.
oh, you know what? The other one was Josh Giddey, and I don't want to talk about that one.
Yikes.
Yeah, we stopped talking about
That's
that.
the one I see the most.
Nailed it.
All right.
Said
Shout out, Joe.
Joe Hero. Thanks, Joe. You're the best.
Glass Joe. Catcher Cal Raleigh signed a 6-year, $105 million contract with the Mariners.
I'm excited for baseball season. Gonna be a big baseball guy this year again.
Oh, word?
Yeah. Shout out to the Red Sox.
I'm not Australian, but unfortunately, yeah, no, I do think I kind of look like him.
Asher Roth is crazy.
It's a big time throwback, huh?
I can't tell you how much burn I Love College by Asher Roth got my freshman year of college because that's when that came out. Oh my God, dude.
Glasnow. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna take all of these. Thanks. I appreciate it. I'll take Glasnow.
That's funny.
Ooh.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Kyle Madsen alongside James Ham. Jesse Tapia
Yes, sir.
produces D'Lo and KC. He's in here for the handoff. Joe Brazil is also with us. Joe Brazil, who apparently just looks like every white NBA player. It's
Got
fine.
Tyler Hero, Duncan Robinson in there.
Someone said Macaulay Culkin. That's
They said
crazy.
every mid
That's
white player
crazy.
though.
Yo, you gotta start fighting
Macaulay!
back, bro.
I don't
And
know.
nobody
if
said
these people-
nobody said Luca.
Nobody said Luca. No. It's good.
A little
It's
Doug
fine,
McDermott in
dude.
there.
Oh, maybe a little McDermott. Yeah, there we go.
Stuff. Are you? Have you filed assault charges against Domantas Sabonis yet, Jesse?
I did in the moment,
Okay.
but we retracted. It's fine.
Okay.
Tatum's only gonna be out for like a week, it seems, or however long.
All right.
It's just an unfortunate play. Like it is what it
That's-
is. Like
yeah, it's
Domas
just
is not
basketball.
30. Like like whatever.
He
Happens.
plays hard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can tell,
man.
like, beginning
you-
of that game, yesterday, like, oh, Domas is here. Like it's almost like Domas kind of came early to fix this. Like they ended up losing, but like Domas was like really like putting emphasis on like, no, we got to get this out.
Yeah, I thought the way he was playing early was like, oh, all right, they're here,
Yeah.
and then he takes 10 shots.
He got hit in the face by is it Luke Cornett? And then like was yelling at the official and then went down on the other end and Luke Cornett standing in the middle of the key. He just bodied that dude to the floor. Just knocked him down and
Shout out
laid
to
it right
shout out
up.
to
Luke Cornett.
There's another one. Domantas Sabonis.
Joe Ingles.
Oh yeah,
I'll take that. Okay.
Hang
all
on,
right.
the Celtics got a lot. Kristaps Porzingis.
Okay.
I'm not saying Peyton Pritchard. That's mean. Baylor Shireman.
Hey, shout out Baylor Shireman yesterday.
Baylor Shireman is awesome.
Yeah,
Baylor
he's playing
Shireman-
defense and hitting threes.
Hey, Baylor Shireman took more 3-pointers than every player on the Kings.
That steal
that
and
was wrong.
behind the back flip he had
Oh, yeah,
was,
that was amazing.
just spectacular.
Jake LaRavia.
Um,
A little
no.
Jake LaRavia in there? No. All right.
I'm growing a mustache.
There's no version of this Kings season where it's a successful year, right?
You could somehow, some way get into the play-in and get into the first round of the playoffs. That's success.
If they make the playoffs,
yeah, that's success.
oh,
Given how
man,
disgusting
I
everything is
disagree.
Yeah.
I disagree.
What do you mean? You got to the playoffs. That counts for something. You're one of the top 8 teams in the West.
This is where I think there's a disconnect with how James and I discuss the Kings and where some other people and this is not there's a right or wrong way to do it. In fact, we're probably doing it the wrong way given our jobs. But and James, if you disagree with this, let me know. I think we're on the same page here though.
Okay.
Making the playoffs does not suddenly mean like, oh, the Kings have got a little something here.
Oh no. Well, yeah, ask me if I see a future after this year.
Right. And that's the thing is that they make the playoffs. We're not coming out of this year like, all right, coming out of Beam Team 1, it was like arrow ascending. This team is going the right way. Coming out of last year, it was like, okay, ran it back too hard. Need to make a couple of tweaks, but still ascending. Step back, minor setback for a major comeback, or whatever the phrase is. This year, there's not.
I get everything you're saying, but I can't say a team that made the playoffs was unsuccessful that year.
Really?
Like there's context and all that. Like going forward, like just I mean the whole build, like Monty McNair build was a failure because.
But the context for me is that this team we expected to be a top 5-ish seed in the West was a top 9-ish seed in the West and lost in the first round.
Yeah, no, you're.
They're like a cat poster.
If we're going off of. If we're going
hang in there, little fella.
You're right. If we're going off of game 1 expectations that we had, I guess, but it's just, I don't know. I guess maybe it's a consolation prize that I'm looking at it, because like playoffs is playoffs. Like that's like I said, you make playoffs, you're a top 8 team, no matter how you get there or whatever. But also, I don't really see the future here with this team. Like we're not taking this team to the Western Conference Finals with this group or anything like that. Like all the expectations that you had when you were trying to build on De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis is pretty much gone right now.
Sure.
I also hope that this is a moment where like ownership looks at what's happened here and realizes that the path that they've taken and the path that they continuously take isn't the right one. And there has to be more stability. There has to be more, just fewer cooks in the kitchen, fewer people that are impacting what's happening. And, I mean, I do think that there is a moment here where you have to have some clarity as a franchise.
Honestly, I feel like it's time to do that this offseason. Like, run it back for one more time with this group. Like, what are you going to get from that?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Like Zach LaVine.
We know what this is.
Zach LaVine yesterday was like, the vibes are down.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any coming back from that.
They're just not a good basketball team right now.
No, that's it.
And
that's what it comes down
like
to.
I've been seeing like Wes Wilcox, if he ends up going to Utah or whatever, like great. That's half of it gone, but it's not like, oh, now Monty get cooked. No, Monty's still part of the problem as well.
Yeah, there's some wholesale changes coming, even if they make the first round of the playoffs, I think.
Like I do see a scenario where maybe you don't completely blow up the roster, but maybe all right, we'll stick with Sabonis or these few players or whatever and try to just round it out better rather than having 340 million players or whatever, you know. But
can I say something to you not about the Kings?
Yes.
It's pretty rare that I watch a whole Jason Tatum game. Playoffs, obviously, I'm locked in. But like on a night-to-night basis, I check in on League Pass on games that matter to the Kings for the most part. And it's rare that Boston is one of those teams. I was so impressed with how in control he is of everything all the time.
Yeah, he's kind of developed into that. Like he's the best version of himself probably the last couple, like this season and last season.
Yeah,
he's one of the most complete players in the NBA. I think.
My lasting image of Jason Tatum was the 2022 finals. Like that's just what's colored my opinion of him. And in that finals, he was not good.
Yeah,
he couldn't shoot. He couldn't score at the rim. He was just all over the place. And then you watch him yesterday, and it's just everything is in total control. And he's never sped up. He's never going to the wrong place with the basketball. He turns it over sometimes, makes some mistakes here and there. But it's just like there's so few guys that are just the guy in the way that he is. And I was really impressed last night.
Yeah, like
I just wanted to say that to you.
Well, I will relay that to him and the guys.
Let him know.
Yeah,
let
he'll
him
be great
know.
for that. That's like the last part of his game he unlocked. I think that's probably why he'll never go for 30 or anything like that. He's just.
I think he was going for 30 last night.
Well, I mean, like average 30 in a season. Like he's at 26 point whatever right now or something like that. But He's like their glue guy on the offense now.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he's a pretty good player. Shout out. I was terrified yesterday when he got hurt.
It looked really
I thought things were torn. I thought things were gonna have to
Yeah.
be amputated. I'm sitting there with my hoodie just kind of over my face, just terrified.
If you've missed it, Jesse's a Celtics fan.
Yes, if you didn't know that already.
The Kings are missing the play, right?
Rather they might. And right now, if you gave me an answer, I'd say they would.
Let me throw this at you.
Yes.
Here's the Suns' remaining schedule.
Mhm.
The Suns have won 4 in a row and 5 of their last 6. James, before I continue this, can you say anything that just happened? Yeah. Okay, great. Here's the Suns' remaining schedule, and then we'll get to why James left. Boston, at Minnesota, Houston, at Milwaukee, at Boston, at the Knicks, Warriors, Thunder, Spurs, at Kings.
Yeah. But Kevin Durant went for like what, 40 yesterday almost?
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah.
Really good player.
It's Kevin Durant. He said,
You know
I'm
who-
Kevin Durant.
You know who I am?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Mavs have the Knicks, Magic, Bulls, Nets, Hawks, Clippers twice, Lakers, Raptors, Grizzlies.
On D'Lo and KC, the show, we've talked about the Mavs are done. Cook, Kyrie's done.
Yeah, we've
AD,
we've
blah,
stopped
blah,
doing
blah.
the scoreboard watching with them.
And you know what? We were kind of right, but it turns out that the Kings stink too.
That's it. I did not foresee the Kings.
Yes, they did what they
face
couldn't
planting
do.
the way they
They did the one thing they couldn't do. I think they've lost 6 out of 8, 7 out of their last 9. You couldn't do that one thing.
Yep.
And you did.
James, you just exited.
I did.
You got a phone call.
Yeah.
Talk
So
to me.
I can confirm Wes Wilcox, it does appear, is on his way to the University of Utah to take over, which is the report we saw early this morning, that there was a possibility for this, but it does look like he is on his way to the University of Utah to take over as the men's basketball general manager.
Mhm.
It's a new opportunity for Wes. He's very close with the coach there. It's a long lineage of, quality basketball, University of Utah, Rick Majerus, all that stuff. It does appear that he is on his way, whether it's now or it's at the end of the season. I don't know that quite yet, but we can confirm that.
Might as well just go now, not doing anything else.
Yeah, this is happening.
Wow.
10 games left. Go ahead, Wes.
Yeah. See ya.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't need to be around for anything.
Good for you.
Go build that program. Good luck.
Yes.
All right.
Very, very interesting turn of events here.
So the Kings front office will look at least a little different next year, no matter what.
Yeah.
Or did West take that job knowing that they were out of there?
I don't know, but please, for the love of everything, no co-GMs.
No co-GMs.
No co-GMs.
One guy.
Yes.
One decision maker. Give him the keys. Anyways,
I don't want money working with someone else. I need one guy calling the shots here.
I'm going to give you the keys to winning some money on Underdog tonight.
Shut up.
Baseball fans, even if you're not a baseball fan, lock into Underdog because we're going to be dishing out winning lineups on Underdog Daily Fantasy all baseball season. Their pick'em game super easy. It works the exact same way with baseball as it does with football as it does with basketball. You're picking higher or lower on at least 2 player stats. Thursday is opening day. That will be our first lineup because I refuse to do a spring training lineup. I'm not that kind of person. But hey, here's my lineup tonight. All Kings Thunder, of course. Jalen Williams, who is questionable. I'm going higher than 27.5 points, rebounds, and assists. DeMar DeRozan, I'm going higher than 21.5 points because I think DeMar DeRozan's goal right now is just to score points. Domantas Sabonis, higher than half a double-double. I think Domas does have at least 10 and 10 tonight. He might go triple-double tonight against Oklahoma City. And then Lou Dort, higher than 1.5 made threes. Lou Dort can shoot the hell out of the basketball now. FYI. And good shooters against the Kings, who's not a primary ball handler. He's going to get some open looks. I think he's going to knock at least a couple of them down. That is my lineup on Underdog. I would love for you to play along. Download the Underdog app and sign up now using promo code KyleM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KyleM. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Jesse, what do you guys got coming up?
We're gonna light the Kings up. Hopefully they win tonight. We got Trysta Krick and Jason Jones.
Can't wait. D'Lo and KC coming up next. They'll take you up to 4 o'clock where we will have Warriors Heat right here on ESPN 1320. For James Ham and Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madsen. D'Lo and KC are next. We've been the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until tomorrow at 10, drink water. Be nice to people. See you. Thanks, Shady House. Good show today, guys.
See you in a few minutes, Shady House.
Thanks, guys.
If you were on Twitter and I kept saying K with a bunch of question marks to you when you said that the Mavs were going to be in the play-in, all I said was I wouldn't want smoke with the Suns in a play-in, and that has nothing to do with the Mavs. So, thanks.
Bye, Chatty House.
Bye, everyone.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Go, baby, we in there. Hey. One more time, y'all know what it is. Hey.
Shut your bitch ass up.
It's funny, he didn't even hear that drop. He didn't.
Yeah, I was confused for a second.
He didn't know. He didn't hear none of that stuff that just happened.
Why did you just do fence and back right now?
What are you doing?
I didn't have my headphones. Woo. I got up there and I was like, why do I hear Young Zell like this? I was like, oh, I don't even have the headphones.
Zell was playing through the. Oh, my bad. Sorry. See that. My bad. Love us some Young Zell.
Woo.
See, you good?
I'm good.
See, you didn't even hear it, man. We came in, we hit the air horns, and we hit the hey, and then we dropped
Shut your bitch ass up.
Poor Young Zell dropping summer anthems. Young Zell dropping summer anthems all over Sacramento, and we can't even air his iconic Like the Beam record.
Oh my goodness, it used to be a gold record. Now it's I don't even know if it's a 420.
Now it just gets played every once in a while.
Oh man, goodness gracious!
Look, man, we knew
that is
We
part
knew.
of the part of. I don't want to say it doesn't make it all right because last night at the arena it was just depressing. But
what do you mean? The Garden last night was lit.
It's tough to play Celtics on the road.
Yeah, man. But man, that was tough.
A lot of Celtics fans in the building.
A lot of
MVP.
They had the MVP chant. I mean, all right. Let me bring this back down. It ain't like, what would you say? It's third in opposing teams that come through here.
Warriors, Lakers, Celtics.
Yeah, I think
I don't know.
I might put
right.
I might put the Bulls in there.
No, the last two Celtics.
I'm
the last
saying
two games,
no.
the Celtics have taken over that arena. Last 3 years, the Celtics have taken over that arena.
That felt like a solid 50% Celtic fan base last night.
You were there. That was not 50%.
Oh, there was Let's Go
Was
Celtics
there?
chants.
It was
in the
not.
first
It was
quarter.
not.
Bro.
That's when I see.
It was hella loud in there.
They were loud, but it was really that contingency that's behind the bench. And they had
Oh, that's
Hell
no.
no. There was green in every section.
No,
The Kings fans were trying to drown out the Let's Go Celtics
I'm
chants.
just Randy Nilly would say. He says Knicks too. I think they're on par with the Knicks.
Okay.
Well,
I don't know. I
think
don't
the
care who
Celtics
they're
are a
on
little,
par with. I know
Celtics are a little higher.
last
But
night
it's
was
Knicks
loud.
Bulls after around there too. But it was loud. It's cool. But it ain't.
Yeah, I don't.
It ain't them other two.
I don't. Man,
Them other two are 50%. That wasn't 50% last night.
Yeah, Lakers, Celtics are like 88%.
Lakers Warriors. I mean,
Lakers Warriors. Celtics was a lot last night, man.
It was
I
loud.
walked in.
It was loud. They was in the building. There was a lot of green out there too.
There was a lot of green. They was dressed. What'd you wear to the game yesterday?
I had my Larry Bird jersey on.
I couldn't even tell who was in the company seats. I kept looking.
I couldn't tell either. I was looking. I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
I was looking.
They just be handing these out. Well, I found out who got. Oh boy.
I ain't never going to it.
Wait till I tell y'all. No, wait till I tell y'all who got the tickets coming up, man. Unbelievable.
All right. I ain't never.
They didn't even know there was an ESPN 1320 a few months ago.
No, I had no clue.
That's crazy.
No clue.
That's crazy. Are those sticking around too? Because I
have no idea.
I'm applying for control of those.
I have no idea.
How do we got a wait list on company tickets?
I have no idea. They told Kevin he has some, and then he was lied to.
What?
They lied to Kevin, told Kevin he can go to one of the games this year, and then, oh, sorry, they've all been accounted for.
Bro, there's 4 people that work here. How are 41 games already filled up?
Well, it's like when we have food.
But it is.
It'd be one thing if like we was like, oh, this booming, bustling building with 90 employees, and oh man, it's tough. Somebody short in this. There's 7 people that work here. How does 41 games get filled up?
With 4 tickets.
And we don't get them.
Hey.
How?
Hey, the sports guys.
They made us go once. We were abandoned after that. And I got the tickets one time.
I got them once. I got the Nets game.
I got the Magic.
November.
I got the Magic game. And then Aaron forced us to go to one game with him,
Yeah,
and then he like left us.
He just left in the first quarter.
In. That was the Pacers game.
Yeah.
God damn it!
Shout out Tribal Chief.
I'm pretty sure the Tribal Chief still has all the tickets. He's just like, I'm going.
Might. That's why they're gone.
I'm pulling up.
I'm not gonna judge because I don't know if I would do the same thing if I was in this boat. I got the tickets.
You want the tickets?
I'm going.
Come get these tickets. Come take the tickets.
Yeah,
I'm going to the game.
Come see me.
Yeah, that was but
it went south quicker than I thought.
It did.
The way that they were playing, I think I may have said to Jeremiah, I said to somebody, I was like, I know I told my nephew, I was like, the Kings are gonna stick around till about the 5 or 6 minute mark, and then the Celtics are gonna run them out of the gym. Like the Celtics are playing terrible, and I feel like the Kings are just fighting to stay in this game. And then the third quarter started. It was like, well, all right, this isn't going great. And then they had a 7-point possession. I was like, well, I'm going home.
I never recovered from that one.
Yeah, I went home.
That was tough. That was tough. That was a bad bad situation for the Kings, and they never really recovered. I mean,
thought Tatum was dead.
Yeah,
Me too.
Tatum was like, because
I thought they were gonna have to cut his foot off right there on the court.
Yeah, like he was like, I'm like, oh no, somebody shot him.
Yeah, that was tough to see for him too. But it was
so
tough
the
for the
replay.
Kings,
That was
man.
nasty.
Yeah, that was tough for the Kings, and at that point, the lead was at 7.
Mm-hmm.
End up going to 14, and that's just kind of where it was for the rest of the game.
Yep.
I think at one point I said, can they get it to 7 by the start of the fourth quarter? They didn't. They got it to 9, and yeah, that was all she wrote. They came out in the fourth quarter and had like a 8-0 run. I think the Celtics did, and ball game.
Yeah,
ball game. So
yeah, Doug cleared the benches with like 3 and some change, 4 minutes or so.
But yeah, I mean, we'll talk about some things too, but I don't want to say, for some people, yeah, last night was predictable, understandably so. But there's a few things going on, that make it even more predictable, right? Like, we'll go in depth a little bit more, but they aren't playing with everybody.
Yeah,
they are missing it, and this isn't a team that can just miss people.
Yeah, you
and
can't.
think everything's good. So
yeah, you can't playing 2 games without Malik Monk against 2 top Eastern Conference contenders. It's tough, right? And then it's like I don't know where Malik is right now, but if he was not well and out yesterday, how do I expect him to be well today? Even if he plays, how do I expect him to be well today?
Yeah.
Dayquil?
I ain't never had a cold at work like that. I don't know if the man's been out 2 games. He don't have a cold. Like, the man is ill.
He's sick, yeah.
So, and Devin Carter, once again, another tough spot for the rookie. Like, we're asking, like, yo, can you play? We need you here. Like, that's asking a lot.
And
for
he's
him
been, and his hallmark recently has been his defense. You needed that type of guy out there last night.
Yeah.
And yeah, this team is not built. They're not built to just miss guys.
Yeah.
And that's what they were last night. I mean, I don't know if Malik's presence would have been different. I don't know if Devin Carter's presence would have made anything different, but it's just kind of how it went, man. It was a rough night at the Golden One Center. The good news is they're right back there tonight.
Right back at it again tonight, man. And that's one of the things.
Couldn't beat the top Eastern Conference team. Let's see if you can beat the top Western Conference team.
Who was waiting for you?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's
past Shay at the club last night. Hey, what's up, Shay?
That's
not true at all.
Where we go on Mondays?
Home.
Anybody know? Anybody know where we go on Mondays?
Didn't we try to take someone out on a Monday? What, Ty Dolla $ign? Wasn't Ty like on where are we going? It was like a Monday or Tuesday.
You guys went to Korean barbecue, didn't you?
Yeah, we went to Korean barbecue.
But he wanted to go out.
Yeah. And then I hit my people over at Tiger, and they're like, man, we closed on. We don't open until Wednesday.
Where was it Dive Bar?
We ended up going to Dive Bar, yeah.
Did
you go with him?
No.
Oh.
No.
I didn't go with him.
I did not.
You said we. That's what I said.
No, well, no, like he wanted us to go. That's not my job. That's Complex's job. I don't get paid enough to entertain.
I doubt Complex went too.
Complex definitely didn't go. Complex called Oasis. Oasis said, yeah, pull up. And Ty Dolla $ign played his album that never got released at Dive Bar.
And he had some hit on that.
He had some, man, he over here wasting time with Kanye West when he got this Fire album just tucked away on his thumbnail drive.
I remember that night too, because people started to circulate like on social media. Hey, Ty Dolla $ign's at Dive Bar, and then like people kind of showed up and put it on their stories and stuff. It was crazy, but there was nowhere to go last night. After Manzito's wasn't even outside last night after that game. But one of the things that is still here,
Manzito's was like, no one gets tacos. We're going home. This is a non-taco worthy performance.
The thing about it is, unfortunately, I got to keep saying this, but the things that are in front of them, and what I talked about yesterday specifically was, trying to win one of these two. You still got an opportunity. It's a tall task.
Yeah.
But you still got a chance. You know what I mean? And it just depends on their mindset, like how they're gonna go about it. Are they talking about we still got an opportunity and still having faith in themselves as a team, or do they lack belief in themselves at this point? And that's a huge part of what's going to happen for this team in the next 10 games or so. Well, they got 10 games left.
What's the record now? 35 and 36. That's 11. I think that's 11 games left.
11 games. After tonight, they got 10. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. We'll talk about it. There's probably a lengthier conversation. Zach LaVine was asked about the vibe of the locker room last night, and he's like, it's bad, and rightfully so. Okay, I hear you. It's probably a grander discussion to have right there. Wes Wilcox is leaving.
Oh no.
We'll talk about that as well. Mike Bibby is back. Hey!
Mike Bibby's home, baby.
We'll talk about that as well. We're thrilled that you're here with us. We're going to get through this together. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I haven't been here. I heard this is popping, though. I heard this goes up. I don't know if I'm going to get to this. Motown Mondays.
Motown Mondays is pretty fire.
I ain't been there yet, though.
You guys catch Cena at all?
No.
I watched it this morning. It was
How
better.
was it? It was better.
It was a lot better.
Okay.
It's like the same subject type stuff, but he's less goofy.
Okay. I like there was stuff that I liked. I just like visually, like him walking away. Like I like it.
Remember that one time LeBron called us all broke? Yeah, Cena's kind of leaning into that, I think, with the fans a little bit.
Okay.
Cena
not calling him broke, but just dissing him the whole time.
Cena's got work to do for me to get me on board. I don't like
you're tough, man.
I don't like the premise of this. Like, what are you mad at the fans for? They've cheered you for the past 5 years.
Low key get it. Like the second promo it makes more sense. The second promo.
Okay. All right.
You've just gone full fledged with the hat jewelry, by the way, huh?
Mm-hmm. I saw that.
It's 2025. You know what I mean? Spruce it up a little bit. Spruce it up.
New year, new Kenny.
Stan, the man, shut the hell up. I'm not in the mood today. So, I know that's a damn hill, but it doesn't make sense for him specifically.
Why are you yelling at Stan?
He said the wrong thing at the wrong time.
Man, Stan ain't bothered nobody. Hey, some of the Instagram pictures are coming out weird.
I know. I was trying to fix that with Leasing. And I don't have an answer.
Why Jason Tatum looks so stretched? Because it doesn't look like.
No, where's my flag? Not on this show, pal.
Wait, hold up. What was wrong with what I said?
Kyle Madsen heard it too. No, all the refs heard it. Yeah.
Why does Jason Tatum look so stretched?
Yo, why you say it again?
Yo,
yeah, no,
real?
look at the chatty house. Look at the chatty house. Look at the chatty house. Don't do that. Yeah.
Is stretch some code for some shit? Is that
is it? Jeez. Ha ha ha. Flag. LMAO. Pause. Look at it. They all got you.
I guess I'm not hip to that word.
Hey.
What the fuck does that word mean?
It means stretched.
Damn.
Stretching stuff out.
Sometimes father time comes for us all in this league.
Okay.
Can't just sit in the pocket anymore, pal. You gotta be able to get out the pocket now.
I don't even. Hey, stretch. Fuck all of you. I don't give a fuck. I've never even heard that term before. How about this? Fix the fucking picture. How about that? You talk about saying the wrong thing at the wrong fucking time. Fix the goddamn picture then. Fuck are we talking about?
Oh This is a nice little spring summer preview today. We looked at the weather. Some rain in next week. It's not cool, but it's a little preview.
It was hot as hell yesterday.
It was pretty warm. Mm-hmm. And per that picture, I mean, that's just Tatum. That's why he's great. He's like a real life Stretch Armstrong. That's why he can do that.
We'll open up the phone lines here for you. The Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. If you want to get in on the conversation. Kings losers now of 7 of 9. We mentioned the Tatum ankle sprain. I didn't see an update today. Do we have one on that?
I saw he didn't have a walking boot or anything like that after the game, so I'd imagine he's just not going to be out for too long.
I mean, and it's really
the fact that he took the free throws, I think.
Well,
yeah, and
the fact that they don't have to do anything with him.
Right.
Like he can, like they're not moving. They're not going up. They're not going to 3. You can be as cautious as you want to with Jason Tatum.
Yeah. There was a little
go ahead.
There was a little Aiden O'Connell going on there. It was a little bit. I mean, I'm seeing him, I'm like, oh no.
Yeah.
You know, and they go to timeout and everything, and it's like, oh no. Yeah. And then, you know, they come out of the huddle, they pick him up, he's walking gingerly, like, all right, welcome to the locker room. And I just like turn my head, do some other stuff. And then they come back, and Jason Tatum will be at the line for a 2 chances to make 1. I said, Jason Tatum.
Juju Watkins' knees got ripped up into 47 pieces last night, and she still didn't react as dramatically as Jason Tatum did.
He didn't play, you know, and he left right after that. So I'm not saying, but the way he was behaving, I thought, yo, it's crazy right now. This is terrible. All right, are you able to walk?
God,
and go
what have we done? What have we done?
You're able to go out there and shoot the free throw. All right, man.
I'll take that from
and he walked off the court.
I'll take that from a top 5 player.
That's my man's. You know, it ain't shade. I'm just saying that when I see a little Aiden O'Connell, I got to call a little Aiden O'Connell.
We didn't throw an air cast on him. He left.
Just
at least he didn't leave in a wheelchair.
Yeah, and win a title after. Don't take shots over here, brother.
All right. I'm glad it's nothing too crazy with Tatum. I guess stick with ankle injuries. How you think your boy looked last night? 16 and 17 for Domantas Sabonis. 1 assist. Kind of a weird number for him, but 16 and 17, 10 shots. I mean, I don't know. I'll say this. He looked good to me. I mean, he looked good out there.
He was making a point in the beginning of the game, I feel like, just to get people going. And it felt like he was making an emphasis, like, we need this. Like, we need this game and all. Like he was active, but.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he looked good, man. I love the toughness of him, you know, getting out there. I'm sure he's not 100%. He didn't look hampered at all out there, but I'm like I said, I'm sure he's not 100%. But you know, he was out there. He gave his all. He was doing what he could to kind of change the energy and give his team a chance to win. Unfortunately, last night it just wasn't enough. But I thought he looked okay. He looked good enough for me where he should be playing tonight. And I'm once again, I'm not even saying that as get out there. I'm like, I didn't see him hampered where you would be cautious in putting him out there tonight.
If he's healthy, you got to be out there. Like, you're still trying to make the plane. It is what it is. Like, if you're healthy and you can practice with us, we need you out there.
Yeah, I mean, hey, salute. Like, I mean, I'm always going to bitch and complain about him not shooting more. I feel like there's so much more he can do, but I'm a hater when I say it. When James says it, it's, oh, that's perfectly rational. When I say it, I'm an ass. But I mean, we didn't think he was coming back for like 4 more games. So the fact that he's out there is, that's pretty impressive. I mean, that ankle roll looked brutal. I also think it's probably a testament to the work that he puts in. You know, we hear a lot. We see it too. You get to the arena early enough, you see how hard Domantas Sabonis works before games, and that's just what we see out there on the floor. There's no telling what he does behind, closed doors at practices and all of that. But yeah, that's probably a testament to all of the the prehab work that he does, and probably the rehab work after the injury as well. So salute to him. 10 shots. I mean, Zach LaVine shoots 10 times. The goddamn fan base explodes. Domas shoots 10 times. It's like, oh, he's just playing.
Have we accepted that from Domas though?
No, have we? Like collectively? No, we haven't.
Well, I get
Some of you hoes have.
I get it, but like he's just not that guy.
Yeah, he's not. And
I
and
feel like we've accepted that.
Now, okay, that's the question.
Yeah.
Have you just been willing to accept? Like, Domas is a $40 million role player who's really good, who could be an upper. I mean, he's. Is there a such thing as an all-NBA role player?
Draymond Green.
Goddamn. Well,
why did you do that,
man?
Why did you do that,
man?
That's what it is.
Well,
do we have?
Don't wait for me to say anything.
Years worth of apologies.
What am I supposed to say? Man, make a point. Man makes a point. We're gonna keep moving.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna get mad at Domas for not taking 15 to 20 shots because Domas is not gonna take 15 to 20 shots. Like you just know that that's not him. And yeah, it's tough. It's a $40 million fourth option.
Yeah, I mean, and I completely understand and agree with D'Lo, especially at this point in time with no Fox and all this other stuff, where you need him to take more shots, like be around 15 to 17 shots a night. I mean, there's 3 or 4 catch and shoot jump shots.
And I'm not trying. Okay, I realize sometimes this comes across as a joke. I'm being serious. Like Zach LaVine shot 10 times and everybody got upset.
Yeah,
I don't know why everyone is fine with this. I've never ever understood this.
Well, because everybody. I shouldn't say everybody. I gotta watch myself. A lot of people just don't like Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan.
Okay,
and whatever they do.
Then I demand that every conversation starts with, okay, I don't like DeMar DeRozan, and then you have the discussion. And then that's be fine. At least I know. I do it. Hey, I don't like Drake. Here's the discussion. Like I have to preface that. Stop dancing around these phony basketball analysis when you just don't like the individual. I like Domantas Sabonis a lot. I just don't understand why no one says it. For 4 straight games, people bitched about Zach LaVine not shooting. And now you got Brody returning. He's 6 of 10. He's a lot like Zach LaVine in that he very rarely takes bad shots.
Right.
He's a constant 60% shooter, and no one says anything.
Right. I think the difference between two, like that's Zach's game though. Zach, like you need to get the shots in order for you to be most effective. I feel like Zach's got to go get buckets for him to be like Zach LaVine.
This team is 35 and 36. Maybe they'd be more effective if Domantas Sabonis did it.
That's just what I was about to say. Like at some point,
I think there's a different conversation to have then because Domas is not that guy though, and maybe it's just.
But here's the other thing, and this
what's the word? What is the freaking word I keep forgetting? And the after the season, clarity.
Yes.
Yeah. There should be a lot of people seeking clarity at the end of this season.
Well, the thing about it, and the reason why you don't have to put a caveat out there is because you say the same thing for everybody. If Zach LaVine shoots 7 times, you say that's unacceptable. If Domantas Sabonis shoots 10 times, you say that's unacceptable.
I will say this though, or go ahead, Casey. I got you.
No, I was just gonna say like, I like Sabonis. I love Sabonis, but people talk about Zach LaVine and oh yeah, he making $40 million, and it don't get you no wins. We staring at 2 straight years of Sabonis making X amount of dollars, and we ain't even in the play-in. That's not always the front office. If it's not the front office fault and everybody else's fault for Zach LaVine, then it can't be everybody else's fault when it happens to Domantas Sabonis.
Mhm.
Like hold him to the same standard that you hold these other guys, or back up off these guys and back up off Sabonis.
Sabonis is making 40.5 million this year, 43.6 next season, 46.7 the year after that, and the final year 49.9, about 50 million.
Quick note to Domas's agent: the whole damn league might be seeking clarity on that contract. So I'd be careful before you puff your chest out.
For what he's getting paid is not good enough. You get paid like a top player at your position, and you got to be that. That's what the game is.
Here's the thing: the Kings aren't better than the Celtics. Domas, what I say, 6 of 10. Domas shoots 20 times. I don't think the game is that different. We outlined like the thought of beating the Boston Celtics a second time without a full roster. I mean, you snuck one in there. Like, good for you. Salute. Right. That's a good win. Never apologize for those. The thought that they're not aware of that entering the Golden One Center, like, hey, they ain't gonna get us again. How did they beat us? Well, I think we made like 11 threes in that one. I think it was 18-11. I heard Mark say last night. It was 19-8 last night. They just completely flipped the script on them.
Right. I think James had it. They scored. What was it, 27 more points from beyond the arc?
Yeah, we have the numbers in here. So 57-24. So what's that? 37. That's
tough.
Yeah, like I don't know how Domas shooting 10 more times isn't going to combat that. But I'm talking about how regular is that? That's my point. And it just, I think it's glaring because so many Kings fans do hate Zach LaVine. And it's like, oh, Zach LaVine's a ball hog. And then all of a sudden he doesn't shoot, but he's shooting 70%. You're like, well, why isn't he shooting? Y'all beat his ass when he shot too much.
Right.
What you want him to do?
Chris in the chat says, man, we hating Domas now. This season sucks. We're not hating Domas, at least and I don't think Damien is, but I know for me,
been accused.
My gripe with the whole thing, one thing I've learned, I'm not really that much into zodiac stuff, but my own sign, like, it makes sense. It makes sense the way I move about life. It does make sense. And one of the things about a Cancer is you get stuck sometimes.
The sign, not the disease.
Yes. The crab, the 6'9". That's the sign. It's 6'9". What are we talking about? What are we talking? I'm talking about the sign. I'm talking about the sign.
I'm just minding my business.
I'm talking about the sign.
I'm just minding my business. This man over here talking about 6'9". I say stretch during the commercial.
Oh, yours is still worse, dude. Yours is still worse.
So one of the things that I guess we get caught up on is things being fair. And if something isn't fair, they're like, no, hold on, that's not okay. That's not fair.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm talking about when I talk about the Sabonis stuff. I love Sabonis. I think he's perfectly fine. I like Zach LaVine as a basketball player, but people will look at Zach LaVine not shooting, making $40 million a year, not leading the Bulls anywhere, and talk about how he's an albatross of a contract and there's somebody that you would never, ever want to trade for. But Sabonis has the same resume damn near, and he's lauded for being this great winner and great player. What the hell has he won?
Domas don't they don't even get paid the same annual averages. Like Domas makes 46.5 per year. If you do the averages, that's the same as right next to Kevin Durant, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Damian Lillard, Luka Doncic, Trae Young is right there. Tyrese Halliburton, he gets paid with those guys. He needs to be at the forefront of all this.
And all
Tyrese, you having a down year.
And all I'm saying,
that's a Legends clip if y'all haven't seen it.
I'm not. Oh, I heard somebody mention that earlier. That's what it's from.
That's what it was. Like, oh, you having a down year, bro.
I gotta check Legends. But it's not to crap on Domas. For me personally, it's back up off these other guys. If you're gonna show grace for Domas, show grace for these other guys because they deserve it just like Domas does. And like I said, if you want to blame the front office, Wes Wilcox, the coaching, the owners, and all this other stuff for Domas not being able to lead his team to victory, have the same energy for a guy like Zach LaVine or all these other guys that you talk about are albatross of contracts because the resumes line up the same way. And that's all I say about it.
The way I see it, none of these guys are playing up to the standard that they can. I think it's less about giving these guys grace or whatever. And like, no one's playing up to their standard. LaVine's not taking enough. I don't know. I don't have that answer, but LaVine's not taking enough shots. Sabonis should be more on this team than what he is. I don't get how DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine took over this team already.
Yeah.
Like, no one is playing up to their standard. It's not about giving guys grace. And nobody here is doing their job.
How many times do you think Domantas Sabonis has shot more than 15 times
this year?
Yeah.
7 times.
You want in?
Well,
how many times has Domantas Sabonis shot more than 15 times?
I'll go Sam's kidding. I'll go 8 though.
He has shot more than 15 times. 15 times. One of them he shot 16 times in a double overtime game. The other one he shot 16 times in an overtime game. He has shot 16 times, 5 times, 17 times twice, 18 times twice, 19 times 3 times, 20 times once, 21 once, 22 once. The funny thing about the 22, he was 8 of 22, and it was in the game we just referenced, the game that the Kings quit against Indiana on their home floor. He was 8 of 22 in 31 minutes in that game. Probably shooting because everyone else on the floor had quit.
Oh, you can't do that. You can't shoot when other people are not shooting.
22 times, lost. 21 times, lost. 20 times, lost. 19 times, lost. Maybe that's why he's not shooting. The more he shoots, the more they lose.
Maybe, but they're not winning.
But I'm looking at those numbers, and they're not his fault.
Oh yeah,
11 and 19 in those games.
And when you don't shoot, it hasn't always resulted in winning. You know what I'm saying? So,
what's the least amount of field goals he's taken?
It all kind of just ties back to the fact that this front office is built around 2 franchise guys that part aren't franchise.
Yeah, I mean I think that's
because once you go wrong there and you realize you went wrong, then you're grasping for straws and you end up with Zach LaVine or hoping DeMar DeRozan come in this offseason and shake things up.
I think that's definitely fair to say.
Did he roll his ankle in the Memphis game?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But and sometimes you gotta one of the things for some of these players is you got to go for what the game, the situation, what the team needs. And Domas probably doesn't want to shoot, 15 to 20 times, but they need his offense. They need him, his aggressiveness, catching that ball 17 feet away. The Porzingis or somebody like that is camped in the paint, not respecting your jump shot. Sometimes you got to pull that, big fella. Sometimes you got to pull that. And I know you'd rather somebody, come off a DHO and do all this other stuff, but sometimes even to open up that DHO, you've got to be willing to take that shot and get that guy, the defender that's guarding you, to come outside of the paint. Sometimes it isn't always about shooting, like, because you've got to get the shot up in that moment. Sometimes you're setting them up. It's like a boxing match. Like you jab to the body, so you open them up for the uppercut or something like that. You've got to be able to set up what you want to do offensively by sometimes just keeping them honest with taking that open jump shot or something like that.
Yeah. Yes, single-digit shot attempts 9 times. 9 times. Kings have won a lot of those games. And that's a stretch. They're 6-3. That's a bit of a stretch.
And to your original point, like him, we talking about in general, him last night wasn't going to change.
Right. Exactly. Right. But it feels like it feels like another problem this team, I mean, the team has lost 7 of 9. They're loaded with problems.
Mm-hmm.
Like Zach LaVine last night, he scored 8 points in the fourth quarter. 8 of his what did he have? 17? How many did he score last night? Zach LaVine scored 14 points last night. Did I got that right? Zach LaVine scored 14 points last night.
Shots.
8, thank you. 8 of them were in the fourth quarter. The game was over in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I hope my brother's good.
Mm-hmm.
But man, this just isn't like working.
You hope he's good but like also on the court, like it's hurting like his players hurting the Kings. Like he's not getting enough shots still. Like both things could be true.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's another situation where to be one of the best guys, to be, a team leader, you've got to understand what the team needs and what it calls for. Zach LaVine, do you like or want to take contested shots or tough shots? No, probably not, but they need your aggressiveness. If you're aggressive out there, that alone may open it up for others. But they're in a tough.
I wonder what
place
opponents
right
are thinking. Like, he ain't gonna shoot. Contest him a little bit. He ain't gonna shoot.
That could be
like
good.
I genuinely what is the scouting report? Make things a little difficult. Don't give him the perfect shot because he'll make you pay for it. Just stay with him.
I feel like Zach gets his respect, but like because it's Zach LaVine, like this is different than what he's done in his career. I feel like you get your respect because you're Zach LaVine, but during the game, it's like, yo, he's not taking the shots today. We're good. We keep coming into these games like you think, oh, he's gonna break out, like he's gonna get the shots up today, and it's not happening.
It's really not.
And we're expecting it to happen because it's Zach LaVine.
This feels like is it wrong to think this feels like a recent development?
It feels worse.
The last, because like when he got here, it wasn't like, oh man, Zach's not shooting the ball. It feels like within the last couple of weeks, his shot attempts
they've plummeted. He still, I don't think he was necessarily shooting that much before, but they plummeted in recent times.
He had a few games with Chicago where he shot 9 times. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of been his thing. It's kind of been his thing all year.
I was going to ask, I wonder if it's something where it's like maybe it's just taking place more so like since he got back from missing that one game, or if it's just now he's just been doing this.
Yeah.
This stat, you can take I mean, you can do whatever you want with numbers. The Zach LaVine teams are 1-4 when he shoots the ball less than 10 times.
You think we're past trying not to step on toes and stuff like that?
Yeah, we should be past
that. Like whose toes?
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
I'm just saying we're like what 20 games in with this.
Yeah, we're
21 games.
Like, yo, there's 11 games left. You now have to fight off a team that was dead in a coffin with dirt on it. They were the laughing stock of the league.
I'm genuinely
and
asking,
you have to fight them off to earn a playing spot. Do you know how humiliating it will be?
Look, which one? Which one are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about Dallas. I'm not talking about Phoenix.
They
Phoenix
were laughing stock too.
Yeah, but Phoenix had always had the talent. We always knew, like, you've been saying this for weeks. It's still KD. It's still Devin Booker. Brad's out right now, which actually might be helping them, which is crazy. But it might be. You have enough guys. The question with Phoenix was, would they be engaged enough? Dallas was dead. They were cooked. Dallas, feel bad for the Mavericks. They don't even have enough guys to fill the team right now. They're signing G League guys and 10-day guys and all of this other stuff. And here they are at the Knicks tonight, I think. Yeah. I think they got the New York back-to-back.
Yep.
So they're in the Garden tonight while the Mavericks win on the second night of a back-to-back and Oklahoma City wins. The Kings are out. That's what you're looking at.
There's just so much that changed since the trade done. Like before it was Malik's team and Domas's team, and now this is Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan's team. And it's just like the new guys that get here, it's like, all right, now they're all in on, we're gonna get the Kings to the playoffs. Like there's just so much going on, I feel, where it's just kind of like it might be too much for this team.
But yeah, that's what I think about too. I wonder if they've reached their breaking point. I don't go back on what I said about this team being tougher than a $2 steak and all this other stuff. But, you know, in certain respects, everybody does have their breaking point.
Is DeMar DeRozan
reached it?
Like, is DeMar DeRozan thinking about the offseason at all and where he could be playing next season?
All right. Breaking point. DeMar DeRozan.
I feel like things like that, like if anyone's thinking past this year is just not fully focused on, like,
we need to
the
have
Kings, then
an extended conversation on those two subjects, and I need you to elaborate, because what DeMar DeRozan might be worried about is how he's going to sell his home. And Johnny Jennings can make that easy for him. Johnny Jennings and the team at Made for More Realty, they make selling your home easy. They will get DeMar DeRozan or anybody else who wants out of Sacramento. They will get them at least 3 guaranteed cash offers in 72 hours. That's what they do.
Just like that. It's like my girl Elizabeth, right? She decided it was time to sell her home in Sacramento and move to Roseville. So she called Johnny Jennings with the Made for More Realty. Johnny was able to get her a full price offer and help her get a great deal on her Roseville Sun City home.
Elizabeth always loved Roseville.
Trying to get away.
Johnny Jennings will sell your home 27% faster than other homes on the market. They'll sell it for 3% higher purchase price. Ask them about their guaranteed home sale program. Ask them about getting multiple instant cash offers. I don't think DeMar is doing any of this because I don't think he bought a house. And if you play for the Sacramento Kings, your ass probably shouldn't buy a house.
Yeah.
Expect more, get more. Wes Wilcox, if you need to sell your home, expect more, get more with Johnny Jennings and the team at Made for More Realty, California DRE number 01982171. Just Google Made for More Realty today and get more for your home. We'll come back. I guess we're going to examine the psyche of the Sacramento Kings when Dylan and Casey return here on ESPN 1320. Sorry, I glanced over there and saw that. I was like, I should do it right now.
DeMar's doing what's getting him to the Hall of Fame. And, like, you just built a bad team. DeMar's doing nothing different than he has before. Like, this is DeMar DeRozan.
The Big E Casey's still defending DeMar. I mean, it's not, I guess you could say it's about defending DeMar, but it's about how I go about life, right? Like you, Big E, I don't know you. I don't know nothing about you. But the way you go about life, you might talk shit about people that you don't know about, that you don't know nothing about their situation. You don't know nothing about the situation they're in. Like, you don't know nothing about being on a team. I don't know you, so maybe you do, but you may not know nothing about being on a team, being on a basketball court, trying to perform at a high level and all this other stuff. But yeah, you're the loudest one telling somebody they no good or they this and that or they this what they should do. You ain't never been in no goddamn NBA front office that you the main one talking about you should just trade some of that. I don't do that. There are things that I can speak about and I can voice my opinion on, but I'm not going to disrespect the people who do things that I don't know everything about. Number one, I don't do. Like, you don't hear me talk crazy about no players and talk about their this and that or, you know, all this other stuff. We talk about Draymond, but if you listen about what I say about Draymond, never said he's a bad player. Never said that, and never said he doesn't bring things to the table that are championship worthy. You guys may be in a place where you're okay disrespecting these players and disrespecting them. That's not really what I try to do. And I'm not perfect. Maybe sometimes I do it, but I strive not to disrespect these people that are in positions that a lot of us don't even understand. And that's just how I go about it. You may go about it differently, and that's cool, but that's how I go about it. So it's not about defending somebody or anything else like that. I just look at what's going on and I say, hey, this ain't really fair, or this ain't accurate, or I see things a little different. So that's just how I go about life.
I've seen this one a few times too. DeMar's history of winning is horrible. DeMar's history of winning is that he couldn't get past the greatest player of all time. And I'm sorry, like, nobody here should be looking down on anyone's winning.
That's you too, Stephen Brown.
Well, Stephen Brown can't look down on anything, can he? Oh, that's
Damn.
That's a joke. I know Stephen Brown. I know Stephen Brown is 6'5". Hey, you're not gonna be able to see this very well, but yeah, we got action. We got water going in. We got water going in.
Let's go.
Yeah, buddy. Watching that process was crazy this morning. It was crazy. This pool gonna be filling up for the next month.
KC is literally what it is, bro. And you feel like, yeah, DeMar can't win, then you just, all right.
All right, man. We got a lot we got to talk about. Can't wait for this phone call. I got great news for the Kings, by the way, though.
Oh.
Anthony Davis is out tonight versus the Knicks.
Oh, no back-to-backs. Gotcha.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
so keep an eye. I actually didn't even check in to see how AD played. Did anybody catch that?
I didn't.
He was decent. I think he was limited minutes, but I think he.
Yeah, I figured he would be. I actually didn't think he would play tonight,
Mm.
but I went the KC route. I got home. I was mad. I was like, I didn't want to watch any of this crap. And I don't know why. I didn't expect them to beat the Celtics. I think I was just because I left after the Tatum spot.
Uh-huh.
It's like there's one dumbass play. I'm not killing Domas for this, but a 7-point play, a 7-point swing. I'm leaving, man.
He's out of here. Just gone in the pickup truck, the brown pickup truck.
I told my sister, I was like, I'll leave it. I'll stay as long as you want. Nephew, where you going? What's wrong?
Oh, Zach, get out of here.
Let's get TC in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, TC?
Man, what's up with my two brothers, bro?
What's good, man?
Oh, man, just vibing, man. You know, just frustrated with the overall aspect. So it's over, bro, for this situation, right? I'm talking about the DeMar Zach situation, bro. If not both, one of them got to go, dog, period. And it's leaning towards DeRozan, dog, like being defiant within the offense. Like, everybody, like, I'm reading body, like, my eyes is telling me something different, right? I'm watching these dudes' spirit, how they moving. Keon, like, the body language is not together. Zach get up there talking about the vibe is bad. I know they bad, bro, because this is supposed to be your folks, bro, but you irritated with him, too, because he's not playing within the offense, dog. Like, a lot of
TC, before you go on, what's the offense? Tell me what the offense is. Tell me what Doug Christie told you the offense is.
Doug won a bunch of threes. They ain't shooting, right? So as a player, Kenny, that you played on teams, right, too, though, that won't throw you off if a player that's in the starting lineup is not shooting the way that the coach is talking about shooting the shots and being defiant, saying, I'm going to do it my way. You don't think that's going to throw the rest of the team off? You get me? Not saying it's all on DeRozan, but DeRozan.
You are saying it's all on DeRozan. That's literally what you're saying.
I know, but what you're trying to tell me, right, is like DeRozan has nothing to do with it.
No, I'm telling you, you don't know what the offense is. You have no clue. And that's what I'm telling you. I don't know what the offense is. But we speaking in matter of facts, like we know exactly what the offense is that's running, what they're trying to get on every time down court. You don't know. And you're speaking in absolutes. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm saying.
Man.
You don't bring in DeMar DeRozan, who's going to the Hall of Fame, to fit into the offense. That's your first issue. Like, everyone who kept saying when the season was about to start, oh, yeah, DeMar's going to come in, average maybe 15 to 17 and play within the offense. You were out of your mind. That doesn't happen. He's not coming in, DeMar. You're going to completely change how you've played in your career and completely switch that up. No, it was clear DeMar is going to get his. It's not DeMar DeRozan's fault that Monty McNair brought in a bad fit. That's it. You don't bring in DeMar DeRozan, hey, fill in with what we got here because it's been working. You don't do that. That doesn't work.
No, I mean, look, and one of the things about it too, like I said, is I'm not even speaking from a place where I know what the offense is. I'm not in those locker rooms. I'm not in those huddles. I don't know what the objective is, what they're looking for, the first, second, third options are, the counter that they're using. You don't know that. So I can guess, but to come in here definitively, like you know what's going on, that's ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
It's like James Ham says, like you found a square peg for a round hole. Like that's the issue here. It's not DeMar DeRozan. The issue is you got a guy who doesn't fit. That's the front office.
TC brought up a good point prior to Kenny yelling at him. Doug wants to shoot a lot of threes. He's been clear about that, adamant about that. Post-game press conferences, practices, media availability. Like, Doug will tell you that.
Mhm.
They shot 24 last night, and it feels like they're regularly well short of the number that Doug wants them to get to. And I think if I was standing in front of Doug in a non-media scrum setting, I'd ask him, who's taking these threes? Like, you have to put a gun to Keegan's head sometimes to get him to shoot.
And there's only one way Keegan can shoot the basketball. That's the other problem. He can only catch and shoot. He can't do anything off the bounce.
Domas is not shooting more than 2 or 3 a game.
DeMar DeRozan is a career guy who, he does not shoot the 3-ball well.
He's not shooting more than he might be in the Domas category, 2 or 3 a game.
And that's probably a career high.
So how are you getting to this number? I mean, with Malik out, you scratch it. You're not doing it. But like, what you want, Keon? What, 12 a game?
Doug,
like we just. This is what happens when you lose. You just say stuff. All right, we want to shoot 43s a game. Great. Who the F is going to shoot them?
Ideally, yes, you do want to play like that, but you don't have the guys.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you don't have
the
the
point
guys.
I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
You want a system you're not built for.
Right.
You don't have those guys. Like, can Zach get them up? Sure, but the shot better be perfect. You know, Malik will get at it.
Malik will go off script and do something.
Keegan damn near needs Domas to get him in the right spot for these threes.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been, out for a handful of games, leaving Keegan to fend for himself.
What is the offense, by the way? Are we still trying to run Beam Team 1 offense? Because half of those guys are gone. What is the offense? What are we trying to get back to?
Half? Who's even left from Beam Team? Domas and Keegan?
And Malik.
Malik. Well, Keegan too, right?
Scooter in the chat said, that's crap, Kenny. Keegan has been driving and taking the ball up the court and driving to the basket. Are you not listening? This is why I say you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Are you not listening? I'm talking about getting threes up. Keegan is not the type of player like Tatum to dance with you behind the arc, take 4 or 5 dribbles, stutter step, do all this other stuff, then hit a step back 3. Does that mean he sucks? Does that mean he's no good? No, that's not in his arsenal right now. He's not shown that. It doesn't mean he's bad. We're talking about getting a bunch of threes up. If you got one guy, Sabonis is the same way. He's not going to get it off the bounce either. Zach LaVine won't take a bad shot. So how are you going to get to that number with guys that can't do it off the bounce?
If Keegan is driving to the basket, what does that have to do with Doug asking them to get up threes?
Nothing. Just be saying anything to say it. You just said it. Just be saying anything. Ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
But this is what happens when you're 35 and 36 and your season peaked when you FaceTimed all your friends in San Francisco.
That's literally what it is, bro. Everyone's been grasping for straws.
We destroyed the Kings season by FaceTiming Guru. And these punk ass Warriors people are getting the last laugh.
Everyone's been grasping for solutions that aren't there.
That aren't real. Like it's the lady on the plane. You're not real. None of this is real. All of
that team is not real.
No.
Starting Malik Monk,
no, that
believe it or not, did not fix anything.
No, it didn't. Starting Keon Ellis against the Boston Celtics didn't fix anything.
We wanted Malik to start. That didn't work for us. You guys wanted Keon. That's not working.
Everyone thinks what they're not doing is what's going to work. Bench Zach LaVine. Fine. That's going to make it better. So you're going to start Keon Ellis? Okay. That's not going to present any problems. That's what people think.
He started the last 2 games, didn't he?
Bench DeMar DeRozan. Who, Keon Ellis?
Yeah.
Yeah, they won both of them, right? Oh. Because Keon's, you know why? It's because Malik's out. You have to bench Zach LaVine or DeMar DeRozan or it doesn't count.
Bryce has got it right here. The Sacramento Kings are just not good enough.
There it is.
They're not good enough. This team is not good. They're bad. They stink. They're not winning a playoff series. None of it. They're not good enough.
We all misjudged what they were when they signed. One, I don't think any of us expected this level of regression. I don't think any of us expected a coup d'etat on the head coach. And I don't think any of us.
Is in bump too?
No, it's when you overthrow the government. I don't think anybody.
Cool.
Yeah,
I didn't hear the whole. I don't think I've ever heard the whole thing.
A coup d'etat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I've never heard.
No, okay, I'm sorry. A coup. Like I don't think any of us expected
I've learned
that.
some today.
I got you. You're a history major. Throw that in there. Work that into your next history lecture. None of us expected that either. And then the De'Aaron stuff to follow.
We were wrong as hell about this team.
Hell yeah,
we were.
That's
what you know what?
I was leading the charge.
I don't care. Yeah, because none of y'all hoes tell me when I'm right. So yeah, I ain't gonna phase me.
I was leading the charge. What I say? The floor is 52.
Yeah, I had them at 48 to 50. We were wrong about this team. They're not good. This is a bad basketball team put together by people who don't make great decisions.
So,
and one of them's headed to the University of Utah.
Oh, okay for the youth.
Goodbye, Wes. We hardly knew you. Now you only have to fire one guy this offseason.
Yeah, and
Monty's going to take a job as the general manager of the Long Beach Marauders or whatever. I don't know.
They're the 49ers.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Oh, man. All right. Do that too then. Securing the 12th pick. You better fire Doug too. Doug's not getting fired. Doug doesn't have a job. You don't have to fire a guy who doesn't have a job. He's the interim head coach.
And look, part of me, I just kind of want everybody in the front office to be fired so people can stop bringing this up. Like, please get rid of them. I'm sick of hearing that. And when they can't make free throws and can't make threes after that, we're gonna blame Vivek. But please, the front office thing.
No,
I'm
stop. Stop. You've been in a mood all day. They're not going to blame Vivek. They're going to blame Anjali. Have you not been paying attention?
My bad. Matino will be back.
And they haven't. They apparently these investigative reporters haven't learned that Anjali and Jeremy Lamb have broken up, and they broke up before that article came out. They haven't figured that out yet. So maybe Jeremy Lamb is making the goddamn decisions. Next on the New York Times. Daniel, it's up to you.
Save us.
Fix it, Daniel.
Save us.
Dude, you got me all worked up, man. My Oakland A's are playing in a AAA stadium. Brock Purdy's going to get traded. They're not going to sign him. And the Kings are where they usually are, man. The Kings are where they've been my entire life, dude. Dude, why do you bring in DeMar DeRozan? He's the mid-range king. And yet you as the coach and the previous coach want you to take more threes. Why do you have him on this team?
Because the previous coach, Daniel, the previous coach rejected 2 other trade proposals.
So what's going on with the team then?
Listen to your coach.
I'm sorry.
You listen to the coach.
Real quick. Why is Brock Purdy getting traded?
No.
Okay.
Daniel's a sports fan that's going through it.
That's it. Daniel sounds like a Kyle Madsen text.
John Lynch, get that contract done. Daniel needs it.
Yeah, Daniel's going through it.
They had a proposal. A media guy, I think it was a New York media guy, said they should trade Brock Purdy to the Giants for 3 first-round picks.
Okay. All right.
Oh, man.
Our guys are securing in here. Fox and Mike were the problem, though. Fox quit, right? I'm not even worried about that. Look at
I don't think
Mike
Fox quit.
Yeah, no, but I'm not worried about that. Mike was a problem. It's clear. Mike was a problem. All right. So is the front office. So are the players on this team. It's not it's his fault. It's his fault. It's his fault. No, this whole organization has issues that they need to honestly just kind of start fresh again.
There damn near ain't nobody right in this situation.
Exactly.
There ain't nobody right. And everybody wants that's also my whole thing. Everybody want to pin it on one thing. And there ain't nobody right.
There's no department. Will it be the front office or the players where you're like, all right, we're good now. Got the fix.
Let's go down the list. Vivek, we'll start at the top. he created this nonsense with guys like Wes Wilcox and Monty McNair still being there. And then having shadowy figures around. I mean, it's not Jeremy Lamb like everybody's making it out to be, but Vadi's still around for some reason. Before that, Joe Dumars was
on
around.
road trips.
Yeah, like that is a problem. That's not okay. Let's move down to the front office. They, regardless of understanding why they didn't do this and that and this and that, the bottom line is things didn't get done. That's the bottom line. Just says all the time, and he's right. It's a bottom line business. I can understand all you want. I could even agree with, hey, like, let's not trade Keegan Murray. That's cool. I was wrong. They were wrong. We're not better for it. So that's the bottom line of that. Mike Brown was an issue. People talking about why is DeMar DeRozan here? Because that's when they finally went down the list, they finally found someone they all can agree on. That's one of the reasons why DeMar DeRozan is here.
Well, we don't know that for sure.
Well, we don't know. We don't know
we
that for
think
sure.
so. We don't know that
Right.
for sure.
But there were others that Coach
It
Brown
sure
said,
were.
no,
Yep.
I'm not cool with that.
Yep.
So there's that aspect. Then you get down to the players. No leadership. De'Aaron Fox wasn't a leader. DeMar DeRozan hasn't been able to he's maybe overstepped his bounds. Zach LaVine isn't shooting the ball nearly enough and being the player that he could be. Domantas Sabonis isn't shooting the ball nearly enough into being the player that he could be. Then you look at the roster. The roster was unbalanced and didn't have anything coming off the bench for I don't know how long. We're depending on Mason Jones, Isaac Jones. Devin Carter couldn't play. No fault of his own. He had surgery, but the front office picked him.
Yep.
So I keep count. I think we went about 5 things there.
Franchise player was throwing out ultimatums for a coach that was 13 and 18 and lost half the locker room.
Those ultimatums were being thrown out, though, during the summer.
Even still, it was still a problem. We fired him. He's like, yeah, I don't want to be here.
A team that fell short last year, by the way.
Exactly. This whole thing is a mess.
Not that I wasn't advocating for Mike to be back, because I most definitely was. I felt Mike Brown should be here.
And that's also the other thing. When we talk about this, I've said it a number of different times. I agreed. I was wrong. I wouldn't have traded Keegan Murray for Siakam or OG as well. If I was in the front office, I'd have been like, nah, man, I don't think I want to make that move for those guys, especially if they're not going to resign here. The end result is, man, Keegan probably isn't where we hoped he would be, and we're worse as a team. My job might be messed up, but nobody else wanted to. No, everybody else was on that same path.
Yeah.
Talking about, no, don't trade Keegan for these guys. He was on the same path. But now you know every damn thing. You was wrong just like them. The only difference is I'm here saying I was wrong. There's nothing wrong with that.
916-909-1320, Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Go ahead, call.
Holla.
But that's your frustrations.
My father saying Jesse acting mad like us, like it's Celtics. Hey, hold on. I watch the Kings a whole lot more than I get to watch the Celtics, bro. I don't get to come talk Celtics for 4 hours.
Jesse with that Drake when KD went down. Oh, man.
I'd rather come talk about a team that's actually doing good rather than dysfunction. I don't get to come talk Celtics. I watch the Kings a hell of a whole lot more than that team.
What?
And R. Jonesy says, we ain't getting or who said it right? I just saw it. Said we ain't getting paid millions to be right. You're also not losing your job if you're wrong. So it's easy for you to come in here and say, this is what you should do, this is what you should do, with no ramifications. That's easy. I'm not even saying it's hard to be able to do this with getting millions. That's why you get compensated for it. But you're wrong, you lose your job. You're wrong in the chatty house, you just come another day and you do whatever you have to do the next day and tell the next person they're wrong. That's it. And I'm not even saying my job is hard. All I'm saying is, I was wrong. I was wrong. Thought they was going to win 52 games. I was wrong about that. Didn't want to trade Keegan. Might have been wrong about that too. And I only say might because I still think Keegan is a good ball player. But, I mean, we don't have Siakam or OG.
The tough part about one of the many tough aspects about firing Mike, because there are players in the locker room who didn't like him or his coaching style or technique or whatever. You better really trust those players. All of them.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't one of them. We know of 3. I think everybody knows of two. The third one might actually surprise you a little bit. That's why I've never said the third one. I don't know if anyone has, but the other two aren't going to surprise anyone. Those two might not be here. It's always been one of my frustrations with the Kings, and like I don't know. It's hard to not look at Vivek in this situation where they don't. Hey, A, B, C, and D. They don't, or A, B, and C. They don't like Mike. I think it's creating a bad locker room. We've lost 5 in a row. I think we're going to make this move. And maybe he did. Maybe in between running routes on the beach, he said, so you confident in those 3 individuals and their future with this franchise? You're more confident in those 3 individuals than you are in Mike Brown's. Because if that answer is not yes, get out of my face and don't call me about this again. And I don't know that conversation was ever had, but it's going to create some interesting dialogue this offseason. Let's get, who would you say? It's Titus?
Yeah.
Let's get Titus in here, 916-909-1320. What's up, Titus?
Hey, man, what's up? How y'all doing?
We good, man. What's up, man?
Hey, look, so this my thing, and I want y'all to really figure this out. Are we like Dallas Cowboy fans? Because I'm just as delusional as y'all. Because every time I think we got something going on. Now with KC, though, everybody that you sit up there and said, okay, I was wrong. Titus was calling in complaining about him over and over and over. But either way, I still was delusional. I thought we was going to get 52. I thought we was going to do so every time. And the last thing I want to say that make it like Cowboys, because I think it's the ownership. And then you got to think it's 20-something years since we've been good. We only had our little run with C-Web and them. So we got delusional. Man, it's hurt me as a fan, bruh. My mama is, but I'm gone, man. That's all I can.
Hey, we appreciate the Titus, man. I always like hearing from my man Titus, man.
Absolutely.
Am I wrong for thinking that like the front office thing is a bit of a cop out a lot of the times?
No.
Like I'll even use like the Dallas Cowboys. Like we get our jokes off about Jerry.
Well, can we address that part first? All fan base, we're all delusional. Every single. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's the Cowboy. It doesn't matter if it's the Oklahoma City Thunder. Like, no matter how good or how bad you are, we're always delusional.
Right.
So don't worry about that, Titus. You good.
And like you can look at Jerry for not signing Derrick Henry or something like that, right? Like I get that. But a lot of the times, like Dak Prescott still can't throw interceptions against the Packers in the playoff game. Like to a certain degree, the ownership, the front office, they do what they can, and then it's completely out of their hands. And the outcome of these games are within the grasp of these players. And I just think when things go wrong, it gets pinned. It's just an easy cop out to say the ownership. Because we went over it the other day. Like a lot of these owners are bad people and bad at their job. A lot of them. Like somebody, Sarver went to the finals. He's awful. He's an awful human being, and he didn't ever really show to be a great owner of a basketball team. But they had the players that executed, handled business on the floor, and were able to be successful. James Dolan is still who he is as an owner, but he's got players on the court who are executing.
But is that owner or front office? Is that the same thing? Because I'm sorry, that's my. When you said front office, I immediately thought the general manager and certainly the owner's a part of the front office, but I think I might have misunderstood what you said.
Yeah, but I mean, I said ownership, but it's front office too, and it plays a role. I just think at the end of the day, like the front office and ownership didn't have nothing to do with letting Kobe White go crazy.
No, I hear you.
You know what I mean? But when they lose, it's because of the front office. It's because of the owner. It starts at the top. All right, man. Like these guys are pros. These guys are talented. Like, keep a guy in front of you.
Will brings up a great point. Unless it's DeMar, then it's the front office's fault.
You built a team no one can believe in. How many times have me and Dame talking? This team has no future. Like, that's where it comes. That's where it's the front office. You can't even build a team that can make the mistakes in the playoffs.
So you're right. That's
But Vic, like he's at the top of all this too. You hired two guys from the same interview process. Vlade Divac still hangs around.
But you're right. You're right. But
all of this comes from the start of that. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
I'm taking too many breaks between my points.
Big
Need to
King
work on my
got Jesse
communication.
Tappy over here like, hey, why don't you shut the hell up? You're 100% right. But I don't think they should have been this bad this year. Like, we could talk about the future and the way the team is constructed, and you are 1,000% right. You and I are still in lockstep with that. I just don't think they should have been this bad this year.
Who's the sixth seed right now then? The
Warriors.
Warriors. Like, you think this team should be on par with the Warriors?
No.
I mean, but that's also not the team that they came into the season with, and neither did the Warriors.
Well, the front office knew that the franchise player was, hey, I'm not playing for any other coach, and you knew half the team was out on the coach.
So
maybe they should have knew something.
I asked you this yesterday. I think you answered it, but what would you have done?
I said I would have traded Fox and fired Mike Brown.
All right. Now the other thing about ownership and all this other stuff, it worked 2 years ago. The same people in place. It was the same front office structure 2 years ago. Hell, even last year they didn't make the playoffs. They were still 10 games over 500. Like, they weren't a losing team. They had some injuries. They collapsed at the end of the season. It was the same structure. And I only say that to say I think it still comes down to these players on the court. I think that's where the bulk of it gets decided.
That 1 year feels like you lost the keys to the circus. And then you found them.
The keys to the circus.
Yeah, the Kings were the circus before. The Kings were a circus before. All right. And then
what does it matter if you lost the keys?
Because it's closed. It's closed. You look like you're normal now. And then you open it back up. It's like, oh, all the same problems are still here. Nothing changed is the thing. My point. Nothing changed.
So the circus is a problem?
Yeah. It's a bad analogy, but the Kings are a circus. They don't know. We don't always bat
We're going to take.
We don't always bat 1,000.
Jesse's on fire. We're going to take a second to digest this whole losing the keys to the circuit thing. It's circus, and we'll come back. Well, pause. It's dealing with
Pause on Stephen Brown
on ESPN 1320.
Oh, when we talk about these dysfunctional franchises, they're circuses. That's how you refer to them. The Kings just look like they were just always dysfunctional, and they made the playoffs 1 year, an outlier year.
Well, Russell, if you believe this, then nothing will change because they're not leaving. They're not leaving. And then I would ask you, Russell, why do you still follow the team then? If they're that hopeless under that regime, why? Not judging, just asking why do you still even follow? I appreciate you following the team because you tap into D-Lo and KC, but if you think
he follows us because we're fun.
It's facts. Don't go anywhere, Russell. Come back.
Yeah, but like I'm not challenging you either. I'm just asking, like, what? Because like for me, in certain situations, like, oh, I don't need to watch this no more. I'm good. Certain situations like wrestling, I know it's not real, but I'm still entertained by it. I'm just asking, like, why do you still follow if you think it's that hopeless?
I don't think it's that hopeless, by the way. Like you said, Sarver took a team to the finals.
Like it's
just Vivek get it right this one time.
Yeah, people say this stuff all the time. People used to say this stuff about Jed York and the 49ers. I was there. I lived it. And it's like, Jed York, this team will never go anywhere as long as Jed York is the owner. Like, yeah. I'm not saying Vivek will turn the Kings into the Niners or nothing like that, but people just be saying things like that all the time when you really have no idea. And go ahead, put your money where your mouth is. Take the under on every Kings win total game ever. Because if you know so much, you can get rich off that.
If you want change, you don't give them your money either.
I don't have a problem.
I don't think that's the issue. I don't think Vivek needs to sell the team. I don't think that's the fix for the Kings.
I don't have a problem with giving them their money. Like, I mean,
I'm talking. If you want Vivek to sell the team, then you stop giving them your money. That's how, as a fan, if you want to make some change, that's how you do that. Otherwise, it's just talk.
Yeah, I say if you know so damn much, put your money on it. Make money off of it. If you know the Kings are that sorry, go ahead and bet against them every time.
Kenny is not here for your shit today. I'm going to tell you that right now. He ain't here for your shit. He ain't here for my shit. He ain't here for nobody's shit today.
Russ, you standing on it. Salute to you.
No, Aldrin, that's not. I understand what you're saying, but that's not the case. I like basketball. I enjoy basketball. I'm fortunate enough to go to games for free, but if I lived in a place where my favorite team wasn't there, if basketball was there, I'd try to go to basketball. That's just me. I'm not saying you got to feel the same way. Maybe you can only go to a game if you have a rooting interest. I like basketball. I had no rooting interest, and it wasn't free to go to the state championship game, but I like basketball, so I'm gonna go. But that's just me.
Kenny's dying. You good? Oh man, he ain't gonna make it. The Kings have killed
poisoned him this morning.
Kings have killed him. It's finally happened. It's finally happened.
I'm still standing. I'm still strong. I am. Barely. It is disappointing.
I'd say you're standing. I wouldn't say you're strong though.
I would. It is disappointing though. I tweeted it out last night. I'll reiterate it here. Back to back. Disappointing finishes to the season, collapsing down the stretch. That's disappointing, man.
If I ask you right now, do they make the play-in? Just going off vibes and how this team is going, what would you say? Do they get above Dallas or the Suns?
I feel like they're going to make the play-in, yes, but I do not feel great about this team at all. Like,
yesterday felt like one of those. Oh, the sports universe is talking a bit.
I looked at Dallas's schedule. I hadn't looked at Dallas's schedule. I didn't think it was. I thought it was like, I don't need to. It doesn't matter at this point. Like looking at their schedule, Phoenix's schedule, it doesn't matter because you can't evaluate anything looking at the Kings schedule. You don't know how they're going to look. You got Oklahoma City tonight. You got one of the best. No Kings fan is going to be surprised if they lose the game. No Kings fans should be surprised if they win the game. We've been saying this now for a few weeks. You got Portland coming in on Thursday. Don't be surprised if they win. Don't be surprised if they lose. We've got 11 more of these. That's just let's say, Jesse, they get to the play-in. Don't be surprised if they win. Don't be surprised if they lose. There is no, you can't get surprised until they win a playoff series. Because that would shock the hell out of me.
That would absolutely.
That means you won 4-7.
Yeah.
And that I know they've done it. God damn it, it feels like a long time ago at this point.
Yeah.
This feels like a team that's ready to be written off, I think.
I don't
think it's they might win, they might lose. Like they've lost 7 out of 9.
Yeah. I think KC asked this question a week or two ago. And I'm looking at Mark's comment about the Beam team was fun, exciting, young, seemingly had a direction. I don't think Kings fans like this basketball team.
Oh, they hate this team.
And it's not just DeMar and Zach. I think they're frustrated with Keegan because some of them were a little too loud after Keegan Murray's rookie year. And now they've just got to hold on to that and not be wrong. But I think they're frustrated with him because they thought he was going to be a star, or at least a bigger star than he is.
It was supposed to be him, Fox, and Sabonis.
Yeah.
Well, I think they're still indifferent with him. I think I hesitate to say that they hate LaVine or DeRozan because, like we talk about all the time. You go to the games, it's not a lot of hate.
Nah, I don't count what we see at the arena. I think the people we see at the arena are different.
Yeah.
Those are people investing there. Like that's different. It's one thing, and I'm not trying to criticize people who invest their time and their energy and people who look, you know, probably to a detriment to this show. I will not live on social media. I absolutely refuse. I won't. But I know a lot of dialogue around this team. I know a lot of dialogue around subjects takes place on social media. And that's part of what social media is. It's an algorithm that is based on you. Like Norm was having fun with the show a week ago. Now his poor algorithm has been infiltrated with pyramids and like conspiracies surrounding the pyramids. Like you can't search something once, because it's going to wind up in your algorithm and it's going to own you. And that's like when you're, and that's what we talk about with fan bases being delusional. If you tend to take on a positive aspect of the team, you'll find people who are positive about the team and you'll talk about them a certain way. If you tend to take on a negative aspect, and I do think that's what most of social media is. Part of the reason I stopped using it is because I kept finding myself going to it and saying something when it was negative. Like I'm never saying something positive on, so I'm just not, I got to stop using this. Like I'm just as bad as what I hate on this.
Right.
But conversations are there. And that is a huge contingent of fan bases on social media. It's basically a giant chat room for you to talk with other Kings fans who are frustrated or related or whatever the case may be. I never judge the Golden One Center crowds the same way. I always think it's different. They're always there to root for Zach LaVine, to root for DeMar DeRozan, to root for, Buddy Hield when he was here, DeMarcus Cousins when he was here, whatever player fans were frustrated with at the moment, that crowd was always going to be 100% behind them.
Yeah. No, you're probably right with that, man. And I do feel like that there is a large contingency of people who just hate this team.
Yeah.
And I mean, do whatever you feel like you need to do. That's just not really how I go about things. These guys, call it caping, call it defending or whatever. They ain't done nothing to nobody. They go out there and regardless of what people think, they bust their ass every time out there trying to get a win. I can promise you, they want to win more than anybody that's watching the game, watching us two that are talking about it. They want to win more than anybody out there. Doug Christie, I know for a fact, people are telling him, "Yo, you gotta get some sleep, bro. Like you gotta go to sleep." Like he's burning what they say, burning the midnight oil and all this other. Like these guys are putting in work to try and change their fortunes. And the DeRozans, LaVine, Sabonis. We just talked about how Sabonis, probably should have been out 2 weeks and did everything that he needed to do to get back in 5 days to try and change the fortunes of this team. Keon Ellis, Keegan Murray, all these guys, like they're busting their ass trying to change their fortunes, trying to win these games. So, I understand the frustrations that people have, but I look at these guys and they don't want it to be like this. They trying to do something different. And I think a lot of times people, they don't want to hear it, for whatever reason. They don't want to hear it. They're mad and they've grown to hate this team. And that's unfortunate.
You think they hate the roster or the Sacramento Kings? Because I get hating the group of guys because you want the team to win so bad or whatever, because your team's been so bad for so long, I feel. It's out of frustration, I feel almost.
They
like these guys don't, like the fans don't even have who do you rally Malik Monk, I guess, but like they don't even have a guy like a
They
franchise
turned
guy to
on him
rally
last
behind.
week.
Yeah, but
They
I think
turned on him a week
I think
ago.
most
It was
Kings
a
fans still
tweener.
love Malik.
It was a semi.
Yeah,
It wasn't a full.
It was more
heel
like, hey,
turn.
you're my bro, but like, what's going on?
He didn't get thrown through the barber shop window, but it was like, all right.
This is
There
a
was-
hard
it's
team
one
to
of those
get
Maybe you
behind.
threw him out of the Royal Rumble.
Well, it was one of those things where you looked at him from the aisle.
Yeah,
right? You just kind of looked like, and we were all, hey,
what was
hey,
that?
what was that look?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kings
this is-
fans started showing up in black jackets. Like, hey, what's going on here?
This is a tough team to rally behind.
Jesse is trying to keep this show serious, and we're just
Well,
getting our
Jesse's
jokes
pissed
off.
off today.
Jesse is the most angry.
You thought I
Kings
was
fan.
upset today.
Man.
Bro, I gotta come and
Jesse is sick of this. They're making his job not fun. All of this.
But I do think.
Wait a minute. Is Tone in the camp of hating DeMar and Zach LaVine too? I see Tone in here talking about subtract DeRozan and LaVine, and he'll up his stat line to 18 to 20 points per game. He's talking about
Keegan.
I know he's talking about Keegan. I don't believe that line of BS at all.
Yeah, I disagree.
I
with that.
absolutely do not believe that. He is not that player.
He has not shown anything.
He is not that player.
He has not shown anything to make me believe that he can average 18 to 20
I'm
points
trying to
a
look
game.
back at Tone's remarks
And-
to make sure I'm not taking anything out of
And
context.
and he's a cool player. He's a cool player. I say this all the time. I want him on the team more than I don't want him. I don't want him traded or something like that. But I ain't seen nothing in his game that makes me think, in his mentality, makes me think he could average 18 to 20 points per game. He didn't even score 20 points for I don't know how long this year. And that was before LaVine got here. So, like I said, he's a good ball player, but I don't see that way at all. But I do think that, these guys, they just, like I said, Jesse said maybe they don't have nothing to root for, but I don't think they hate everything about this team, man.
Yeah.
They hate the players. They hate the front office.
The way that you talk. I hate the way that you
They,
dress.
they hate on the ownership. You know,
I'm
like
with you though. And I love Tone. Tone is a legend. I do not agree with that take about Keegan Murray at all. Keegan Murray has not. I'm not going to repeat everything you just said. I just think everything you said was 100% right. Manny 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Is it Wednesday? What day is today? Or is it Tuesday?
Yeah.
Today's Tuesday.
So we're gonna get 3 straight days of Manny.
Man, we're a little early.
Can we
today,
make
but
it
we do have-
Wednesday? Yeah, go ahead.
Damn it. Some of the things we don't talk about, right? Like the way they just throw guys together, right? I mean, we've talked about it, but like this whole, like the way Brooklyn did it, Houston, you just throwing 3 guys together thinking that all of a sudden because you got 3 bigs, the big 3, that it could just work out. And we've seen throughout history, especially in the last 15 to 20 years, that doesn't work. If you just put any 3 guys together, like that doesn't work. And you don't think, D'Lo, like some of what they've done, and don't get me wrong, I think some of Keegan's stunt and offense growth is himself and, you know, him maybe just not being the dude, but the way that they've gone about constructing the team the last couple of years and the moves they made, you don't think that stunted his growth at all?
No,
I don't.
A lot of people agree with you, Manny, and
absolutely
feel
do
that
not.
way. I don't feel that way about Zach.
I don't.
Or excuse me, about Keegan Murray.
Yeah, I don't. No. Who stunted Keegan's growth last year?
Dude's just not aggressive.
No, I'm asking. Did someone because DeMar
Keegan
wasn't here
Murray.
last year. Zach LaVine wasn't here last year. Who stunted Keegan Murray's growth last year when everyone said he's gonna emerge to this level of player or this level of player? Who did it last year? Man, we're just getting so selective with how we evaluate these guys.
Well, that's that, or was you bringing in DeMar DeRozan so you can give Keegan time to develop into being that third guy? Once DeMar's out, Keegan will be that guy.
God damn, how much time do you need?
Keegan Murray, to maybe Tone's point, Keegan Murray last April, I'm not going to count how many games this are, but probably about 10 games. When Malik Monk goes down and you needed Keegan Murray to step up. 16.9 points per game. He shot the ball 15.8 times a night. He also had 6.4 rebounds. So maybe that's what they're looking at and saying, if those guys weren't here. Now, mind you, the Kings went 1, 2, 3. They went 3 and 5 in those 8 games, I guess, where Keegan Murray had to shoulder more of the load. That included blowing the 20-point leads against the Knicks and OKC. And I think Phoenix, too. So maybe that's where people look at it and say,
I'm going to say something you're not going to like. So avert your ears.
Earmuffs.
Matt George, I love you to death.
Earmuffs, kids.
Earmuffs. 18.8 points per game, 19.2 points per game, 21.2 points per game. Same draft class. Was emerging as a legit star this year. Who am I referencing?
Jaden.
Yeah, Jaden Ivey, I'd assume.
This isn't the Kings should have done this or the Kings should have done that. It's growth within a player in that draft class taken around the same time. It's there. You can make the argument you want to about how bad Detroit was. That was fine. Is Detroit bad this year?
No, sir.
Because he was part of the first 30 games of that, and he was really good.
He was part of their renaissance.
But the growth is there, is my point. He started at a higher clip on a bad basketball team than Keegan Murray did. Fine. How is the growth still there? At some point, you can't blame DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine, guys who weren't even here last year. At some point, look, I know it's not popular to do in sports media. We did it to start this show. We did it 30 minutes into this show. And I think some of you need to collectively do it right now. Repeat after me. We were all wrong about Keegan Murray. Now let's all try. We were all wrong about Keegan Murray. Doesn't mean Keegan Murray is bad. It means the idea of him being this 20, 21, 22 point per game score, that's not real. Why he can't hit the three anywhere near the way he did his rookie year, I don't know. Maybe it's because he's this elite defender now. All right. Don't talk to me about offense then. Don't talk to me about scoring points. If you took a guy who set the rookie record for made threes and we're like, God damn it, let's make him a Paul George level defender. That's what we're going to do with him. Forget this accelerating as a scorer. Let's make him accelerate as a defender.
Vince.
All right, man. All right. Do that too. There's a place for Keegan Murray on
absolutely
on the Sacramento Kings,
yeah,
on any team in the league.
Yeah.
But adjust your expectations of him. Adjust what you expect him to be. Because as it stands right now, we were wrong.
And I've adjusted maybe my thinking and my expectations for him. I think outside of the first month and a half, Keegan Murray's been fine. I bet you he's not averaging 18 points a game in that time span, but he's been fine. He's adjusted. He's shotting the ball better to the point where it's gotten back to the average or close to it or whatever.
He was really frustrating to start the year. He wasn't taking shots.
Right.
To start the year.
But I look at Keegan Murray and he's at 12, 13.
Yeah, he's constantly taking double-digit shots now.
I think Keegan Murray has been fine for the most, ever since, I forgot what game it was, but I said he needs to be on the table. It was probably around December or something like that. But around that time, ever since then, he's been fine.
He's earned a second contract.
He scored 4 points on January 19th against the Wizards. I don't think that's the game you're talking about.
It might have been.
I don't mean he's under second contract too. Like,
no, it might have been Orlando. He scored 5. They lost that game. That was around the trade deadline. That was February 5th. And he got going. He actually got going after that.
Well, it was even before that, because I remember I put Zach LaVine in the tweet of like trade. It was like be open to trade him for Cam Johnson.
So he scored at the end of December. He scored 5 points and 4 points. That might have been it. And then missed the game against Philly and Memphis.
But it might have even been before that too, because Mike Brown. It was when everything was all bad.
All right, man. It was the offseason. God damn it! I'm trying to figure out when it was, And you just keep going earlier and earlier. It was last January that KC wanted to get rid of him.
The point is,
KC hates Keegan Murray. Put it on a shirt.
Since around then, I think he's been fine. I think he's been fine this year.
Since around when you tried to throw him out of the Sacramento.
Let's say early December. I thought he was fine. He's been fine this year.
Okay.
That's not the but to your point about adjusting your expectations. My expectations are different. I'm not expecting him to score 16, 15 points a game. I'm not looking at, because DeMar is here, it's taken away from shots, or Zach is here, it's taken away from shots. Really, to be honest with everybody, that's probably the reason why they're here, because they were in a crunch last year. They lost Malik Monk, and they looked at like, Keegan can't do this. Like, be a second scorer, be that guy that can give you 25 when Monk is out, or one of these guys. He can't do that. So we got to go get somebody that can do that. If everybody thought that was the case for Keegan Murray, they probably wouldn't have been bringing in DeMar DeRozan. But it's fine. He's still a good ball player. He's still somebody that we need on this team, and brings a lot of value to this team. But like you said, just adjust the expectations.
Tony said, no one said he was better than Ivy. They said he was a better fit. Tony, don't play with me. Tony with an I. Don't play with me.
Hey, there's
don't
a draft.
do that.
There's a draft day reaction video that's kind of aged better, I guess.
Yeah.
There we go. I found it.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, hold on. When was it?
December 1st.
The 1st.
I'm just going to say it.
Oh, Jesus.
I'd move on from Keegan
So
Murray.
so that's funny. That was the next block I was looking at, but I was like, I give up. Like, I've named 3 of them, and Kenny. No, it was earlier than that. No, it wasn't the trade deadline. It was Christmas. No, now it's Thanksgiving. Okay, I've got it. What was your tweet?
I'd move on from Keegan Murray. I'd try to get Cam Johnson, Ingram, or LaVine for him, despite desperate times calls for desperate measures. And it's about as desperate as it gets right now. Jobs are on the line. It's not all his fault, but you got to make a move.
So the Kings had lost 4 in a row. They beat Minnesota on what day did you say you sent that? It was
December 1st.
Okay, so on the 27th, Keegan scored 8 points. On the 29th, Keegan was 1 of 9. He scored 3. And on December 1st, they lost to San Antonio, 127 to 125. Keegan was 4 of 9 with 8 points, and Kenny was sick of him. Get his ass out of here.
Like I said, man, he's been fine since that point. I think around that time, there's no way of finding that, but he was probably still shooting under 30% from 3, because that was pretty.
No, there very much is a way to find out. I'll tell you right now. At that time, that's 21 games into the season. Man, he was shooting 27% from 3. Now, since Kenny's threatening tweet, he has been shooting 36% from 3. And that's like literally that day moving forward. He's shooting 36%.
Probably about 13, 14 points a game or something like that. Since that moment.
Yeah, well, I just closed the tab, pal.
Oh, come on.
No, hang on. 12.3. 12.3 points per game.
But
what is he on? It's got to be what he is on the season. That's exactly what he is on the season. 12.3.
And our guy Tone, he says, yeah, but put Keegan on the opposing team's best offensive player and expect them to score 25 points each night. That's not what anybody's expecting. That's not what I just said. He's doing fine at 12, 13 points a night, shooting 37% from 3.
Can you think of anyone they asked to do that with? Do you want to have that conversation?
Ain't here no more.
Isn't that what y'all were asking De'Aaron to do?
And what was I saying the whole time?
He's the only one being asked to do that.
I said, get him off of the best player. Have him hide in the corner. I ain't asking nobody to do that.
It sucks when this team is bad. We were talking about the grassy knoll a week ago and pyramids and Stonehenge.
And then the Kings
Now
play
we got to
basketball
solve
games.
all this goddamn team's problems.
Fire everybody.
TK,
And here's the thing: they play Oklahoma City tonight. What do we think tomorrow's gonna be? Oh man, I
lower
don't.
your expectations. Might be all right.
So you said something. We don't even have.
Do we have always just want to, because she's a busy woman. We got TK at 2?
If we don't, she ain't tell me we
Okay.
don't.
Just checking. Because yeah, okay.
We got someone else at 2?
No.
Oh.
No, I'll just
You got a surprise guest for us?
no
Butcher Boy.
no FaceTimes on this show.
Butcher Boy's like, y'all gonna FaceTime today? No. I don't want to see your ass. I don't want to see any of you ever again. I don't ever want to see Bonte Hill or Guru. None of them. Still have never seen Matt Nahegan. Don't even know what he looks like.
Go blue though.
Whatever.
Yeah, go blue. Sweet 16.
Over
So
there
my man
playing
Reggie.
in parade number 5.
Best friends with Mitch.
That's so funny.
You got a direct line.
That man called Mitch.
Got a Mitch phone.
On vacation. It's like, you know what? Sorry, honey. I'm trying to imagine being out with the wife going, honey, I'm sorry. I got to call our guy Mitch in New Jersey real
Matt's
quick.
like, I can't escape this guy.
No, I know. No, I know we're in Turks and Caicos and the sun is shining down and I have to call Mitch. Going through withdrawals. We'll come back. Oh, we just got a text.
Yeah, I guess we got to read it when we come back.
We just got a text from Eddie Gonzalez that said, please read this on the air. And hey, my man said read it on the air. We're going to read it on the air. And we'll do that next here on ESPN 1320. Oh, my boy.
Hell
No,
Hell no.
absolutely not. There's no such thing. What do we look like? Danny in San Francisco? Bro, this is a 3-person show. Man, this is great stuff. We're gonna get to this at some point, but man, this is so great about Mike and Sac State.
Man, I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped. This is awesome.
Man, second damn day in a row. You say you don't get headaches, huh?
No, just them sinuses is kicking in. Yeah, and it doesn't. If we find a way to spruce it up and put a nice little second, that's cool too. But it could just be something real simple. Like we can just. Yeah, I got. Okay, I think I'll send you the top, but I already cut up one clip and it's it was kind of about like how did we get here? How do we get to this point? So like I said, I was telling Damien, we'll stay away from game reaction, so to speak. Nah, because like I said, by the time it gets to Friday, they might have played 3 games by then. So we'll stay away from game reactions and like I said, just a lot of general stuff. Right.
Hey, I'm locked out of the ESPN thing again
Uh-huh.
on Instagram. When you have when we go to KSFM, can you go to the profile and get rid of all those fucking Westwood One posts?
Okay, I'm still out too.
You're not in there.
I'll be hollering at Lazy. Lazy's in. Okay. But it happened again.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's like, fuck, man. It's like, it's fine to do it like once, but goddamn, every time I go to open it, like I can't, 'cause I'm not chasing 9 people down to let me into the app.
Right. Oh yeah, come on, man. Oh my God. No, come on.
I know. It's like, all right, we gotta. Huh? No, it's those Westwood One posts that you wouldn't know because you haven't opened Instagram since 1997.
Not since I knew Crystal wanted to date me long term.
I don't even know what this means. I hope it's a good thing though. I'm all for
I'm
it.
lost.
Could be a diss depending on how Jalen feels about Pokemon.
I don't know.
I feel like if KC said it, I said it'd be a diss.
Wait a
Maybe.
minute.
It'd be one of them disses you got to think about though.
You don't even realize it till you get in the car later.
All right, Jalen says it's a fire fit.
Oh,
that's
thanks, man.
I don't know what a Pokemon.
That's funny. Ice knew. I'm gonna need y'all to explain this one to me.
Pokemon gym leaders.
I feel like y'all just using references I don't know nothing about.
Is that like a known thing too? Like the Pokemon gym leader, like yeah, that guy's always dressed in the nines on that show.
I'm learning the meaning of a lot of things.
Yeah, like
today.
I just vouched for it. Like yeah, that's right.
Hey, was today Juvenile's birthday?
I think it might have been yesterday. It's either today or yesterday.
Okay, because it's life after death anniversary too.
It was life after death.
I don't know what's.
I thought it was.
That's you in that big body Benz, huh?
Maybe a thug.
We're gonna find out. No, actually, Juvenile's birthday's tomorrow.
Got you.
Juvenile, so that's perfect.
26. Okay, yeah.
I got March 26th as Juvenile.
I meant to tell you, I'm gonna put you guys on the game a little bit too.
Okay,
put y'all on the game, man.
Oh, exciting.
So you know the move right now, in fashion and shoes and all this other stuff is the dad shoe, the track shoe, right?
Look like
I
a
thought it
Pokemon
was
gym
jewelry.
leader too.
I thought you was going to tell me I had to get jewelry for my shoes.
I mean, like I said, get you a hat. I can point you in the right direction.
No, I see that.
Get
Can
some
you
of the
show it?
stuff.
Can you show the class
it's just
real quick? Do you pick out
that's
like
the wrong
jewelry?
side. Yeah.
You pick out jewelry for your hat. Like you might pick out different earrings today.
Or
Like,
does
oh,
your
I'm gonna put this on the Cubs hat today.
Does your
Yeah, that's
personal
how you do it.
does your personal jeweler make the jewelry for all of your different hats?
No, I don't have a personal jeweler. He doesn't make this. There's a place
You
I
have
went
a
to, and
personal
I got
jeweler. Stop
I
it.
got
You got it?
I got it.
Got a
I was
guy.
like, all right, cool.
You gotta have a
So
personal.
good. Yeah. No, just whatever.
Oh, that's right. You went to the Cartier store. You didn't have to get a personal. I was like, everybody, you got to have one, but you just, if you don't make money to go to the Cartier store, like Jesse knows, Jesse's going through it. You got to have a jeweler put together the perfect ring for you.
Shout out to the Cartier love ring. It's my favorite piece of jewelry. I mean, big ups to the Van Cleef is cool too, but I love the love ring. But
I'm gonna Google that. I'm gonna
what?
tell. Is that a real thing or is that just Cartier?
What?
It's
What's a real thing?
The Cartier love ring. They got Cartier love bracelets, Cartier love ring. Here it is.
The bracelet.
The official. The love collection. Okay.
That's how we had to do it. You know what I'm saying? That's how we had to do it.
Oh, okay. Well, not all of us can do this, but
Stop. Do you want to pull up your backyard again? That what we want to do?
our backyard's nice though.
Don't even have water in it. Leave the guy alone. He's got to pay for the water still.
I just realized that water is going to be running for like 2 days.
That's crazy.
I got to imagine that's going to cost me, isn't it? Like his
Hey,
Rose
Solar's got you.
Like his Rose
Water's
going to
about to
call
get
say,
you.
yo, what the hell are you doing?
Dame's gonna get fined for the drought and all that.
Bruh. It could happen.
Oh
It could happen.
man, but no, shout out to the Cartier Love Collection, man. I
Well,
love
shout out
everything they do.
to my man Keith and Bianca's jewelry because I don't go to Cartier. I go to Bianca's.
Well,
I
shout
go
out
see
Keith
my
and
man
Bianca,
Keith.
yeah.
No, it's Bianca's jewelry, not
Oh,
Keith and
Bianca's
Bianca.
jewelry. Oh man, my bad.
It'll get Keith in trouble. Like,
my bad.
Hey, Keith, I'm gonna have you put something together for me, dog.
The Louis store is right across the street, bro. What are we talking about?
Across the street from what?
From the Cartier store.
How do you know where Louis stores are and their locations?
Yeah, don't do that. It's in Union Square. What are we doing?
Oh, sorry.
I don't.
Yeah.
Everybody go to Union Square.
I go to Roseville Galleria to shop. You go to Union Square?
Shout out Vintage Fair Mall, Modesto. Shout out Arden and Sacramento.
I don't go there.
Well, they don't have a Cartier store out here. At least not that I know.
I
They
don't
have
think
one in
they do.
Roseville?
I don't think they do. No.
You had to make that trek. But with the sneaker fashion and everything, check with me Thursday, kicking it with KC. But the move is the running shoe. You know what I'm saying? Like the Vomeros and New Balances.
Mhm,
That's the
mhm.
move right now. And like I said, this is what your boy do. yeah, I got some Nikes. You know what I'm saying? I got the Nike running shoe. I do what like, yeah. Sometimes you got to go there. You got to do what you got to do. Check this out. Look what I got on today, big dog. He's just killing the game too.
Whoa.
Come on, man. Got the Avia joints. You know what I mean? They fly. You get these. Where you think I got them from?
The Cartier store at Union Square.
Ross.
Lower. I shouldn't say that. I'm not gonna say that.
What's lower than Ross?
Marshalls.
No disrespect. No disrespect to nobody.
Pay
But
less.
no, I was at got them at Walmart.
Okay.
$20.
Okay, cool.
And you can be good for the summer, man. That's official.
I love that.
It's official.
My summer shoe is just them little white Jordan ones that are like the
No.
lows. They're like $50.
So don't say that's the only one. You also got the Prestos that are
No,
very expensive.
No, okay. Yes, those are my favorites. But those are my favorites because they're comfortable.
Well, these I do have the insoles in.
If you make a good product, Kenny will shout you out on the radio.
Yeah, I just think I will, but I also think that's dope. And like the kid, so it all came about because I was a TikTok or Instagram reel, and the kids was like hype. Like they was flooding these Walmarts to go get these shoes. It's like, yo, they got the running shoes for $20 over there. And I was like, damn, they probably do. I went over there. I went to the one over at Delta Shores. Sure enough.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we're gonna pull these up. So sometimes
KC the common man.
Sometimes
Cartier ring and some $20 shoes. It's a good look.
So sometimes you know, to be fly, it's not always about how much you spend. It's about what you do with it and where you find the bargain shop.
Yeah,
You know what
see,
I'm saying?
Sam don't know. Sam says, what the hell is a summer shoe? Yeah, Sam, come on, man. You got to learn. You got to keep up.
I'm with you, Sam.
Summer shoe. Well, okay. Okay, you are 24/7 Air Force One.
Yeah, that's his bag. That's his bag. But also, it's got to be a summer shoe because I don't wear open-toe shoes. So it's going to be a tennis shoe.
You don't wear slides at all?
Right.
Not in public.
Me either.
Slides and socks.
No, man. No.
Not in public. Although if I do get these one pair of slides, yeah, I might.
Y'all are better than me.
No slides inside. It's always some
Socks,
shoes.
huh?
Well, yeah, clean socks. Don't come out with your stinky ass feet.
Well, did you see your boy? They went and found all the videos from your boy from the daily routine, and they was like, "Yo, this guy got beef with socks." And
oh yeah, I saw he put his shoes on, had no socks on.
He never wears socks.
Gross.
Not to work out, nothing.
That was the most obnoxious video I think I've ever seen. But I think Brody got paid off of it, so salute to my
Nah,
man.
he got paid, but I don't even think he maximized because they said it's the Saratoga water, like they saw sales go up like
some crazy
1,500%. I don't think he got a dime off of none of that.
Oh, he's not. He didn't. That
No,
wasn't an endorsement placement. Or
I don't
product
think
placement?
that the way I read it, it wasn't.
Oh, okay.
He still got money because maybe his channel and stuff like that, and subscribers. But Saratoga specifically, I don't know if he got money off.
They
of
said,
that.
why did it take that man an entire minute to walk through the sliding glass door? Then the man jumps in the pool all sloppily, like he can't dive properly. Apparently swims to the other side and just gets out.
They said he jumps in the pool and he was just floating for 4 minutes.
We need D'Lo and KC there in the lives. Like imagine D'Lo has a chocolate chip cookie at 7:30.
It sounds pretty good right now.
KC
AM or
KC
PM?
No, he has a
PM.
chocolate chunk.
Chocolate chunk, yeah, PM.
Yeah.
You
I'd
eat
have
cookies at
chocolate
night,
chunk.
right?
Yeah, that's the
Alright,
shoot.
Yeah. KC takes the shooting gun from Reese at 6:30.
I'm taking the shoot.
We could do that. We could do a
You wake up early enough to do it.
Half the day is just gonna be Ryan yelling.
KC pleads with Brian to stop crying at 2 p.m.
The other half of the day is just gonna be Kenny getting yelled at by somebody.
5:45, the family calls KC by his real name.
Kenneth.
But my baby tough though. She tougher than a $2 steak.
Oh,
She
no doubt.
Took the charge.
No, she
Hey!
better. Yeah. Sounded like Draymond out there calling for the foul. She went to mom for the review. Hey man, shout out to our guy Mike Bibby.
Come on, man. Come on.
Mike Bibby, the new head coach of the Sac State Hornets.
Yes, indeed.
Mike Bibby, who will join us Friday at 1:00.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, Friday at 1:00. Mike
Come
will
on,
be
man.
with us.
I can't wait for that, man. I'm so hyped about this signing. This is shout out to Dr. Luke Wood.
Yep.
Shout out to my man Mark Orr.
Yep.
AD Mark
They
Orr.
got it done.
They are making moves. And this is going to be a hell of a move. I look at what Mike Bibby can do just in recruiting alone.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that I'm speaking in hyperbole right now. I think he can contend in the Big Sky next year.
Absolutely.
When you talk about the transfer portal,
Absolutely.
when you talk about what they may be able to do with NILs and all that, we see Coach Marion got these boys cooking.
Yep.
Got these boys cooking.
Yep.
So I think Mike can come in here and have instant success in that conference. And I can't wait to see it. And it's going to be going into the new pavilion arena, whatever we're calling it over at the Well.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be rocking. I'm being in the building next year. Come on, man.
Germ said I need a sneak peek of Bibby's shoe collection. Boy, I don't even know that cameras are allowed in where Mike's shoes are.
Well, you got to be. You're gonna need a facial recognition
Mm-hmm.
to get there. And I did say yesterday, like I said, I ain't trying to.
Were we together when Al told us the story of Mike's shoes?
I don't think so.
So Al Biancani worked with Mike all of those years here. He would go to Arizona and work with him out there.
Uh-huh.
And he said the last time he went to see Mike, Mike was like, yeah, I'm going to send you back with a bunch of shoes. And he just starts pulling shoes. And then he said he goes into this other space. He goes, it looks like a Foot Locker, but not the Foot Locker you walk into. It's the Foot Locker you see when you walk to the back where all the shoes are.
Right.
That's what Mike's storage unit looks like.
Man. Oh man. Hey, Coach Mike, man, shoot me a go, man. I mean, now look,
I got a pair from Team Dime. I don't remember what number they were. I got a couple from Mike.
Okay. Shout out Mike Bibby, Team Dime. Big ups to him. Now, like I said, tweeted it yesterday. I'll say it here on the air. I'm not trying to start no mess, but there's one more thing we need in this transformation here. We can remove the stripes, bring a Jumpman logo or Nike in. I don't know what the contract is. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm not trying to speak out of place. I don't know. I'm just saying if we can get rid of the stripes.
When you can't just talk to Big Mike himself and be like,
hey, I was going to say, when you're Jumpman for life. Like Mike's allotment of shoes hasn't ended. Like you look at the famous picture of the Incredible Hulk version of Mike Bibby. What was he wearing?
He on that Jumpman.
Yeah, that ain't changed.
He on that Jumpman. And look,
hey,
people
place that call.
Look,
I can't imagine Mike out there rock. Oh,
some people,
I didn't even think of that.
Some people who make moves, they was like, yeah. I ain't gonna say, but if you look hard, if you look, hard enough, you can see somebody was co-signing that. And I'm like, all right, well, we on the same page. Let's all get on the same page. I don't know.
So Mike Bibby gonna join us on Friday at 1:00. We got a text from Eddie Gonzalez a few moments ago that said he sent us a clip from FS1. Nick Wright said, 2 totally unrelated people, both of whom have reputations for knowing things that other people don't know, have said to me, watch out for Kevin Durant in Boston.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. Eddie's been throwing that on Twitter a lot. You guys have been throwing out. Hey, I got my jersey already.
Tell him what Eddie said.
Well, in the text.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Let me pull it up, man.
I've been quiet about this. KD's not at Celtic next year. I'm gonna be pissed off.
So, maybe he just texted you personally.
No,
when he was
didn't.
laughing.
No, yeah, that's what you were supposed to
say.
It said, please read this on the air and just say. Shout out to Eddie who's watching us on the big screen.
That's how you fix KD's legacy too.
Is it his legacy needs fixing?
Yes.
How do you fix his legacy?
Man.
Not from us, but
here we go.
Not from us, but you see how they talk about Kevin.
I don't think that fixes his legacy.
I think if he gets a ring with Tatum and all that, I think they'll
if
get off the bat.
If they win this year and he goes there next year,
it's the Warriors again.
I don't think so. Well, no.
Well, the Warriors even
hold
lost.
on. Do we know how this
That's
KD
true.
thing is happening?
Well, I was gonna ask what I was just about to ask you.
I don't know.
Are you losing your boy?
Jalen?
Yeah.
I am paying Jalen. If I'm the owner, I'm paying Jalen Brown $100 billion, whatever. Throw whatever. I'm not breaking this team
Well,
up.
there ain't no way.
I'm
you're
not
getting
breaking
KD
this team
without
up. But if
Jalen.
you have to break this team up and you have to trade again, I'm 1,000% against. I do not want to break this team up at all. If you do it, yeah, Kevin Durant works.
Yeah, it's Jalen.
I don't want to break this team up, and I don't get why. I guess just pay the damn money or whatever. But
Well, one of the reasons is
Well, you got
Well,
a
yeah,
new
there's the-
owner. We all know new owners want to make a splash.
he's talking like I want to pay and I'll pay money and I want to win. Blah blah blah. He said all the right things.
Hey, did you
but-
talk to him last night?
Oh yeah, he was
He's
out
in the
there.
building.
Yeah, new owner was out there yesterday.
He's sitting next to Vivek.
Oh, is that who that was?
Yeah.
I didn't get close enough to see.
He-
I was sitting in. I was up in the media section.
Well, so was I.
Sir, you gonna lie to everybody?
I was.
You were not.
What are you talking about?
You were, bro. Me and you. I was up there for 3 quarters. Me and you were never next to each other.
I was there for the third quarter.
You liar, bro.
I was. Tristy saw me. Tone saw me.
You showed up. Then you showed up after the ankle.
That's when I was there.
Okay. Well, that's when I left. How convenient. How convenient
I
is
was there
that?
at the start of the third quarter.
Is Dame still up there?
Bro, you're not telling the truth.
Tone, if you still watch, I talked to Tone. I talked to Tristy. I talked to your boy Scott Marsh.
That was the fourth quarter. Wow, Scott Marsh getting references on the show. Where is Trysta?
She's got the link. I don't know.
That's who I was talking to. And then in the fourth quarter, I had to see my people. But
Yeah, down courtside.
I wasn't courtside. I'm just saying I just had to go see my people. But yeah, he was in the building last night. He was in the building. The Sacramento Kings, they saw him. Shout out to my boy, the Sacramento Kings. They met the
I don't get close enough to say hi to those guys. I have to wave. Hey, no,
Who's
who's
my
that?
boy? They always say what's up. They always be like, "Yo, D-Lo, where D-Lo?"
You told my nephew that lie. I appreciate you.
That's
making me
what
look better
happened.
than I really am to my sister and nephew. Because
That's who was I talking about? Somebody did say that.
Have they
you
ever
talking
seen the
about Sacramento
video?
Kings, weren't you? Because they asked.
Oh yeah,
asked.
they do ask.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that video of you walking courtside and just kind of waving to the people?
It's classic.
Yeah,
That's a classic.
Video's 2 years old.
That's a
So
classic.
And you know what?
I
No
asked
one
have they seen it?
You know what? No one points out in that video is I'm following Sarah Hodges back because she asked me to like go record something with her.
Sarah Hodges ain't in the video, pal.
That's a fact. That is a fact.
I didn't even see Tone last night.
So you just walked right by him. He said he saw you.
Tone?
Yeah, that's what he said. He's right here. He said, I saw both of y'all at the game. I talked to him.
The way you see Kenny at the game is like, oh, there's Kenny down there at courtside.
That's not true. That's not true. Although, okay.
It's funny. I look down at the screen. I still got the Cartier website. pulled up.
Go ahead, get you something.
No.
I'll get you the bracelet, big dog. Come on,
No.
man.
Throw it on Klarna.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't what?
So throw it on Klarna.
Well,
Afterpay if you're under that.
I wonder what that would cost for the Cartier jewelry. That'd be like
$500 payments every 2 weeks.
Well, they do it in 4 payments, don't they? That'd probably be like $1,500.
See, I don't even know what that stuff costs. I don't even look.
This is funny.
Who am I going to?
Casey out at Tristy Rodriguez, and I saw David chatting up with a spectator.
Dame was talking to the regulars.
That's a wild line.
Dame was talking to the others.
Oh man.
Oh, hey, boy, look, hey, when you were talking to the spectator, was it crazier than the conversation we had last night?
Nope. Nope. I went down to get some water right before, I think it was like a quarter break. And yeah, I don't know. It was made for an interesting second quarter. I'll tell you that. It made for an interesting. As soon as I saw Juju's injury, I went for a walk. That was devastating to see. And I ain't even see the angle you show. I was, you know, I was watching with the 1140 crew. I walked over to say hi.
Look, what are you doing with him?
Well, hell, if we're,
what are you doing?
What do you mean?
But I walked over. What? I walked over to say hi to Alan and Chris and because they got 4,000 people.
No, they really do.
I can't get
About
Leezy
10.
in the building to take pictures.
They got about 10 people.
But I walked over there to say hi to those guys, and Frankie had it playing on the screen, and I'm like, she's like writhing on the ground. I'm like, yo, what happened?
Oh,
and he
live?
goes,
It was live?
No, it was the clip. It was the television clip.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't until I got to you and our unnamed friend where I saw that angle. Because Frankie was like, did they bang knees? I was like, nah, I don't think so, bro. It looked like she collapsed.
Mm-hmm.
And then I saw your video, and oh god, that video you showed me was awful.
I mean, it was just
that looked worse than what we see. Like,
that was bad.
I'm not trying to say like ACL tears are different, but that looked like severe, like just that. I don't even know how to explain it.
It looked
like
bad,
moving and all that.
And I hate to be so descriptive. It just looked like everything ripped apart.
It did. Yeah, it was terrible.
So I mean, one of the I guess
terrible.
They'll still find out more maybe later, but the initial what Shams reported was it was an ACL tear.
Mm-hmm.
So to what I just said, I guess that would be a good thing, right? Like, because if it was everything,
it probably doesn't matter. I could be wrong, but like if it's PCL, MCL, if it's all of that stuff, the ACL still takes the longest.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going in there, you're repairing everything. I don't know how. Again, I haven't been through anything like this.
Yeah.
I don't know how different the process is if there's multiple ligament tears there. I figure if you tear your ACL, the rest are gonna. You're going in, you're repairing all of it.
Mm-hmm.
The rest are gonna heal at the same time frame because that's the longest.
Right. And then there's trauma to it. I just think back, and it's different.
And it looked,
same.
She wasn't touched, right?
She got bumped. So she got bumped, and that threw her balance and her step.
So I always worry about stuff like that. I don't mean to. I'm going to use a dramatic term. I don't mean it's the psychological trauma.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we often take that into account when people are coming back from injuries. The stepping, jumping, accelerating, stopping, that type of
It's
stuff.
not a guarantee he's come back from this. Like Marcus Lattimore, remember him?
Yeah. Oh, that was nerve damage.
That's the worst one I ever seen.
That was oh my gosh, I don't even want to think about that one. That one was awful.
Yeah.
But I was doing some research about it because I was feeling the same way though. I was like, man, she's never gonna be the same. She can come back, she can play, but she's never gonna be the same. Paige tore her ACL, and Paige is great. I don't know if she's the same person she was before that.
Yeah.
But she's back. AZ Flood, I think she turned her ACL. She tore her ACL.
Mm-hmm.
She's back. She's playing better. She says she's coming back next year to UConn.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like AZ Flood is 30.
She came in the same year as Paige, I feel. Didn't they come in together? Or maybe she was the year after.
Man, how old is AZ Flood?
Paige has even been around.
I feel like I've been hearing about her for a decade.
Yeah.
22. 23 in November.
Coming back another year?
Yeah, she's coming back. So she probably got a COVID year and an injury year. So that's probably why she's able to come back. But she looks like she's starting to feel better about herself.
She's one who might be a smidge bit of not a miss, but she was supposed to be the one.
She was.
She was supposed to be the one, and
she's almost never been healthy though.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
She's probably gonna play till she's 30 to try to.
Yeah.
No, I'm the one that y'all said. You know what the first thing I thought last night though was with Juju? Thank God this kid gets paid.
Oh yeah.
Because this ain't a regular this ain't a college student getting injured anymore. It's a college student athlete getting injured anymore. This is a woman with a multi-million-dollar profile.
Yeah.
Who can, work with. I'm pretty sure it's Rich Paul. I think that's her agent
right.
to get her the best medical care possible.
Yeah.
Obviously USC plays their part in that. I mean, USC, but they play their part in that. But everything she needs to be everything we believe she is again can happen.
Yeah. And I was, like I said, looking at Paige and how she's been, she didn't play for a season. She got hurt in August. So it kind of forced her to take that season off. Juju's hurt in March. I would advise her not to play next year.
Right.
and just come back that following year.
Yeah.
I don't.
Well, I think
don't
she
care
can go
about,
pro, right? Am I 1
she
year
can't-
early?
No, she can.
Yeah.
She would be the graduating class would be.
Yeah,
the,
she
the
could go
third
pro.
year.
She doesn't have to go back.
No, she doesn't. And I always.
I do not think her status as the one.
Number one.
Yeah.
I would. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I advise because it is different now with money. So you're making money, and you're probably taking a pay cut going to the WNBA. Out what you got endorsements, but like the NIL from USC might be more than what you're getting with whatever team you go to. But I thought about this yesterday, and I was so hyped up. We had talked about it like a couple of days ago about the possibility of her coming to Sacramento for the regionals next year. And to me, that's gone. Like I would not play next year if I was her, and I wouldn't advise her to play because that even if you because of how late this injury happened, even if you were to come back, you would just be kind of working your way back all season. Like best case scenario would be she come back the first of the year, maybe it's March.
Yeah.
Best case scenario, first of the year, and you just kind of. I wouldn't do it. I would take the whole year off and do whatever you want to do after that. If you want to come back or if you want to enter the draft, do whatever you want to do. But yeah, that broke my heart. That broke my heart seeing her hurt that way. That was tough to see. Get well soon, Juju.
Yeah, that was tough.
Yeah.
And it changed the whole complexion of this tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, she was the biggest star of the tournament.
Mm-hmm. You were headed towards a potential Elite Eight matchup with her and Paige, which I saw this year. UConn USC played earlier this year. It was the highest rated game of the women's basketball season. So it was on Fox. People were tapped in. I think they said it did like 2.8 million. So now you're going to have that in the tournament. That was you probably probably double that.
Yeah.
You know. That you were going to have. So, yeah, it's tough. That's tough for the tournament, man.
We'll come back. We got a lot more to talk about. We'll get back into the Kings. I guess we missed on Trysta today. Jason Jones coming up in the final hour of the show.
I got a question when we come back.
We still haven't talked about something you said earlier about the Kings, but go ahead.
No, when we come back, I want to ask a question. It's a collegiate thing.
Okay. Steelo and Casey on ESPN 1320. Hey, y'all got the green light to throw Sam's whole ass out of here if you need to.
I thought he was already gone.
Sam talking a little stupid. His little rookie ass in here think he know what's going on. Maj, you know what to do if you need to.
Noob.
Green light, I guess.
Thought Trysta was be here. I don't have a kicking it with Casey for a Tuesday. Got one on Thursday though.
I thought Trysta was going to show up and diss Tatum for his ankle. I was kind of scared.
Well, no, she'll talk about LaVine.
I forgot she's taking the heat. He's taking the heat off the Tatum.
Yeah.
Warriors Heat following the show today if you're into that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler's return to Miami.
Jimmy Butler returns to Miami.
Catch that game and then watch the Kings game following that.
There we go. Doubleheader NBA basketball.
Say pour one out for Sam, but we'll keep that.
Yeah, Sam, you get what you get. Don't throw a fit.
Lizzie, pick a team already. Jeez. Shameful behavior. Shameful.
Hey, oh, man.
You know what? Lizzie keeps throwing out the we when he's talking Sacramento Kings on the phone.
Yeah, he does do that.
But he's always throwing around the blue and yellow emojis in the chat. Look at Drew Down knows Lizzie's with us. He's always throwing the blue and yellow emojis in the chatty house.
Oh, man. So I saw something over the weekend. And
hold on, Manny. TC's funny. If you're just making a point for 5 minutes, yeah, that's not gonna work, bro.
I can't find it. Somebody over the week, somebody over the weekend created a Sacramento media bracket, and they were supposed to unveil the first round results today. And I can't find it. I don't know where it's at. Should have bookmarked it.
Not what I'm saying. Manny's calls are more serious. We're not going to do that for 3 minutes. Manny was throwing some jokes to make people laugh. Maybe it'll work. Shout out, Manny. He's my guy.
I was going up against, I think he might have added me. Maybe I can find it that way. I think I was going up against Jason Anderson.
What seed are you?
He didn't seed. He just had.
Who tweeted this out again?
I can't. It was. I don't want to disrespect him, but it was like just a random guy.
What do they call the Division II tournament? Versus the
The
NCAA Division II?
yeah, or you talking about the NAI?
Yeah, catch me and the rest of the SAC producers in the NAIA tournament. Shout out NAIA.
Shout out NAI.
I was almost an NAIA soccer superstar.
Come on, man. It's always love for them. Them boys be hooping. I was an NAIA guy. Let's see if I can find it. I think because I saw the bracket. I can't remember who. I'll find it. I can't remember who Damian was facing.
Wait, what?
You're in the media tournament.
The media bracket. SAC media bracket. Where is it at?
Dame's like Duke. You're either going to love him or hate him.
I think he. And there's no criteria to it either. It's just in a bracket. We're in a turn. Oh, there it goes. Kings Media Madness. Let's see. Oh, people were voting on it. Oh, we don't have any updates.
And shout out West Virginia Tech. They almost had me.
That might be a first round exit.
What did you want to ask?
So I was having a conversation yesterday about Sac State, and the guy I was talking to. I was talking to our guy, Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer, and he is like, "Yeah, man, Sac State, they talking about because he's a San Jose State grad and proud alum, and they're in the Mountain West. He's like, yeah, man, they talking about Pac-12. That ain't gonna happen. They shot themselves in the foot with the Mountain West. I was like, man, come on, we might get in the Mountain West and do whatever. And he says, yeah, but Davis already took your spot. You know what I'm saying? There's enough room for two. You know what I'm saying? You get the SAC media market. Like, he's like, I don't know. We'll see. But it made me think, who has a bigger following out here, Sac State or UC Davis?
Oh,
I think it's Sac State, and I kind of don't think it's close. I kind of don't think it's close.
Yeah, really.
But I could be wrong. That's why I'm asking the people. But I think Sac
I don't
State.
know. I kind of feel like it's Sac. I don't know.
Like, for instance, like right now, if they're both good athletic departments at the same time, and we may see this, I feel like Sac State would have the general public's attention more than UC Davis. But I really don't know. I it's just a guess on my part. And maybe I like Sac State more than Davis. I always have, but I don't have no problem with Davis.
Okay.
I don't know. A lot of people saying Davis. Ice says Davis.
I don't know. I don't.
Jazzy 510. I don't know how she would know. She says the Aggies.
She a Davis alum or something?
David Lopez says UC Davis. They say Sac State is a commuter school. UC Davis alumni engage with the school more.
Yeah,
Sac State has more fans.
I'm not willing to fight anyone like for either argument. I just don't feel like I see either one. like
Yeah.
we're arguing one versus the other,
Mhm.
right? But I don't feel like either one of them is overwhelming.
That's fair.
You know what I mean?
That's fair. They,
I think that might change.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Dr. Davis says UC Davis, and I don't think it's close.
Okay.
And I'm not throwing no shade to nobody because it looks like everybody's saying UC Davis.
Mhm.
But UC Davis had their coach pleading with people to come to the playoff football game this year. So, yeah, I don't know. There's that.
Shout out Sac State.
Next year, I'll go to both homecomings and then I'll report back.
Oh, you'll have more fun at one of them. Definitely.
Okay. You're not fooling anyone, pal. You're not fooling anyone. That's the question that was on your mind?
Yeah, I was thinking
That's
about that. I was
interesting.
like, who's got a bigger foothold on the, on the sports community?
You think Mike might change that?
Definitely. I think Sac State is their arrow's pointing up. So is Davis because they're going to the Mountain West and everything. But that was my thought. Like Davis has had more success in the two major sports. I know Sac State baseball's been real good. Women's volleyball's been really good. But I'm talking about like basketball and football. Well, Sac State had success in football and they were popping. But I know Davis made the NCAA tournament 6-7 years ago.
If Sac State gets their football and basketball up, I think they'll step up. I graduated Sac State. I don't be telling no one about like their sports or anything like that because they stink.
I think that's Jesse said it a little simpler. When those two sports and they're both good, I think Sac State might have a little bit more of a hold. But
There was no school pride when I was at Sac State because the team was always losing.
Yeah.
Like now, if you step it up, yeah.
I could be wrong. A lot of people in the chat saying UC Davis.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't feel like either is overwhelming. I do feel like right now there's a lot of buzz around Sac State, though. And, the buzz is great, but you got to show out for Mike.
Yep. And
you got to show out for.
They got the well there now. A lot of complaints. Oh, they didn't want to go to that arena or the gym or something like that. Now you got something new. You got Mike there. Coach Marion's gonna have it popping. I'm gonna be on the sidelines. D-Lo gonna be on the sidelines with our cowboy hat.
No, I won't. I'll be in the Sky River touchdown zone.
I'll be there too
with my
but
wine and
sometimes
popcorn. I don't need to be on the
sideline.
sidelines. I'll be perfectly fine where I'm at. You can report from the sidelines. I'm going to be in the Sky River touchdown zone with my wine and popcorn, living my best life.
Shout out to the peanut gallery. Too much of a build up for that to be the question. Oh,
damn.
Okay, all right, Jazz. Why don't you let us live?
She said, "Take a lap."
A day in the life of Kenny video is just going to be Jazz insulting him like all day, or making him paint the fence when it's 120 outside.
Yeah, I'll never forget that, man. I might have lost about 8 pounds that day. I still got to paint the rest of that fence.
Okay, now that's why she gets mad at you right there.
Well, no, because we had it's a long story, but I got to finish that.
You got a half painted fence in your house?
No, it's not half.
Did you guys build the fence? Because that strikes me as something Jazz would do.
No,
because I have a fence.
No, we didn't build it. We know somebody who does build fences.
Okay,
I'll let you. But it's not. No, it's probably like 80% done. It's like the part kind of tucked off on the other side. Like you can't see it. I got to finish that.
Jazz what you would think she's a Kings fan. She's so mad today.
Well, Yankees aren't doing too hot, so
no, man.
They haven't even started.
Yeah, but Stan's arm might fall off. Judge in October, that whole thing.
Wow.
Garrett close out for the year.
Judge in October.
Haven't won. Only won one World Series since like '96.
Yeah. What?
What?
Why are you being disrespectful to the Yankees, man? We don't need that. We don't.
I'm not being disrespectful. All I did was tell the truth right now.
Yeah, we don't need no disrespect.
All I did was tell the truth.
I got love for the Yankees. I look at the Yankees the way I look at the Knicks. I'm a Yankees supporter.
That's disgusting, by the way. I don't know how anyone.
I'm a Yankees supporter.
Are you the Yankees guy?
No.
All right, thank you.
I'm not an anything guy.
He's not Yankees. He's Red Sox.
No, I'm not a pizza guy.
I'm Malik Monk, and I'm a pizza guy.
They asked me why I stayed. I stayed for the pizza.
Classic commercials.
All right,
I'm a Yankee supporter.
No. We.
Oh yeah, support them. Now I want to. Yeah, we.
Why do you have so many teams?
I don't have to. I got the Giants.
You got the nerve to get mad at Lazy
Yeah,
for
you know what?
trying
Yes,
to figure out who to
exactly.
support. And you up here talking about we. You got a Cubs hat on. You're talking
I don't
about
have
we.
that. I don't like the Cubs.
You're talking about we when it comes to the Yankees, and you're allegedly a Giants fan.
No, I'm definitely a Giants fan.
There is no evidence on your person right now that suggests you're a Giants
I got to
fan.
get a new Giants hat too, by the way. I like the way this one fits. I got to get one that fits a little better. So
The guy's a Knicks fan as well. They're only 11-17 against teams above 500, by the way.
Why?
Weird
Why are we
enough.
even
Wow,
talking
wow,
about
they
that?
stink.
Why are we even talking about that? It has nothing to do with nothing.
He called you Ramsey Carroll.
Oh, hey, that's facts. Hey,
I only
Shout
got
out to
one-
Ramsey. I
only
saw
got
him
one
last
football
night.
team.
No.
I only got one football
Oh, yeah,
team.
yeah, you should only have one football team.
I got
Having
one
two is kind of weird.
Oh, you don't have a team that you support?
No, not in football.
You don't support the Steelers?
Hell no.
So, like, if the
I'm
Knicks
bastard.
win a basketball game, do you feel happy because the Knicks won a basketball game?
No, I'm just.
I'll be happy if they win one tonight.
Yeah, me too.
Please,
Me
I'll
too.
be elated if they win
please.
tonight.
Yeah.
For those that don't know, they play the Mavericks.
Playing an under 500 team, so they should be fine.
But no,
Man.
well,
I mean, he's not wrong.
gracious. I mean, don't be
Kevin P
disrespectful.
called you lazy Caraway.
Don't be disrespectful.
They're 33-9 versus teams below 500.
That's fine. Like I said, they're gonna see you guys in
That
the
team
second round.
sucks. No, that
They're
team
gonna
sucks.
see you guys in the second round.
I
We're
can't
just
wait.
see
We're gonna
what's up.
sweep them, and then you're gonna
We're gonna see
apologize
what's
for that
up.
text you sent when they
No, we're
traded
gonna
for
see
Cat.
what's up. I'm telling you right now. Keep your eye on Knicks Celtics in the second round.
We're gonna have to frame
Keep
that.
your
dude.
eye on
Yeah.
that.
I don't think any text has ever pissed Jesse off.
No, that's facts.
Keep
He
your
said that.
eye
I was like,
on it.
oh, Cat is gonna do it, huh? We're just gonna diss everything the Celtics did. But yeah, Knicks are the favorites now. Okay, I've had that one framed in my room a long
Keep
time.
your eye on that second round matchup. I'm telling you right now. Keep your eye on it.
Daniel, I'm not even gonna turn this into Knicks show. I'm not even gonna diss the Knicks fans. Not gonna do it.
I'm saying. Look, I'm not a
Keep
Knicks
sleeping
fan.
on the Knicks.
I'm
Y'all
not
are
a Knicks
Daniel,
fan.
what have you guys been since 1978? You've been watching basketball with no purpose for 35 years or whatever.
I'm not a Knicks fan, so I'm not proclaiming one. I'm a Knicks supporter, and I like to see them do well. And that's in the second round. We're gonna see what's
Mitchell
up. Me and
Robinson is
Spike.
gonna be the difference.
Me and Spike.
First time anyone's ever said that in their life. Mitchell Robinson's gonna be the difference.
Me, Spike, and Daniel. We're gonna be ready for that second round matchup. You know what I mean?
You guys can all just apologize
But
later on.
The hierarchy in baseball goes Giants, Athletics. Athletics and Yankees are about the same.
Good save.
They're about the same.
The Sacramento A's and the Yankees are about the same.
Well, I'll tell you like this: if the A's and the Yankees play in the playoffs, I'm going for the A's.
I'm not gonna lie, Casey. We might have to boot you off the board of like the board members for the fan thing. Or
What
whatever.
you talking about? I'm a fan of one team. There's only one team that affects my mood, and that's the Giants.
We've been taking
That's
shots
it.
at Lazy for about a month now, and then
No,
we learned this.
No. That's when you're a fan of a team. They affect your mood. There's only one
E
team that
in the
affects my
chat.
mood, and that's the Giants.
In the chat, does Kenny support 1142? I'll tell you who has pictures with. I don't have a picture with Kenny.
Hey man, hey, get back to work, man. Shouldn't you be working on calculus or something, man? Don't worry about what's going on over here.
I don't
young
have a
fella.
picture with Kenny.
That's funny. I don't either.
You do have a picture with me at the shower.
I don't count.
Oh, by the lake.
True.
I don't know.
Yeah, it was not my lake. so
You
say
went out
my
of your
lake.
way to get a picture with Dave. We had to take that picture with you.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a
you
great
seek
point.
that picture out.
Oh man.
But yeah, don't need disrespect. I'm
We-
ready for baseball season. Sorry about that. I'm ready for baseball season. I'm hyped.
Fact, me too.
I'm hyped.
I have never uttered this sentence in my life. I'm ready for baseball season too.
You ready for baseball season because of baseball
of a
season?
diversion?
Yeah, or because of the Kings.
No, I'm ready for Sacramento baseball. Like
gonna be
I'm
fun.
genuinely excited for it.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
I don't care if the A's lose 100 and some odd. I don't care. Like I'm excited that baseball is here. Like I want to go to the park. I want to.
It's big time
Yeah.
for the city to get another pro team for however long.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
I don't want to call it a sleeping giant, but there's also like a glass ceiling here where it should be more than what it is.
It's going to be popping, man, and whatever results of it. If they're out of here in 3 years, hey, I'll enjoy the experience. If they're out of here in 5, I'll enjoy the experience. If they get stuck here, then I might have some decisions to make.
Put the team in the bag, John Fisher.
Yeah,
We'll take him.
but I just chuckled a little bit because my man Dame, he was like, man, I want to go out to the games. Oh, Damian Take me out to the ball game.
Oh yeah, you're gonna sing seventh inning? Now introducing Damian Barling.
Oh, never mind. I'm gonna just text. I ain't even gonna say it. 'Cause this is hilarious. No, this is
Sure, you don't want to say it?
I'm gonna read it.
Yeah, usually, yeah. Go ahead,
Say
text
it.
Yeah, go ahead.
What
Text
are you talking
it.
Oh,
about?
you might not read it. I don't know.
All right,
Talking
Chetty, hold on
you
5
talking
seconds.
about take me out to the ball game. I didn't even sign up to throw out the first pitch.
You got to kick it. Oh, hold on. You gotta,
KC throwing out the first pitch by himself.
nah, we need
Yeah,
you to.
no, we got to change that.
We need D'Lo to kick a field goal or throw.
I
a first
wasn't
pitch
even
this year.
invited to the Juneteenth celebration. It was
No,
just
that was
Kenny.
that was crazy. That was crazy.
I'm like, damn. All right.
That
They sent out
That
this
was
email
crazy.
of like all of our appearances and KC throwing out the first pitch. I was like, that's fine. I didn't sign up for that. That's perfectly fine. And then,
that was crazy.
oh, that's funny.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh.
Hell yeah!
Is this at the Rivercast game?
Yeah, hell
I'm
yeah.
pulling up. I'm pulling up.
Yes.
I'm going to need to hear Alan Stiles say, and now throwing out the first pitch. The number 1 rated sports talk show in Sacramento.
And then you can catch 1320's Jason Ross calling Sac State.
So you know
football.
what pisses me off? I have told Sac State for years that Jason should have to do one of two things. Either appear on our show as a Sac State correspondent, or he has to read something during Sac State games that says,
Jay
tune
Smart.
into D'Lo and KC Monday through Friday.
Jay
from
Smart. I
12
run the
to 4
game sometimes
p.m.
from the board, and Jay, but yeah, and you're listening to the Sacramento State Radio Network. That's not it, Jay. That's not it.
Where are you listening? What else goes on this station? You gotta let the people know.
Partner will drop 1320.
You gotta let the people know. Well, yeah, that might happen.
Yeah, here's dealing with KC.
Oh man! Shout out to our brother, man. It's all good.
I like Alan. Alan's good. People. All them people over there are good people.
Yeah, man. I ain't got no problem with nobody.
We were talking earlier. You said something. I think you did. I wrote it down.
About
we were talking. No. You were talking about. We're talking about this team, this Kings team. We're talking about, what happened last night. The Kings play the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight. For God's sakes. We were talking. You asked about. I don't know if this team is mentally there or something along the. It was something along those lines. I don't want to take what you said and not tell the whole story, but that's what we were talking about, right? Like does this team have it? Do they mentally have it?
They might have. I talked about numerous times how they're tough mentally, physically, and emotionally, and have they reached their breaking point?
Yeah, and so what I wonder is how emotionally, if they have broken, or if they have gotten to that breaking point. Which, man, I'll say this, and we're talking like we don't know if they've gotten to that breaking point. Like, right, we're just talking. If Dallas has found a way to continue to compete with all that they've been through, you have gotten to your emotional breaking point. Y'all are whack. All of you are whack.
We're just talking.
We're talking Kyrie gone, Luka gone. God knows who else in and out of the lineup. Your fans rallying against you. Fire your general manager chance at your arena. And you're finding a way to stay in this and compete a little bit. If you're mentally broken on Sacramento, y'all can go. All of you.
I wonder, and we're just talking that and stuff. I wonder how much these guys are invested in the Sacramento Kings. Like, I'm here.
Good question.
I'm here.
That's a great question.
This is my franchise. This is my team. I'm here. I'm doing this for the Sacramento Kings.
That's a
I'm
great
trying
question.
to take the Kings to the playoffs. I was thinking about it this morning. There's probably 2 or 3, I think. Like Monk, Domas.
I think so.
Keon is in there, I think. Maybe
I think
Domas.
Keon absolutely
Keegan.
Keegan as well, but like that's not enough. I don't know how many people on this team are playing for the name on the front.
So let me
It feels very disconnected with these guys. It feels very thrown together. It's just I'm about ready to write these guys off.
let me ask you
I'm
this.
not there yet, by the way. I'm not writing them off yet. And I don't think they've hit that breaking point,
I'm not
by the
sure
way.
there's a
Like I
point.
said, we're talking, but I don't think they've hit it.
We've got like 9-10 games left. I'm not sure Zach LaVine is finding those shots we're looking for. And if he's not doing that, like how are you supposed to win?
Zach LaVine is the one that always comes to mind for a lot of people. But I'm also cautious of saying like he doesn't care, he's not invested, and that might just be his demeanor. Like just because he's not outwardly, showing something, or he's not shooting the basketball or being selective with his shots, doesn't mean he doesn't care. You know what I'm saying? And unless I, have a better idea, I always side on the air of caution with that when talking about these guys. Where does personally wanting to succeed, and I don't mean like stats wise, right? Like I just mean, I'll just use DeMar DeRozan for an example. DeMar DeRozan may want to get to the playoffs because he loves to compete. He wants to be in the playoffs. Like not being in the playoffs would be whack to him. I just want to be in the playoffs, but he ain't doing it for Sacramento, so to speak. Like, is that less, like appealing? Like he's not like I don't saying he don't care about Sacramento. Be like, I'm not like worried about that. I just want to get to the playoffs. Is there a difference?
I don't think anyone has quit, by the way. I'm not saying that. I think a lot of my stuff like comes down to like how many of you are focused on this one playoff run, trying to get to the playoffs? How many are focused on Domantas Sabonis? We've already seen once cleared in the offseason. This season hasn't even ended yet. Like DeMar DeRozan, we've talked about trading him. Is he worried about like, are they focused on the right thing right now? And I don't know if they are.
I'm kind of stuck on what you just said. Like, I'm focused on getting to the playoffs for me.
Yeah, just because I like it doesn't matter that I get here for Sacramento. I like to compete. I want to.
So to me, that doesn't matter.
Okay, that's
yeah, because like Zach LaVine shouldn't have an investment into Sacramento. He should have an investment in the Kings. And I don't maybe I'm like when you say Sacramento, you mean the city?
Yeah, just
no, like that's
even the team on like.
Look, I hate to tell you guys this. Most athletes don't care. Even when they post their stupid ass little goodbye, they don't care about this city. Like they're perfectly fine when they leave. They're living their life. They spend half their life here, like a year here. They're fine.
But I even mean for like the collective group in the locker room.
Yeah, no, I do think they're care. I do think they want that. Like I don't think guys want to get to the playoffs for themselves. Like I do think there is a collective team issue. You know what I'm? Does that make sense?
Yeah. I get you.
You think they're hurt if they miss out? Like, oh damn it! Like we really dropped the ball this year.
That's a good question.
Like,
I don't know.
Like, we missed out this year. Like
I don't know if they. I know Doug will be.
Yeah.
I think Doug will be devastated. I think Malik will be.
I'm just wondering how much.
I really don't know who I can say definitively, like, because Doug and Malik without question.
Yeah.
I don't know who else I can say without question will be hurt. I don't think DeMar will be. I think DeMar will be upset. I don't think he'll be hurt. I think he'll be annoyed. Zach's got a lot going on. Zach just got here. I don't think he's going to be hurt. And that's and I'm not even knocking him for that. If he's here next year, we get through next year and he's not hurt, then I think it's a little bit different. This year, I don't blame him. I don't know how to judge Keegan's emotions one way or the other, so I don't know.
And right. And I'll tell you guys, like, there are certain times where there's so much going on and so many things that happen that sometimes you just want the season to be over. And I was in a situation like that. I was younger, so it was a little different. But my second year at CRC, there was so much infighting going on with the coaches.
I learned yesterday that Kenny went to like 9 colleges.
Well, hey, man, college education.
BYU.
Shout out BYU. Go Cougs. But when I was at CRC the second year, there was it was crazy. Like the coach, RIP, Jim Clark, he recruited me there. He passed away during the offseason. So there were his successor, and then they brought in some new people. It was like 4 different people, and it was a mess. They argued all year. A couple of guys that were on the team at the beginning of the year ended up leaving the team, and we just kind of stumbled all through the rest of the season, stumbled to the playoffs, right? We got to the playoffs as we weren't the last seed, but it was like third to last seed. And like I said, maybe it's a little different because I was younger. I didn't know how to handle these things. But I was like, I'm going to go out here and play and be out here and compete. But if the season ended, I wouldn't be mad. It was that bad. There was so much that went on. It was like if we lost, we were playing San Jose City. It's like if we lost San Jose City, I wouldn't be mad. And I can sit up here and talk about oh man, you always want to compete, but once again, we talk about all the time, these are human beings and you have human emotions, and they've gone through a lot. There may be people in that locker room who are like, this season has been so unenjoyable. I'm gonna go out there and give my best, and I'm gonna try it. But if this craziness of a season is over, there'd be some benefit to that too. You know what I'm saying? And I wonder, I don't know if anybody's like that. And like I said, they're older, they're mature than I was at 20 years old. Maybe they can deal with those emotions and compartmentalize and do things even in the midst of the chaos. But I wonder if that type of human reaction and human emotion is something that some of those guys are going through.
Well, it was like, hey, Zach, you just got here and we got 20 or so games left, but you're going to be the leader and the guy that's going to take us to the playoffs. We really need you now. I just got here.
Well, I don't think guys would turn. I don't think
not
guys
turning
at
it
that
away,
level-
but that's not a sustainable way of doing things. I don't think Zach's no, I'm not doing that, but it's not a sustainable way of going about building your team or making playoffs.
What? I'm scared to pull this video up. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know. This is the OnlyFans version.
Stop.
Okay.
It's hot out here. I'm doing some yard work. I totally forgot about the hit because I was engrossed in. We had a pest guy coming over. He's filling rat baits.
Oh, your pest guy.
Pest guy, you know what it is. Yeah, Casey, the pest guy. Yeah.
All right.
We found a couple of weeks ago. We found a pregnant rat dead somewhere, so we had to, just sort it out. Yep, and then we're just filling the soil up on the side of the garage so that we can grow some sustenance for the spring. Green beans, tomatoes,
Okay.
organic.
Do you want to hang out and talk for a few minutes?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yeah.
Okay. No, I just wanted to. I don't know. You're not clothed. I'm just a little.
I have a sports bra. That's how people go to the gym nowadays.
Well,
this is true.
Sweetie, you're not at the gym. This is
let's collar up.
Let's break real quick, and then we're gonna come back. And we will spend time with Trysta in her sports bra. So if you've never seen the show, it'd be a hell of a time to log in and see it. KC on ESPN 1320. That was we're in commercial now. That was right as we were throwing the commercial. So
shoot, sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. We're glad you took a few minutes to talk with us.
It's 70-something degrees in Portland today.
Yeah, it's 82 right now.
Yeah, it's Jada Kiss weather.
Okay. J to the moi. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. So you just out there building the house, huh? All right.
Yeah, that's where we're at right now. She's got errands for us to do.
What's that above you? Is that an umbrella? What is that?
Yeah, that's an umbrella.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Umbrella. Just a little shade. We got another umbrella right there.
I have to go home and put together an umbrella. I got one for the patio. It looks like a pain in the ass, and I'm dreading it, but I got to put it together.
Should I be somewhere where the light is a little more consistent? I think so.
You're fine. It doesn't matter. You're outside. It always looks good when you're outside.
Okay. There we go.
We decided if Dallas makes the play-in and Sacramento doesn't, just throw dirt on the Kings.
Yeah.
That'd be one of the most embarrassing things that this
They
organization.
don't have anyone. They don't have anyone there. It's like the ghost of AD coming back at the end of the year.
Crazy.
No creators, just Spencer Dinwiddie and AD.
Did you make a? I didn't get to check this morning. Did you make a Juju video?
I haven't yet. I'm gonna make a video on like that chick K9.
Mm-hmm.
Are you following the Daily W?
That's a account?
Yeah, it's my new account. Well, it's me
Oh.
and two others. I'm posting. Look at it. It's called the Daily W Sports. I follow it. I've been posting a lot as collaboration. So you can, if you go to my account, you can see it's an all women's. I told you about this before.
Yeah.
All women's. We've got two badass graphic designers making graphics for stuff, video production as well, making video edits, memes. I'm making videos.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
You see it?
Yep. It's the Daily W Sports.
Yep.
That'll make it a little easier to find. The Daily. Everybody go follow that. The Daily W Sports.
It's all women's sports, all sports, not just hoops. It's like, the gist is men's and women's. Just women's sports is more of like a newsletter and like one podcast. So we're trying to make something like a all-inclusive umbrella home for everything women's on a very small team right now that's all very invested. You see it's a lot of content up there. We've only
there is.
just begun. We're doing like this day in women's sports history every day, graphics for that, little quote cards. I did a video on the first women's basketball game ever in history.
Oh yeah, this is cooking.
Yeah, it's good. If you could share this to you guys' stories whenever you guys like it, I would be really appreciated.
Yeah, everybody go follow the Daily W Sports.
We try to get just the Daily W, and it has been taken. So,
can I add it to story? I don't want to do that.
If you share it, if you go share that little like paper airplane logo, it'll go add to story.
Well, yeah, but that shares a post though.
You can share anything to your story.
All right, we're coming back.
All right.
All right, Trysta Sports Brawl with us here, live from the mean sun. It is 82 degrees right now outside in Sacramento. It is 70+ degrees out there in Port. Sorry about your Oregon Ducks. I'm not sorry, but we were texting about it this weekend, and it was nerve-wracking there for a minute, but it ended the way it needed to.
Oregon women's were kind of slept on. Deja Kelly, the transfer guard, she pops right off the page. She is fun to watch. She's a little bucket. Here's a fun fact. I didn't know this until I was watching Oregon play Vanderbilt the first round. So the game's son, this is how we do. His son is the student manager for the Oregon women's basketball team.
Oh, wow.
And one of the women broadcasters was like, yeah, they call him the scrimmage.
Okay. Okay.
That's scrimmage. Does Big Boy's son still play football there?
I don't remember. I think that was a couple of years ago, so I'm guessing no.
Big Boy, the radio show host, or Big Boy Outcast?
Outcast.
Outcast.
His son was there. I remember seeing it when he got recruited and stuff, but he was at the Ohio State game. Big Boy was at the Ohio State game when they beat him. What was that, 2 years ago?
Yeah, and then Snoop had like a nephew or something that played for the team as well. So
like a real nephew or a Snoop nephew?
Hard to say, really unclear. Yeah, very unclear.
Yeah.
Hey, nephew.
We're prepared to throw dirt on the Kings if we need to. It's not a good look right now for us.
Yeah, and I think Portland plays the Kings later this week,
Thursday.
correct? Yeah,
Yep.
Thursday. What did you just say?
I mean, y'all still got some work to do. Like
So
y'all
do
got
you.
No, but I'm saying like even if it ain't us, like I don't know if y'all I saw y'all play somebody tonight that's kind of tough.
Yeah, we played the
Like
Cavs
Portland-
tonight, but we almost beat the Cavs the last time we played them. We were up almost 20 on the Cavs in Cleveland. And Isaiah Thomas said it correctly. I don't think the Cavs are off of playing the Celtics, and I forget who else they played a tough game against. He was like, I don't really think that they're prepared for the level of physicality that Portland has.
No shade to
that's-
Portland because I like what they're doing. They just have to be perfect to jump 2 teams. And I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I'm not talking about us making the play-in. I don't even care about that, really. I'm just talking about us beating you on Thursday. That's it.
Well, that could happen.
Yeah, no, that's all I'm saying.
That might not be a tall task at all.
Yeah, that's why when you said, I thought that's what you were talking about. Like, oh,
No,
yeah,
no,
you
no.
guys got some work to do.
Not that singular game. No.
Got it. No, I like what Portland's doing. Have you guys seen Denny Abdia's stats since the trade deadline?
I haven't. I've seen a couple of games where he hoops.
He's averaging, I want to say, in his last, I did a segment on this on the Heat Check, but since the trade deadline, I think he's averaging like 24 points per game. But in the last 5 games, he's averaging like 27, 10, just insane rebounding numbers as well, getting teammates involved. So I think Denny could be the piece, the wing, like that two-way guy. He's not the best defender, but that wing that you want. And he's actually the best isolation scorer right now in the league percentage-wise. True shooting percentage is #1 in the league, which is kind of nuts.
Don't come to Sacramento. They'll hate you here if you're an ISO scorer.
They don't like that, dog.
They don't like
that.
ISO basketball here in Sacramento.
They don't like that at all. Denny, I liked him coming out of the draft, and he got hurt, kind of got lost in Washington. I thought he was kind of headed towards Bustville, but he's got the resurgence.
He's a player Kings fans really liked.
Yeah,
Kings fans
I
really
like this game,
him.
but he just didn't perform early on, so I kind of lost hope for him. But he's had a resurgence in Portland.
He's hooping. There's a lot of hoopers over there. I'm really excited about this team. Funny story, real quick, because we'll finish this little Portland Trailblazers convo. So I'm driving downtown Portland yesterday, and I find out, I don't even know why I was even looking into this, but I drove past the Ritz where a lot of NBA players will stay when they're in Portland. There's like a whole, for people who don't know, there's like dedicated hotels in every city. If you can stay at a Four Seasons or a Ritz, that's where you're assigned. So anyway, apparently that Ritz is closing. So I had my eye focused on that building I was driving by, and I see this guy get out of like a Tesla or something. He's parked in the middle of the road, and he gets out of the car in the passenger seat, and I'm in the right lane, and it's both one way. And I see him, and my friend's like sees him car, and his phone just whap hits the cement. He's like, "Dang, that's rough." And I look and I go, "Not only is that rough, that's Scoot Henderson."
Oh.
So I roll up, I creep up to him, and he's just like shaking his head like, damn, And I walk up and I go, guess it can happen to anybody, huh? And he's like, I'm so sorry, we're in the way. And I was like, no, it's cool, it's all good. I just wanted to say, like, we're with you, we're with you.
Shout out Scoot. Shout out
And he
Scoot.
was, and the thing that was kind of cool is, one, to see somebody in like that small inconvenience moment as a star or whatever you want to call him right now. And he wasn't bothered at all. He had a huge smile on his face. You could tell he was kind of like, oh man, and super polite.
He can afford a new one.
Yeah. But even still, like if you could afford a new one.
You ain't got that Apple Care. That drop hits a little bit different.
It does. The Apple Store, though, is just a pain in the ass no matter what. Even if you have the money, it's a pain.
Yeah.
Anyway, and also he's a lot taller and thicker, in person than I thought. I was like, oh, he's like kind of built like a football player. I've never seen Scoot in person before. That was my first time.
Very surprised by that.
Yeah, he's a big guy. Bigger than Devin Carter, for sure.
You said that about Paolo, too, right? The first time you saw Paolo, I was like, oh, he is built way different than it appeared on television.
Paolo is the biggest human I've ever seen. That's not like a 7-footer, right? Not like Donovan Clingan. Donovan Clingan looks like a big guy. He looks like a 7-footer. His legs are like, extended. He looks stretched out, like Stretch Armstrong. Paolo looks like a completely proportional human being.
That's what
Like
LeBron looks like.
Yes.
LeBron looks like a statue. Yeah.
Yes. And that's Paolo, only Paolo is 6'10". And LeBron is what, 6'7"?
Yeah.
So he's 3 inches taller than LeBron and more muscular than LeBron. And he was that at 18 years old. We know what LeBron looked like at 18. He was swimming in those St. Vincent, St. Mary's jerseys. So Paolo completely basically out the womb was looking like he was a that little tiny army man, just Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, but Honey, I Expanded the Kids. He's the largest. His calves are like the size of my whole body. It was crazy.
He's a grown man. And what is he, 20? Is he 21 yet?
I think this is his 3rd year, right?
Yeah,
I think he's
came out as a
21.
freshman. He probably turned 21.
Yeah.
Paolo Banchero, 22 years old.
22.
Got it. 22. Yeah.
22 years old.
He's a beast, an absolute beast. And they just put the hurt on the Los Angeles Lakers last night.
Yeah, Lakers are struggling a little bit, and Orlando's just kind of all over the place.
I don't know what to make of Orlando, honestly. They had a lot of promise early on before the Paolo Banchero injury, and then Paolo gets injured to his abdomen, and then Franz Wagner tears an abdomen, which is like odd. That's a very strange injury for 2 of your premier players to have back to back. And then Jalen Suggs goes down as well. So I think it's just been injuries that have derailed their entire year. And KCP has been a massive disappointment as well. He was supposed to be kind of the missing link to a team that could not shoot, and he's having one of his worst years of his career. So yeah, that's going to be, I think they'll be okay, but I think they need more pieces to them.
Atlanta's in the 7th spot. Orlando's in the 8th. Chicago at 9. Miami at 10. I make the prediction right now. Your final 2 Eastern Conference playoff teams will be Atlanta and Chicago.
Yeah, we have to talk about Chicago really fast because a lot of people were like, oh, Chicago, it was such a smart idea that they made that trade to get their own 1st-round pick back. And I thought to myself, this is the most Chicago Bulls thing that they could possibly do because they know in their heart they can't stop themselves from being mediocre. They play well just enough to sneak into the play-in in a draft class where Cooper Flag looks transcendent. The Modest Buzelis Cooper Flag duo would be something vicious. And they're like, no, we'd rather mess around and get some that kid Yakachunas or whatever from Illinois or whatever his name is. They're fine to get like the 11th spot in the draft just so that they can go into the play-in and lose 1 game and get bounced out. That's disgusting. That's honestly gross. I hate that if I'm a fan of a team. Just and it's different than Portland, right? Portland's kind of like not trying to do this. They're just winning games. Chicago, you can tell that Arturas Karnisovas and Mark Eversley, they want to get into the play-in. That's like a goal of theirs, which to me is very disconcerting.
Yeah, but like they'd have to be significantly worse to not make it.
I think their win total was 27 games for the year. I think that was their win total.
Wow, for the context, they're at 32.
Yes. They've already blown past.
And Toronto's at 25, by the way, who's at 11. That's what I was trying to say. They're at 11, so it's a decent amount of games between the two, but
yeah, I don't like that.
Ever performed.
They did. And that's like what Chicago continues to do every year. Yeah, and they had Zach on the team for, every game up until the trade deadline. So I think that hurt them in terms of games won as well. But what are they, 8-2 in their last 10? They're beating playoff teams along the way.
Yep.
Kobe White is
Won 3
balling.
in a row. Player of the week.
They're gonna have to F around and pay Josh Giddey. He wants $35 million a year.
Wow.
That's what he wants.
He's hooping too.
He is. But when you get that money, do you remember Nick Batum? Every time Nick Batum had a contract year, he was like the best, like a top 10 wing in the league. Then he would get paid and he'd be like a top 30 wing in the league the very next year. I think that's Josh Giddey. He's shooting 50% from 3 right now in the last like couple of weeks, and 38% or something like that for the season. This is a guy that couldn't even get any minutes in the playoffs for OKC because he was such a shooting liability. Where is this coming from?
Yeah, I it could be coming from a place where it's just kind of grown as a player. I don't even know. We talk about age. Is he 21 yet? Well, yeah, he was Davion's draft, so he's probably about 21, 22.
Hopefully for him, he's not.
Never beating accusations.
That's federal.
Never beating accusations.
Once your name is attached to it, it's really hard to.
It's tough. It's like Ime Udoka. So the new Celtics owner's wife said she's obsessed with Joe Mazzulla, and I was like, see, it's a good thing Ime Udoka's not around. He would have taken that and used it as an opportunity, boy. I hear you're obsessed.
You would have been like, word?
He's like, huh? Hold on. Let me hit Shorty's line.
But yeah, man, I that could be the case with Giddey, man. I try to, especially with these younger guys and even some of the older guys, like situation, age, experience, you could all grow from it. You know what I mean? And sometimes when somebody's playing, it is as simple as it's a contract year sometimes, but sometimes it's, hey, I finally figured some stuff out. You know what I mean? And maybe that's what's going on with Josh Giddey. Because I remember the same thing. I talked to my guy who's always telling me about Josh Giddey. And I said, man, he's hooping right now. I can't get out of my brain, though, him not being able to play in the playoffs because he couldn't shoot. And I don't like players that can't shoot. So I don't know. We'll find out what's really going on with Josh Giddey in I guess, next season.
Or if they mess around and get into the 8th seed, we'll know exactly what's going on with Josh Giddey.
I got him getting into that 8th seed. I think Atlanta, and that would have Orlando losing twice. That's cold, but
that's tough. Yeah,
I got Atlanta and Chicago getting in there.
Yeah, it's Atlanta, Orlando, Chicago, and Miami. Miami is 30-41 in the 10th spot of the Eastern Conference. The San Antonio Spurs are 31-39 in the 13th spot of the Western Conference, with probably little chance of getting. I mean, they're 3 games back with 11-12 to go for them. The chances of them making that up, as sporadic as Sacramento, Phoenix, Dallas, and Portland are, pretty unlikely. You brought up the Lakers a minute ago. The Lakers were title contenders like a month ago. Where are we with the Lakers now after another trifecta of losses? I think they lost 3, won 3, and have since lost 3 again.
Yeah, I was talking about the Lakers when I went on It Is What It Is on Monday's show. And people are coming for my neck like I don't know what the Lakers' defensive rating is. I know what the Lakers' defensive rating is, especially post-trade deadline. They were the number 1 defensive team in the league post-trade deadline. So, and they're still top 5, I believe, right now. Great. The numbers tell one story, and that's great. But perimeter defense is very tough for them because Austin Reeves, we know he's not a defender. We know you need Luka in very high leverage moments at his absolute best for him to play serviceable to good defense. You know that Jared Vanderbilt, he plays good defense, but he can't be on the floor offensively. So you've got other guys out there like Dalton Connect, who is not a good defender. So I think when it comes to the guards that they're going to play along the way, the Shai Gilgeous of the world, the Jamal Murrays of the world, even the type of guards like Fred VanVleet, who are undersized but can share the rock, who's very high IQ, can light it up from deep, they're going to have problems. And that's why Kobe White put super buckets on their head. That's why Josh Giddey was able to do what he was able to do. Almost got a quadruple double against the Lakers. So I think that everything has to be perfect for the Lakers to go on a deep run. But when you see the Lakers at their peak, you're like, wow, they are box office. They can light anyone up and they can lock anyone down. But I feel like it's very tenuous. They have to really all be healthy. They have to all be motivated, and they have to be playing great team defense in order to truly compete. And I just don't know. The answer is I don't know what we're going to get on a day-to-day basis from LA.
The playoffs started today. Lakers Memphis in 4-5 matchup.
That's a Lakers win. That's a winner. That's Lakers.
That's what I was going to ask you. Lakers take on OKC. Do the Lakers get to the Western Conference Finals if things are set up the way they are right now?
No. They're not beating OKC as of right now, in my opinion.
Memphis might be a problem. You said Memphis a little too quick. Or you said the Lakers beating them a little too quick. Memphis might be a problem. They're physical. They've got the size component that is also an Achilles heel for the Lakers right now. And if Ja's healthy, that's the kind of guard you're talking about that can kind of give them fits.
Well, yes, you're right about that. You're 100% right about that. But I don't think Ja has been healthy. And now you got Brandon Clark out for the year. You've got a rookie as your starting center, or at least a center that's going to eat up a lot of minutes. You've got Ja with a bunch of ankle and lower extremity injury history. So that's tough for me. And you're talking about the Grizzlies in general. Their three-point defense has been really bad. Just defensively, the things that we know about them have in the last 10, 15 games not been great. They've been losing to teams that they really shouldn't lose to. So to me, it's the momentum that's showing me I don't know if I can trust Memphis. And we've seen this story before. The Lakers beat Memphis the last time around, and the Lakers have gotten better since then, and the Grizzlies haven't. They really could use that Marcus Smart veteran in the locker room that they traded away for I don't know why.
Yeah,
I'm not sure outside of Desmond Bane who is going to fill it up for them from deep besides, I guess, Luke Kennard.
Jalen Wells.
Jalen Wells. You're right about that. But a rookie, you trust a rookie in the playoffs against the Lakers?
No, that's tough.
He's tough. He is tough.
No, that's,
he was there when you guys were.
To your point, though, that's tough to.
Yes, he was. We know.
He was there.
To your point, that's tough to ask of a rookie, though. You know what I mean? Like, all right, be the X factor in this
at Staples
series against the Lakers.
Yeah.
At Staples when they have home court advantage. Whew,
Crypto.
Yeah. The crypt. The crypt. Tales from the crypt. Jalen Wells, Tales from the crypt. What does he do? We'll see.
Oh, goodness gracious. Is it OKC for you? Is like easy? For the conference. I don't mean for the championship. I mean for the conference.
I feel like I kind of have to. Every time I feel like they're going to prove me wrong, they don't. You know, the way they go ahead.
What about our Dubs?
Our Dubs are tough. Our Dubs are very tough.
And he's not buying our Dubs, but I feel like they're good. They got a big game that's getting attention tonight with Jimmy back in Miami. But are they legit?
They're a legit contender, unfortunately. Unfortunately, they look really good. And I was talking about this the other day. I want you guys' thought on this. Do you think Jimmy is a better pairing for Steph than Clay? Without KD. No KD in the picture. So you either get Clay or you get, and we'll even take peak Jimmy, peak Clay.
Peak Clay.
Over peak Jimmy?
Peak Clay. Oh, I'm thinking about it this way. Peak Clay and Steph, we saw it. It is unbeatable. Like, you can't guard those two. It was
beatable. They to 73-9, and they lied. That was beatable.
They did lie.
The only championship real quick. The only championship they got against the Cavs, Kyrie and Kevin Love didn't play.
I'll put it to you like this: if you gave me a random shooting guard and Jimmy Butler at small forward, as opposed to Klay Thompson at shooting guard and a random small forward, I'm taking the Klay Thompson situation.
Can you walk me through the thought process behind this question?
Yeah, so we were talking about it on It Is What It Is in the sense of
show.
like, great show. And Mace made a good point, but I actually agree that right now, especially in Steph's career, he needs somebody that can take the pressure off as well. Like help keep tread on his tires throughout the season, help eliminate the ability for defenses to collapse on him and blitz him, which we've seen happens a lot. But also Jimmy is not getting double teamed either because Steph's right there. And Jimmy is an ISO mid-range king in that half court style of offense that you see in the playoffs. And you outside of KD and a little bit of Andrew Wiggins, like a little bit. And we're really talking about just that title run, and we haven't seen it before or since. Is that is, I think, a bit more dynamic in terms of two bucket getters, 3-level scorers, where Klay was a straight line drive guy. And even in his peak, he didn't have a bag of tricks, right? He wasn't crossing people up, hezzy, behind the back, midi. No, he was like straight line dunks, catch and shoot 3. And I think that's easier to game plan against than a guy like Jimmy who can 3-level score and a Steph who can 3-level score.
It's a good question. It's tough. I think Klay because we talking prime. Now, right now, I think the answer is clearly Jimmy. But in their prime, I think Klay was a better player than Jimmy Butler.
Do you think that Steph needs a player like Jimmy over a player like Steph, considering they have Buddy Hield, who's like a decent catch and shoot 3-point shooter?
Right now, yes. Like you said, the other question you said was in their prime. In their prime, Klay was that. Klay was all league type of defender, guarding Kyrie's, guarding Russ. Like he was doing all that, and he gave you all the space, gave Steph all the space in the world where you couldn't leave him. Like,
so here's the thing. I have the answer.
Oh.
But we're out of time, so we just got to thank Trysta for joining us.
We're not even talking Juju. We're not talking women's tournament. This is whack.
First of all, bro, you was like 45 minutes late. You're out building a house in a sports bra. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to talk to you about Juju. We got Jason Jones coming up. Like, and now we're talking about fictitious scenarios with Klay or Jimmy. I don't know what y'all want from me. All I'm trying to do is navigate the best I can.
My God.
I like the Warriors this year. They're good.
Oh, that even hurt me a little bit to hear. We'll come back. Steelo and Casey on ESPN 1320. Juju broke our heart, man. That
hurt
was
me.
awful.
Here's where it really hurts. I bought tickets not even 5 hours before that to go to Seattle so that I could see Gage and Juju. And that is not going to occur now. So but yeah, those tickets are probably going to be cheaper than they were when I bought them.
Almost certain.
But yeah, but it's going to be dope. There's a bunch of good teams. LSU, I'll get to see.
We was laughing at that LSU game yesterday. It's like, this is a close little game. I think we're doing the KSFM show, and I look up and like LSU was up 40. It was like, what?
That's what happened with UConn too. It was like, UConn's down to the Jackalopes, and it's like, nope, page 8 straight points. Whap, 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 whap. You're dead.
Yesterday I was on Twitter because I, was at the Kings game and lost track of stuff after Juju and everything. And I saw a clip on Twitter where Paige, she was just kind of looking at the podium and she's like, is that it? She like got up and left. And then they go, the caption was like, and then look at Gino tearing up. They pan to Gino and he's crying. And I said, did they lose? No, they won by like 30 points. I was like, what's going on here? Why is he doing this?
And he's getting AZ back.
Yeah.
He's fine.
Yeah.
He's fine.
Did I wasn't familiar with this young lady's game. Old girl from Alabama. She been like that?
She's been like that.
I wasn't familiar with her game. I'm sorry.
42, 45 points. And the thing that was heartbreaking is she passed up that shot at the end of the game, at the end of overtime. Tough. You need to take that shot, not give it to your brickin' ass teammate. Yes. Who's not like that? Who's not like that? What do you think, Damian? Is Duke prime for a real run?
Man, I just beat North Carolina one more time. Whatever happens from there, I'll take it. Just beat North Carolina one more time. Get to the Elite Eight.
And then you guys see the number one player in the country, Aaliyah Chavez, just committed to Oklahoma. She is a problem.
You know why I love that? It wasn't South Carolina.
Yep. She wasn't ever going to go there. It was either going to be Texas Tech.
From
Lubbock.
Where's she from?
Lubbock, Texas. West Texas.
Light skin, curly hair. Is that who that is?
Yeah. Her family's from Mexico. So she's like the top Mexican female basketball player I think we've ever had. That's great for the game. Great for the game. Anyway, y'all want me out of here, so I'll go.
We in commercial. You doing great. Ain't nothing wrong with you. You losing sunlight. I'm worried about you. You're gonna have to put a shirt on.
Nah. It's nice out.
So what are you doing next?
We're just putting some soil, moving soil from one place to another. We went to this neighbor's house like 2 months ago, got all of his soil, like good soil, because he was moving in like probably, I don't know, thousands of pounds of soil. So I put them over next to the garage, grabbed those. Now we're putting the old soil in, mixing it up. And then I'm going to go on a bike ride. I'm going to make a video and I'm going to go on a bike ride. It's going to be good. Good day. You got to get these while you can because we had like 12 consecutive days of rain here.
Well, we're about to get 12 more consecutive days of rain, so we're trying to enjoy the nice weather today.
Squeeze it out. Pause.
That's it. Well, all right, Tristan. Now you got to go. Now you're just being nasty.
I just am making sure that everyone knows that was a comment about the nice weather and nothing else.
I've said a few things today that apparently you're not supposed to say.
Well, you can say them. Yeah, there's no problem saying
got
it.
Flags thrown on me and everything.
Tell her what you said.
What'd you say?
Well, I got in trouble for saying it earlier.
The flag has already happened. Yeah. You go ahead.
Well, so there was an image that Casey posted, and it got disproportionate. It looked like it was disproportioned on Instagram versus Twitter. And I said this picture of Tatum looks like it's stretched.
No, you said why does Tatum look like he's stretched out?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
See?
All right, man. I work with a bunch of goddamn children. That's what it is.
Stretched out. Pause. You gotta pause that for sure. It would be like, Damian, stretched out is crazy. Stretched out is wild. You wild for that.
That's a pretty good camping base. That was Mace. That was Mace.
That
was
crazy.
I don't know. Yo, I don't know. I know people talk about my game, and I can hoop, but nobody talks about me being stretched out. Like I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm from Tris. I'm from Harlem. I'm from Harlem.
Ain't nobody stretching me out. Ain't nobody stretching nobody out.
Tris. I'm from Harlem. They don't do that. They just shoot jump shots, Tris.
He's always like laughing in the middle of his sentence. That's what he does the best. And then Mace is like, Tris, he said stretched out.
Oh my God, I hate my life. You guys are the worst.
Anyway, what a great day. Great day for you guys. Great day for me. Great day for the sun. Great day
We got
for
our ass kicked by the Celtics last night, and we're playing the Thunder tonight. It is not a great day for us. Tune into the first 2 hours of this show where we were
angry.
Oh, it was not good. We was
you
fighting
think the
amongst
front
each
office
other.
gets fired?
Well, one of them quit. Thank God. His stupid ass went to the University of Utah. So now there's only one guy left to fire, and I don't know if they're going to fire him or not. Yeah, Wes Wilcox is going to like the University of Utah or something like
I
that.
did not know that. I must.
We gotta go, TK. We're back.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. All right, TK. There we go. TK, our man Jason Jones. What's up, Jay?
Hey, what's up, man? I don't know why Kenny got that hat on, man. We just beat them last week twice. Why are we doing this?
I'm not worried about. I ain't not worried about these Dodgers, man. I'm just focused on me, man. I'm not worried about.
You're obsessed with our Dodgers. What are you talking about? I mean,
I'm just focused on me.
Us? Yeah, I got you. I understand. I do the hat fashion thing too. It's all good. You know, there's only one hat I refuse to add to my collection. Actually, two.
I don't see you with a lot of hats, like a lot of different type of hats. Like
I got a bunch of them. But you know,
what's the two hats you won't wear?
Phillies and Giants.
Well, okay. No,
I'd probably throw in the Reds. Probably throw in the Cincinnati Reds too. I just don't do red hats.
All right, man. How about that? All right, man. Yeah, Phillies. You can't wear no Phillies.
I would not go home in the Phillies hat. No
Phillies hat. I was about to ask, what the Phillies do to you? No, my bad. Yeah. My bad. No disrespect.
I had a high school teammate back in the day who, if you rode the bus from Poly all the way to the north side, it took you to Compton, and he had his last name was Porter, so he always wore a Phillies hat. And he was like, I rode the 61, you know, down the north side, and they kept looking at me funny. And he was like a tall white dude at that. It wasn't like he was banging, but he was like, we were like, yeah, my man, never wear that hat there again, ever. He's like, I'm like, he wasn't even a Phillies fan. That was his last name. So yeah.
Yeah, I got that talk.
Are you moved at all? Are you moved at all by baseball in Sacramento?
I wouldn't say moved. I mean, not by those ticket prices. I mean, if I can get a ticket and go, catch the Dodgers or something like that, or, I'm just if I happen to be free and I can go watch, a big name team like the Yankees in town, I'll watch, but it's not like I'm gonna go out of my way to do it. It's just, it doesn't feel like a Sacramento team. If it makes sense, like it just kind of feels like an extended like exhibition stay. Like they'll be here, but are they really going to be? I just can't. I don't know. It still feels weird when I drove by there last week, and I'm like, the A's are really going to play there.
Mm-hmm.
It just feels weird. And then driving up 80 and seeing the sign, I'm like, man, that's just because I can't think of the last time we saw a team that was trying to relocate, get another city for like rent a city until they can move.
Yeah, we've never seen that. You know what I'm saying? And then
I don't think we've ever seen a relocation go this bad.
No, this is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, and then when I don't know if how accurate, but I saw a thing online where it was like the average ticket price. It was like the A's were either like first or second.
Yeah.
I was like, that's insane. But I figured that would happen when they're playing at the Rivercat Stadium. It's not like they can't add 30,000 seats.
Right. It's one of those things with the A's where I know in recent times, like in the last month or so, they've tried to do a lot with like Las Vegas and they have a patch on the shoulder, and they did a press conference, all this other stuff. And I said to myself, the more they try to convince me they're going to Las Vegas, the less I believe them. It seems like they're doing a lot to be like, no, we're still going, we're on our way. All right, who are you trying to convince? Me or you?
Yeah. If me and my girl moving to Vegas and she tells me she gonna stay with her home girl in Sac for a couple of years and just wait, we'll be gonna eventually get there. I'm gonna go ahead and move on with my life.
That's a wild way of putting it.
Just like
I don't know if anyone's ever put it like that before, but damn.
Like we moving. Hold up a second. Before I get to you, I'm going to stay out this way for a little bit. Don't worry. I'll still post you. We good. But I'm just like, it just feels weird. Like, You're in Sacramento with like a Sacramento patch, a Vegas patch. It's like this is just one of the weirdest things I've ever seen.
I agree. I mean, I can't wait to see him out here though.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably different for us because like we're here, we're in it, and it's like it's we don't travel as much as you do. You live a little bit further out than we do.
I'm actually closer to Oakland, so
so
I get a whole different vibe out here. I mean, I went to the Ricky Henderson memorial service. They mentioned Fisher's name and they started booing at the memorial.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So I mean, and then Renelle Brooks Moon was the MC. She was like, "No, not today. We're not going to do this today."
Fans were like, "You want to bet?"
They're like, "Oh, what?" They were thanking the Fisher family for their support. This boo, I'm like, man, they can't even honor Ricky. But it's just yeah. And then just when I got a lot of friends that live in Oakland, I go to Oakland, and it just feels weird. Like it's hard for me not to call them the Oakland A's, and I don't care what they say in a press release. What are they still pulling they're just the athletics thing?
Yeah.
Whatever.
We're calling them Sacramento A's. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, it's like who are you gonna believe, me or your lying eyes? Like Richard Pryor would have said. Like, you play in Sacramento, you have a Sacramento patch. We're not the Sacramento A's, we're just the A's.
All right.
Yeah,
all right,
that's
Sacramento A's.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks for being here.
It's kind of like on Friday where you catch your woman in the house and we was just praying. No, you weren't.
Whoa.
What?
Remember Miss Parker? When
Friday. The movie. When you said Friday, I was like, hey.
He was like, damn, Jay.
Your woman would never have. That's a lovely young lady. What?
He's like, damn, Jay, you had a hell of a weekend.
Like, hey, look, hey. Jay, if you need to let it out, man, go ahead. But
like I came
Lord.
No, I met Miss Parker back in the day. That was a fun experience. That was cool. I met Miss Parker.
I met her niece, I think. It wasn't her daughter. But yeah.
Yeah, I was LA folks will know the spot. I was at Maverick Flats.
Okay.
Yeah, like old school LA people. I was at a party and they were like, they go, Miss Parker. I might have had maybe 1, 2, maybe 3 beverages in me.
Oh.
So I had to go over there and ask her the question from the movie.
Okay.
How did that go?
Yeah.
She just laughed and said she gets asked that all the time. I'm like, I'm halfway serious.
What's
but hey.
I'm halfway serious unless you're down, then I'm all the way down.
I'm only joking. I'm only joking if you're serious,
What is Jason Jones' beverage of choice? I've been seeing you posting some videos recently. What's the go-to?
I've been on this Scotch thing lately, but I mean, I kind of it's like a mood thing. Like sometimes, the one thing I really don't do a lot of is gin.
Okay. Yeah.
Gin, vodka, because I'm just not, but pretty much any bourbon, cognac, whiskey, I'll give it a try.
Alcohol.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a brown liquor drinker.
Okay. All right.
And that just sounded really terrible when I heard it out loud in my head. I'm sorry. I hope
it is nice.
Well, I'm a sick person, so that's probably why it sounded weird to me. But hey,
that's all right.
Well, as you can see, today's going great. We've
look. I don't have no preference with alcohol. Only thing I ask for is nothing with coconut. That's it.
No, that's a fair request.
Yeah, they do not make coconut bourbon. They don't make coconut.
Well, no,
whiskey.
not that. But then when they try to flavor it, like Crown Apple, because Ciroc used to have coconut.
People talk like that. Crown Apple though is fire.
No, it is. The only thing that might be better is the peach. I don't know which one's better.
There's a Crown Peach.
Yeah, the Crown Peach. Yeah,
they are both.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Fire.
They got Crown Blackberry. Yeah. There's only one Crown they made a while back that was just absolutely horrible. It was like Crown Honey. Tastes just like Robitussin.
Oh,
that's not okay.
Well, that was like when Ciroc made like some blackberry something.
Yeah.
Oh, it was awful.
They kept pushing the limit. That's where I got coconut from, because they had a coconut Ciroc, and then
they sure did. Yeah.
I had a peach. The peach was bomb. They kept pushing the limits, and I guess they went too far with the one you're talking
who
about.
drinks coconut Ciroc? Was it Kendrick? Coconut Ciroc. It's in a song.
Jay-Z mentioned it, I think.
Oh,
was it Jay-Z?
I don't remember. The line is in my head. I feel like it's but I don't know what song it is.
Yeah, I know.
I know. Bug the crap out of me too. I'm lost. Y'all got 30 minutes to yourselves because this is.
We got to look this up now because now I want to know too. Because I know what you're talking about. I know Jay mentioned it when he said he wasn't going to drink something else as long as Puff had Ciroc. But that line didn't age well. But
Yeah. Gucci Mane.
I'm not singing a Gucci Mane song. I'm absolutely. There's no way I'm singing
the song is called Coconut Ciroc.
No, that's not the line. I'm thinking of a specific line in a song. Look, everybody, stop what you're doing and figure out what song I'm thinking of.
Is it Lil Wayne? Yeah, it's probably Lil Wayne.
Can you give me the line?
Let's see.
Or what song is it?
How to Hate.
The song.
It's in How to Hate. I found it.
I'm going through. Oh well, I can't say that. Well, damn.
How to Hate Coconut Carter 4. Yes, Carter 4.
I don't think that's what.
I don't think that's what I'm talking about either.
Well, that's one of them. I mean, we're gonna keep on. We're gonna figure this one out.
I hate my life. I hate this so much. Forget it, man. Talk about something else. Will you ask him a question while I figure this out?
We've completely gone off the rails. Yeah.
Hey, look, we didn't talk about it at length last week because it was so busy, but now we got a second appearance by John Cena as a heel. Your whole thoughts on this? I don't like it. I'll tell you where I'm at. I don't like it because I don't like the premise of him being mad at the fans because they've cheered him for the last 5 years. This would have worked 7 years ago, but I don't like it now. But I think I'm in the minority because everybody seems to like it.
I think it's hilarious. It's like he's like the get off my lawn man all of a sudden. I find it more funny. I wish he would have brought back the Thugonomics song.
Mm-hmm.
That would have made it, like the whole rant about I gave you a spinner belt and you guys hated me for it, and so I'm gonna take the real one and I'm gonna retire with it so you can never say Ric Flair again. I'm like, yeah, it's like a bitter old man,
He's got to win, right?
I almost think he has to.
Kendrick Lamar is Michael Jordan. The song Michael Jordan with Schoolboy Q. That's the song that's in my head.
Okay.
Give me a tall glass, coconut Ciroc. Please no soda pop. That's the song.
Okay.
We did it. You're welcome, America.
Thanks for coming, everyone. We can go ahead and log off.
Yes. Now, back to the important matters like WrestleMania. John's got to win, right?
I think he has to. I think you can't tell the redemption story, the whole story arc, on his way out the business if he loses.
Right, because he's got to go.
If he loses, what's next? Like
exactly, you have exactly.
Wait,
exactly.
Hold on. You just said something. If he's gonna win and then go babyface
at the end when it's over. At
the end,
like when he's done. Whenever, he's got to go back.
How does that happen? Like, does that happen in the match that he loses? The
Not
belt
WrestleMania.
No.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Tell a story.
Yeah, you figure
it ends with him giving the FU to The Rock. I'm fine. Or the attitude adjustment, whatever that move is called.
Yeah, I think he has to win, and then you have him drop the belt by Royal Rumble by November, a little later than and then that's how you start the story where he goes out. By taking out the, whatever his last event is, if it's against The Rock or something. And that would end that story too of, remember the Rock Cena thing of, from years ago. So you can tie a little bow on that. He goes out as a good guy, he can start visiting kids again, it'll all be, life will be grand.
Yeah. I'm just, like I said, Jesse talked about it earlier. I'm just still bothered by the angle that he took. I guess I got to get over it, but
yeah.
Who wins the Punk Roman Rollins match?
As weird as it sounds, I don't know if I even care. It just feels weird that those three are in one match and not a title is involved.
It feels like they didn't know what to do with any of
Yeah,
it.
just kind of feel like, hey, we don't know what to do with you guys. Hey, let's put you all together now.
And that's the match to me. It gives it like that closes night one. That's the last match of night one.
Yeah.
Those are the three of the top 5 biggest stars in the company. They're closing night one.
Yeah, and I mean, there's all those backstories with from the Shield and all. There's a bunch of stories. It just kind of feels like they realized around November, December, we don't really have a plan for these 3. Let's put them all together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Let's just throw this all together and see what happens.
And I say it's probably the opener, which is fine. But that
can't be the opener.
No. What I'm about to say is the opener.
Oh.
They got to have the yeet moment. That's not in the middle.
Yeah.
That's not in the middle anywhere. That's either the very first match on either day or the last match, which I agree with you. I don't think it'll be the last match. But you could make that triple threat because there's nothing going on. You can make that an opener.
You know what? Nah, you can't have that. You know why I think it's the closer? It gives Punk his closing night at Mania, his closing moment at Mania, which has always been a big deal for him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what could tell us a story, though? If that moment with Jay happens night 2 instead of night 1, that could tip their hand that Cena wins night 2 because you want fans to have like that moment, and they ain't going to get it at the end.
Yeah, when I was in Mania in LA when Roman beat Cody, that whole SoFi was like, like it was just like everyone's like, what?
That was the right call. I'll say that to this day.
It was the right call, but it was just crazy being in there because going into that night, I'm like, I don't know how over Cody is to put the belt on him. Then
I think they could. I'm glad they didn't, but because so much good came out of the next year. But if Cody hadn't gotten hurt, they could have done it. It could have been that night, but he lost like 6 months. Like he came back at the Royal Rumble. Like you had a 3-month build to that match with Roman. That's not enough of a build to end a guy's run who had been the champion for 4 years or whatever it was at the time, 3 years.
Yeah. So I mean, they did the right thing, I thought, with that one too. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting build up. It's I think I liked the fact that I was wondering how can you make this Jay story interesting with Gunther. I'm like, because I'm like the underdog thing, but now that you start mixing all these you can't even wrestle right now. You're falling down. I'm like, my first clue they were going, I was like, I think he slipped on purpose. Like, I'm like, yeah, he fell on purpose. Yesterday, and I said, okay, this is going to be, and even he can't even talk right. He's like, I'm 3-0 against him. Like,
right.
0-3.
right. Yeah.
Like,
they're going to incorporate that into the storyline. And like, is he really messing up or is he really like flustered?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's going to be a fun, month or so, whatever they do to get us to Mania.
You going to Sacramento? Go home show?
That's the plan. I've got to debate. Do I want to keep my kids, drag the kids because they're going to want to eat food and stuff, and I'm trying to be cheap. Be like,
yes, kids need to eat.
I'll be like, hey, y'all, I made dinner. I'll be right back. Where are you going? Don't worry about it. Did you see Monday Night Raw? I sure did.
Jason left some mac and cheese and hot dogs on the stove. Go ahead, guys.
I cut up the hot dogs and mix it in with it. Like, here you guys go.
That's terrible. Funny.
I'll get a good seat and get caught on TV. My kids want to fight me. Like, we saw you on TV. Wasn't me. That was the dude from the Undertaker match, son. That wasn't me.
Yeah.
You have the same clothes on. Like,
get into it with Cena on the way down the aisle.
Oh man, wrestling's fun.
Love it.
Yeah.
The NBA used to be fun.
We need some fun these days.
NBA used to be fun.
No,
it's not
It's
anymore.
still fun some days. It's still fun some days.
Speak for yourself.
Some days it's still, I mean,
Hell, your team's lost 3 in a row. It shouldn't be fun for you either.
They lost what? Yeah, but I'm okay. I'm okay. I mean, I know that they're 3-7 in their last 10. A bunch of those came and they had like at least 5 of those games. They only used half the team. So I'm not flustered. Like, oh my God, they got to. I'm like, they're still in the top 4, top 5. You get a couple on this road trip. Figures, whenever if you're going to get them, you want to play them right when LeBron and everyone comes back. That's the perfect time to get a team when they're reincorporating the guys. So I'm not too worried about them. I think they've had from what I watched the Bulls game and then I turned it off because they were going to let Kobe White be Kobe and Jordan again. Like there's just some guys who just
that a lot though.
Yeah, but there's just some guys who torment your team, and like Kobe White, for whatever reason, when he sees the Lakers, like he has a vendetta and just like goes off every time he plays them. So I mean,
we feel that here. Feel that way in Sacramento too.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't like California. I mean,
maybe not.
Could be that.
Maybe he's just good.
That too, but hey, what fun is it to be rational? Let's create some story. And just because things have been so crazy in Sacramento, they'll like win by 15 tonight.
Don't hold your breath.
Okay, last time I said that they actually did. I'm like, they're gonna win. I visited the Cleveland game briefly and they won, so maybe I should like run up there and maybe I'll be good luck for once.
Hurry up then.
Now, I'm not sitting in traffic for that.
Hey, you've been around a number of different teams, NBA and NFL. Have you experienced it often where the players on the team, they're trying to get to the playoffs or something like that, and they just can't get right? It's not that they don't want to, it's not that the effort isn't there, but there's just something, whether it's some drama or they just can't get on the same page. Is that something that happens commonly in sports, or do you think it is something as simple as they don't care or they want to be gone, Cancun, all this other stuff?
No, sometimes you honestly just can't figure it out. I mean, sometimes you honestly, it's not that you don't care. I mean, I've seen teams who don't care. And like when I watch Sacramento, I just think they can't. It's just, I think it's almost like the pendulum from 2023 has swung completely the other way. All those games De'Aaron won in the fourth quarter, you're not winning those games, some of those games anymore. You've had the roster turnover. You have a game where you miss Malik to what illness. You just have type of just it's like you outside of that stretch right after Doug took over, they've just kind of been start and stop all year. 2 steps forward, 2 steps. It's just kind of, and now what are they, like a half game above 11 or something crazy?
Yeah.
Which 2-3 weeks ago I'd have been like, oh, they're going to be like 7 or 8, and now against probably depending on what you read, against the wishes of the Mavs, Anthony Davis wants to play. It's like, so he might be able to keep them at 10. And then if Phoenix decides they want to play, maybe they'll banish Bradley Beal or whatever they want to do. I mean, it's no longer, they're going to have the Kings are going to have to beat some people. They're not going to, This is not going to fall to them. And this is where you get to that point of the year. You look at all those bad games you lose. You lose that Detroit game on a 4-point play. All that stuff you start to say, man, a game here, a game there with a whole different situation.
It's we have started to wonder. I mean, because you got roughed up by Boston last night. You got Oklahoma City tonight. Starting to wonder, are these guys hitting like a breaking point? And I don't know how many of them have a true investment into Sacramento or even the Sacramento Kings franchise. And like, are they going to hit a point where you get beat up by OKC tonight? Like, do you start to check out a little bit in the final 10 games of the season, just trying to get to the end, and whatever happens, happens?
I mean, you're probably going to have some of it just because of just human nature. If you look at your schedule and go, we got to beat this team, and this team. And then you start scoreboard and go, okay, now for whatever reason, now Phoenix, remember Phoenix was like great against the Kings, gets just stomped by the Lakers, and now Phoenix wants to win again.
Right.
Like I watched the game last night, it was like, oh wow, KD is still KD. And so you start going, okay, man, maybe if you get to the end, and I mean, this does happen in sports. You say, you know what? Do we really want to, scratch and claw to get to 10, and then have to win like 2 road games for the chance to play Oklahoma City in the first round? I mean, you would love to believe the competitor and guy says yes, but human nature kicks in too, and you're like, you know what? Sometimes you're going to have guys who check out. I'm not saying anyone on this team is checked out. I don't know the guys like that to say that, but you could get to a point where you do see guys say, you know what? I don't know. And like I said, part of it is just kind of like some of those breaks they got when they were winning 40 plus. They're not getting some of those same breaks. Some of it's just kind of like things swing the other way. Sabonis has missed more games this year than he probably has the last couple of years. You have a major trade during the season, just a lot going on. I guess the assistant GM is going to go hang out in Utah now, and so I mean, it's just from top to bottom, it's just and then and I think too is that it's kind of the mental aspect too, is that with the whole De'Aaron trade, all those articles come out saying De'Aaron didn't want to do he didn't want Mike Brown gone. And all that stuff, gets guys read that, hear it, think about it, and go, kind of, especially with some of the things that happened with the Kings in the past. You go, what are we trying to do here? Are we trying to win? What are we trying to do? And if we don't feel like the people upstairs are invested all the way, why should we? I'm not saying that's what they're there right now, but this has been a lot for a team that's like ninth, and you would think that they were so much drama, they'd be like terrible, and they're not a terrible team. It's kind of a middle of the road 500 team, which is good enough to get you maybe in the play-in, assuming that maybe Dallas tells AD, you proved your point, we don't want you playing anymore, we want a draft pick.
Before you continue, Russell Wilson is headed to the New York Giants.
Oh, they finally get him in New York.
A 1-year deal worth up to $21 million, $10.5 million guaranteed. Whew.
That's a hell of a quarterback room. Russ and Jameis. I just want we need to do a Hard Knocks again with just the quarterback room.
What are the Giants trying to accomplish?
I have no idea.
Well, you got to get a competent quarterback back.
And then they need to draft one too.
So is that what they're doing?
I don't know what they're doing. I hope they draft one too, just for our own entertainment purposes. Imagine like Shador, Russell. That could be like a little YouTube show. Jameis, Shador. I'd watch that every day. Shador, because I still think on the low, Russell is way cooler. I think Russell kind of acted in some of the corny stuff.
Hey, Seattle.
I think Russell's on that Wayne Brady skit from Chappelle's show. When cameras come, because I would just love to catch them behind the scenes and see Jameis cracking jokes and them and Russell was cutting his eyes at him and here's it's like a movie. Like Shador's like the young one in waiting. So yeah, this is going to be I don't know. It's just funny for an organization that everyone said was like, what that the last one to have a black quarterback?
Were they? I didn't even know who's the black quarterback they had.
I don't know if they've ever had one, have they?
They had Tyrod Taylor when they were trying to, and they had Geno, didn't they?
That was the Giants?
Yeah.
The Giants had Geno?
Yeah, for a quick second.
Yeah. Back when they were trying whatever.
I don't remember that at all.
It was a hot second.
Oh man, them hot seconds.
When they realized what they did.
It's like, whoa, man. Hey. That's Jason's quarterback.
No, not
he don't
Geno.
mean it like that. He don't mean it like that.
No, yeah, the fact that they
they realized they got a black quarterback.
like, wait a minute, hey, how did he get in
You're
here?
like, whoa, chill. I'm like, what are we doing here?
Hey, Jesse points out that means your boy almost certainly
That's
is
his boy.
That's your guy winding up with the Steelers.
Who? Aaron?
Yeah.
Oh, poor Mike Tomlin. They just can't get him some regular.
I can't believe, man. I don't understand.
I'm just like, God.
I don't understand football, dude.
They just gonna age Mike Tomlin another 30. I mean, but Aaron got to go to Minnesota just for our laughs.
Mike Tomlin's hairline's gonna go bad now.
It's
like
gone.
all these,
It's been gone. He's been dealing with all these sorry quarterbacks.
Yeah, now he got.
Yeah, at least he got the enhancements in though.
He got the enhancement. I think it was straight ball.
DK Metcalf.
I could be wrong.
I don't think Tomlin's bald, is he?
I think he is.
I thought Tomlin had the little hairline enhancers.
He gave it up.
No, he ain't.
Oh.
Yeah, he ain't going Doc Rivers.
Oh, Mike. All right.
Well, we'll talk about Doc tomorrow because he agrees. I wish you tell the whole story. He says it again.
Oh God. Sometimes
I wish they tell the whole story.
Sometimes they don't realize how crazy the stuff they say. I was hoping that was fake. I was hoping that he was not defending. At least we won 3 games. Tell the whole story. It's like you won 3 and you lost the series, and you're up 3-1. There's what. How about you just skip the story? Why would you want to rehash that? But like, hold up a second. But we were up 3-1 though. It's like, no, let's just go ahead and move on with our lives. Yeah, but yeah, it's just. Man, Mike Tomlin's got to have some. I mean, Pickens and Aaron Rodgers together should be DK Metcalf. I mean, do the Steelers have a rule that they got to have at least one receiver they got to worry about? I mean, AB, Martavius Bryant. I mean, they must have that on their board in the draft, like character issue. Receiver.
Let's have someone make Mike miserable. Let's
have a receiver who will go live from on Facebook in the locker room. Check.
Juju, all those guys. Hey Jay, real quick.
You gotta be nice to Juju, just a Long Beach Poly guy.
In like 10 seconds, you cover the guy. Did you ever think Mike Bibby would be a head coach?
I didn't cover him, but I'm not surprised.
Oh, you didn't cover him. Okay.
I missed Mike, but yeah, I'm not shocked. I mean, especially given where he's landing to. I think Sac State's been trying to take a big swing, and whether it was football, basketball. So happy for him, good for Mike. I think it's a if you're going to start your college career, he had a good run as a prep coach too. So I think it'll be fun to watch. Yes, I've got some lady friends who want to go to games now, so I think that means anything.
There you go, Jay. We appreciate you, man. Thank you as always, my brother.
No problem. We know the Hornets gonna have the best weight program in the basketball. They about to be walking around like this. So, all right,
appreciate
y'all.
you, Jay. Yes, all sir. Right. Jesse making the show, making us end the show early because we got Jimmy in Miami coming up.
Jimmy Butler's return.
Wow.
ESPN 1320, your home of the Golden State Warriors.
I don't think that's official.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I mean, we got Warriors at
you catch Heat Warriors on the radio, and then when you're done with that, go watch the Kings on the TV.
That's right. That's the only way to do it.
All right. Well, do whatever you want. Jesse's making us leave. We're heading over to 102.5. We will see you here tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. Buckle up, man.
Oh, boy.
Steeler and KC on ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam.
Oh, man. Good stuff, y'all. We appreciate you. Oh, man. Glenn. In all caps. Oh, you know it's serious. Thanks for another fun show, man. We will see you guys. What Tom Pelissero just tweeted the depth chart. Tommy DeVito. I think that's KC's boy.
Oh.
Jameis Winston, Russell Wilson. All right, y'all. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Appreciate you. Yeah.